Feeling lonely. I shall not love it. I can see it in your... They've all been misbehaving, Amanda. Disgusting stuff on that hangout chat. Shocked me. Ray, I believe. Ooh.
Hey, D.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Okay. Who's you?
Your voice is kind of unclear. Can you repeat what it says?
Eh? Eh? You're noisy.
It's pretty noisy. It's pretty noisy. I cannot hear you.
You can't hear me. Are you in a laundrette? Where are you?
What?
Where are you? In a laundromat? Where are you? What's up with your ears then? Can you read sign language? Huh?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. No. 7. Number 7. Come in. Your time is up. Hello?
Hello.
I have called 7. Hello? 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 Hello?
You're live.
Black. Yeah, who you? Not an echo. Not an echo. Not an echo. Not an echo. Not an echo.
It's fake.
Huh?
It's fake.
Right. Oh. Is that an echo? Is that a black hole? Is it? What's that?
Hello.
Can't be a black hole.
Your voice is kind of noisy. Your voice is totally noisy.
Too loud, is it? I'm going to turn it down with your mic settings, control panel on the left. Every day, same thing. Oh, hang on, I might turn my no, speakers are down. It's not my speakers. You must have faulty equipment. Have you got a Chinese laptop? Walmart? Is it from Walmart? Probably Chinese. Hong Kong? Same thing. Uh-oh, you're trouble. I'll translate for you. All right, Shan.
Hello.
Yeah, don't talk too
Hey.
loud, Shan. This guy's got sensitive hearing.
Sorry.
That's okay. I think he's Australian.
Okay.
I won't say where he's from.
Okay.
Maybe New Zealand or
New York.
South
Paris.
Africa. South Africa. Anyway, it's a bit hush hush. It's a bit secret, so better not ask him.
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. Could be Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. I like Zimbabwe.
Or the Upper Congo. Could be from the Upper Congo.
Or Mogadishu.
What are you talking
Mogadishu.
about? Me?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you guess where I'm from?
Libya.
What?
Libya?
Iraq.
No,
Iraq.
not Iraq.
That's a good one, Iraq. No,
I'm
sorry,
not
Iraq.
Arab. I'm not Arab. What?
Okay, India.
Egypt. Egypt.
No, not Egypt.
Um,
Hang on. My turn. Brazil.
No, not Brazil.
Chile.
Japan.
What?
Yeah, Chile. He's from Chile. He's a Chilean.
I'm not Chilean.
Oh, okay.
Japan.
Patagonia.
No. Not Asian that much.
Mongolia.
Okay.
No.
Azerbaijan.
No. Not Azerbaijan.
No.
But I speak Azerbaijani language.
He's from Pakistan.
No, not Pakistan.
No.
I think
Albania.
I think
Yeah, then.
that will be much evident in my accent. So I'm not from Pakistan. What else?
Albania.
What else have we got? No.
Albania.
No.
Turkey.
South
I
America.
speak Turkish language, but I'm not from Turkey.
I speak Turkish language. Not from Turkey.
Afghanistan.
No, I speak Urdu, but I'm not Afghan.
India.
No, I don't even speak the language.
Oh, I don't know. Give us a clue.
Give us the first letter.
Give us a clue.
Look, I speak Turkish, Azerbaijani, and I understand Urdu, the Afghanistan's language.
Huh?
So, what have we got?
Pakistan.
No.
Pakistan.
Kurdish. It's Kurdish.
No.
Armenian.
No.
Poland.
What? Poland?
Liverpool.
Poland.
No. Not Poland.
Germany.
No, not Germany.
Holland.
No.
Oh,
Why
fuck
is
it? Okay. I'm gonna give you the answer. 1.
Come on.
Count for it. 2.
Can't wait.
Okay. I'm from Persia, from Iran.
Well, I said
Persia.
No. You said Iraq. You said Iraq. You didn't say Iran. You said Iraq.
Well,
It's Persia. Still Persia. Kurdistan, still Persia.
Iraq, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's still Persia, Shan. You were right.
What?
Like Iraq, doesn't it?
Iraq was part of Persia.
Isn't
It's
it?
Kurdistan.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
but
it's Persia.
Come on, guys.
And it
One by
changed-
one.
Anyway, did you land in here without a visa?
No.
All of the green cards come in your mind. You've got a green card.
No. I'm actually right now. I'm in Belarus, the neighboring country of Russia. So I'm not even in America. That wouldn't be a problem for you. Yeah.
You're not a suicide. You're not a suicide bomber, are you?
What?
You're not a suicide bomber, are you?
Do you wear a
Bomber?
burqa? Do you wear a burqa?
You got a suicide vest on?
Do you wear a burqa?
So I think my phone has
That's
got some kind of a problem.
Frisk him, Shan. You frisk him. I'll stand at a safe distance. Only kidding. So what you doing in Belarus? Are you in prison?
No, I'm studying medicine.
All right. You're a vet, yeah. A veterinary surgeon.
A doctor, I think, Beck.
That would be a vet. Got a lot of donkeys in Iran, haven't they? What pulls the taxis about?
And goats as well. Don't forget the goats.
And goats, yeah.
Yeah. Hang on.
Hang on. Better check. What kind of doctor? Medical or mental?
First, I should study general medicine, like the medical, and then I want to study psychiatry. So it will be like medical, mental. You see, psychiatry.
All right.
After a while,
Oh,
now I'm just studying to be a GP.
Yeah, I've done psychiatry online.
You have done
Done it
psychiatry?
in 3 days. Yeah, I did it in 3 days. Listened to them lectures, you know. Well, listened to 3 of them.
Oh, cool,
When he-
cool. I thought that you could have some kind of a problem.
Beck is
No,
living
it was
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
yeah, I know. I could pick that up in your tone of voice. No, it was to help other people with mental illness or mental traumas in their life, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty tough.
Yeah, just learning how to psychoanalyze and, you know, put that into effect, you know. Sorry.
when? You loony.
Gargling, rinse my teeth.
Why?
I was eating them chocolate Twinnings. Down with something.
Oh.
Oh. Medical.
Oh.
What's number 7? Can I ask you something?
Go on.
Number 7.
Yeah, I'm serious. This is medical. You know an endoscope? Do you know what an endoscope is? Yeah.
Endoscope, yeah.
Well, I bought one online. It fits an Android phone. Yeah.
Look,
Plug it into your Android
I'm the
phone.
student I'm a freshman, okay? I don't know about this stuff, okay?
No, but you know what you use an endoscope for, yeah?
Yeah, I know.
Well, I was thinking this endoscope I've got, if I connect it to my phone and kind of, you know, put it, you know, up my colon, would you be able to examine me online live?
Yeah, if I get there, yeah.
Really?
It's got lights on it, Jan. It's got 7 LEDs on it and you can take pictures.
Really? Oh,
You can't he's not going to cauterize any blood vessels online, is he? He's just going to have a look and see what's there. I won't be able to tell if it's a bit of a poo or growth or anything.
Yeah. Be cool about it. Be cool about it.
Yeah, calm down, Shan.
your asshole live on air. Trust me.
Jan,
It's just for medical purposes, okay? It's nothing rude.
You've got to use available technology to the best effect, Shan. Save me going to the doctors, won't it? I don't want a female doctor shoving one of them cameras up my asshole.
Yeah, something happened here. Something happened here at the first of the year, first of the academic year.
go live online.
Hmm? Okay, then forget it. I'll just worry. I'll just worry. Never mind.
You can worry all you like. I don't care. I don't want to see your arsehole live on here. Thank you very much.
Well, you could just avert your eyes.
Well, you could just go to the doctors and have it done properly.
It's a woman. I don't mind her feeling my testicles because she warms her hands up first. Consider shoving a camera with a metre length of cable on it up my fucking backside.
Right. 7.
Yeah.
Athena, the Greek goddess, would like to know, are you tall and handsome? And she wants truthful answers, mind, no fibbing, because we know what you men are like.
Yeah,
So,
truthful.
are you
Athena's
tall and
a nice girl and she's got no sexually transmittable diseases.
Ah.
right? Are you tall and handsome? Be honest.
I'm not tall nor handsome.
Oh, Athena, love, you just have to keep looking in our supermarket once a week.
Athena, Athena is short and ugly, but he'll be able to tell you if you've got any diseases or thrush or anything.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story.
Okay.
Okay. It was the first of this academic year, and the university asked us to go to a polyclinic and do the examinations, the medical examinations. And there was this lady who was checking the testicles and like the genitals of males to see if they have any problem there or not. And there was this fellow guy from Lebanon. He went there in, and then I was in the same room, but the other nurse was examining my eyes. So I just heard a sound like wow, like surprise. And then I saw that this nurse was checking this guy's testicles, and by touching them, this guy went hard. So the nurse just said, wow. And we were like all laughing in the room. It was just like crazy. But the Lebanese guy was pretty embarrassed. Wasn't it a funny story? Come on, people. Laugh for a bit.
I thought she was going to tell us that the nurse examined somebody's eyes, and then she was examining the man's testicles, and I thought she was going to say, the man had herpes on his willy and that, and then she transferred them to the other patient's eyelids.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say she tickled him up, but she came in her face and it stuck her eyelids together.
Where'd he go?
Oh, Shan, that was just, oh, you disgusted him. You disgusted him, Shan.
No, I just thought he was going to say, where he gone offline now, I just disgusted him.
Oh, I'm embarrassed. You embarrassed this whole voice chat, Shan.
Look, I don't care. All I thought, right, was that he was going to say the nurse was feeling the man's collar, and he had, what do you call him? He had herpes or something, and then I thought she was going to say that she was feeling in the other man's eyes, then eyelids, and then she transferred these from his thorax man's eyelids. I thought she was going to say, that he was going to say. I'm sorry, I got it.
It doesn't matter. He was, studying medicine. He's left. I was going to ask him about penile warts. Too bloody late now.
You was going to ask him about what?
Penile warts. Warts on your penis.
warts on your penis. Yeah, they're easy to get rid of. They are, right? All you've got to do is freeze them off.
Shan, don't tell. Just wait. I'll. Don't talk about it now.
Why?
Because they're fucking listening.
What?
They're fucking listening. They're listening.
They're listening.
Yeah.
All right, right. Everybody, D-Beck wants you to know that he's got warts on his asshole, and he wants to know how he can remove them. I just said to him he can freeze them off, but he told me to be. Everyone's listening. Oh, too late now. Sorry. I'm telling you now, right? If you've got warts on your arsehole, right, the best thing
I mean,
to
well, I never said anything about my arsehole. I said penis. It's not even me.
fucking warts then, right? Warts. If any of you out there, right, have got warts on your arsehole or on your penis, all you've got to do is get this stuff, right? It's called watercon, right? You stick that on it and all it comes them off. I know because I've had genital warts myself for years. In fact,
It's okay for women.
I could do with another treatment. So I might put some watercon down there tomorrow to eradicate me of warts.
It's different for a woman. If she's got vaginal warts, it acts like a tickler for the guy, you know.
Can I? Actually,
Yeah.
I'll keep. Does it benefit you during sex?
Probably.
Oh, in fact, there's no point in me asking that. I said I haven't had sex for donkey's years. I wouldn't know. I don't even know what sex is. And God warts either Ray. I'm only joking. Ray, are you listening? D-Beck got warts on his penis. He just asked.
I haven't got what? Oh, I wish I'd never mentioned it now.
Well, you asked about it.
Well, I was going to ask him about it. I was going to ask the doctor about it for my friend.
Look, you don't have to be a doctor to get rid yourself of penile warts. All you need is watercon, right? And you know bazooka as well. You know them adverts. You know bazooka, that Veruca.
Yeah.
That can also be used on warts. Did you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah, honestly, I know on my life. That can also be used to eradicate yourself of warts. But
that burns them off your feet. That burns Verucas off your feet.
Yeah, I know. But listen now, right? Listen now. I don't think that it is licensed for the genitals. Right? It is not practically licensed for the genitals. So if you need to eradicate yourself of genital or anal warts,
so what you're saying is, if I put bazooka, that Veruca, on my penis, I mean, my mate puts it on his penis, that will get rid of the what?
Fuck. Yeah, your penis will do it.
Well, I'll try it. I'll tell him.
Warts is not licensed for the genitals, right? If you've got warts on your genitals, you've got to go to GUM clinic, right? You know what I mean, don't you? The GUM clinic, the gum clinic. You've got to go there. From look, I've got genitals all over my penis and wherever it is. And they say, right, young sir. And they will treat you for them.
How come you know so much about penile warts?
Eh?
How come you How come you know so much about penile warts?
How come I know so much about penile warts? Well, I'm a doctor, don't forget.
All right. Well, why did you fucking say that in the first place? I'll send you a picture of it.
I'm Vice Beck, right? I'm divulging information now that my clients have told me. I could get a fucking sack for this, but I tell
You've broken confidentiality.
yeah, listen now, right? I know how to treat every single STI in the book. Yeah?
Really? Chlamydia?
Yeah,
You do chlamydia?
they tell me everything.
I used to think chlamydia was a type of flower.
What?
I used to think chlamydia was a type of flower.
Plain flower.
I was set off for chlamydia seeds.
Although, down below, right? You know when you go down below, right? You go to the clinic and this white powder, right? Honest to God, it looks like flour. They give you this white powder. You sprinkle that all over your, you know, all in your.
No, that's for crabs. That's for crabs. That.
I just fucking said that. I said life.
Right.
Open your ears, will you? Will you listen to what I'm saying? Anyway, right? Sprinkle that. You've got to sprinkle all that, right, on your you know, your hairs, your pubic hairs, and it goes then. It gets rid of them.
Yeah, I've caught crabs before off a toilet seat.
Well, you couldn't have. You can only catch crabs, right, by shagging somebody who's got crabs, or maybe they were shagging people. That's the only way you can catch them. You cannot catch them off a toilet seat. Because when they go on the toilet seat, they die.
So, my missus couldn't have caught them off a train seat then?
She could have caught them off a train seat, yes, because the seats on the train, right, you've got fabric on them, haven't you? You know, fabric seats? Yeah.
Oh, she can. Yeah, she's caught them off the train seats 9 times.
Really? Tell her to put a carrier bag down next time she sits down.
Yeah, I told her to use some bubble wrap.
Bubble wrap is good, yeah.
Well, it ain't, because when you're sitting on it, they keep busting and it sounds like you're farting, you know.
Well, it could be kind of dodgy then. She got. Good night, Athena. Mwah, mwah. I'm waving. Athena is going to bed. Take care, guys. I'm going to bed early. I haven't slept last night.
Not staying for the debate then.
Athena. Anyway, where were we? Back to crabs. Right. People say that if you shave your pubic hair off, it will rid you of your crab infestation. Actually, this is the case because, you know, crabs, they actually, when they go into the pubes and all that, right, they lay the eggs and that, and there's all little eggs in you know, in your pubic hair and that, right? And the crabs, right, the lice, they actually embed their heads. They dig right into the skin. Your skin, they honestly,
yeah,
I
like
know.
Like a flea feeding. Yeah.
Yeah, like a flea. Police cars outside. Nino. Come to arrest me.
So you need a good nail brush.
Come and get me, boys. I hope you've got the handcuffs ready.
Mm.
There's 3 of them.
Huh?
Oh,
Who, what?
I'm here tonight. 3 police cars just went past my house. High speed lights going, Nino, Nino.
Your next door neighbour, is it?
Nah, he ain't there. If he was there, we heard him banging.
He wants you to shave his head.
Shave his head. Oh, Ray.
Why would I
want to shave Ray for?
I think it's his head. He just said a shave.
Yeah, Sean, I'd let you shave me. I wouldn't want to shave anything apart from my own body.
You
As
get a
long as
better,
you would.
you get a better shave with them open razors.
Cutthroat razors. Got any?
Yeah.
I'll give you a shave, Ray, with my cutthroat razor.
Yeah. You've got a hangover.
As long as you were gentle, where you have to find someone else funny. Do you know what? I got shooting pains in my stomach.
Yeah.
I got shooting pains.
What'll that be then?
Well, I'm just about to release an egg. You work it out.
Oh, dear.
It's been a long time since somebody fertilized my egg.
Yeah.
13 years to be precise. Would it be 13 years? In July, right? So when would that mean that I caught pregnant?
13 years.
It's 13.
2003. 2004.
Right.
Yeah, 2004.
The baby the baby in October. Right. Last time somebody fertilized was October 2003.
What, he'd been using a condom ever since?
What?
So you've been using condoms ever since?
No, I just haven't been with a man.
What the hell, you'll be healing up?
I swear on my new kitchen's life.
You might be gay now.
It's all seized up, you never know.
You'll be chatting Lindsay up.
I tell you what, if anybody wants you, condoms are the best. I got pregnant twice with hell, yes.
Break it up a little bit. Did you get an implant? Why didn't? Oh, is implants not available then under the skin?
You can have implants in the skin, but why would I want one? I'm not having any sex, so I don't need an implant.
Well, you should keep a morning after pill in your bag just in case.
Keep the morning after pill. I told you I don't go.
Couple of spare condoms, couple of pair of spare knickers.
What'd you say?
Couple of spare condoms, pair of spare knickers.
I don't go with anybody, Beck. What do I want all that shit in my bag for?
Well, if you don't fancy anybody around there, we'll have to find you somebody.
to do? Set me up on a date with Dave's son.
I'll have to be close by ish.
Well, he don't live near me.
Eh?
He don't live anywhere near me. I wouldn't want to go with him anyway.
Who?
Carl told out.
Who?
I'm staying.
Where's everybody?
I don't know. Wanking, washing their hair.
Hang on, I'll have a look, see when he's there. It's only Ray.
Come on in and have a chat to us, please. Save me from feedback.
Yeah, come in here, Ray. Oh, they're chatting on the hangout, Shan. Quite a few of them.
Rubbish, probably.
Right. Might have been you upsetting that Iranian doctor.
What is it he left? Do you know what, right? I saw Easter eggs in Asda yesterday.
Eh? So what?
Easter eggs in Asda yesterday.
Oh no, they've been out for 2 weeks, I think now. Yeah.
Ridiculous. It's not Easter. It's
March, innit? Eh?
no, April this year.
Is it April? Jesus Christ.
April this year. 16th of April.
Just another rip-off. I mean, so they're going to be in the shops February, March. A full 2 months, over 2 months before the, you would think it'd be bad enough if it was 2 weeks before.
Yeah. Why didn't they just put them in the store?
They're all chatting on the hangout, Jan.
I know, I'm going in now. There are 8 people watching.
Yeah, it says that, but what should if you click participants, there's only Ray showed up. The ones that chatted in the last, 10 minutes or so. Only Amanda now.
Amanda.
You should be using a YouTube text. Can't get any strangers in here if they all want to hang out. They can't see the hangout.
Mm. Mm.
Hmm.
Mm. I need to take some tablets.
What's that? Painkillers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, who are you asking?
Yes, Parky, we can hear you.
Well, I jumped in twice earlier on to unhide him. He didn't even acknowledge me, so fuck him. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello?
No, he's not answering. Fuck him.
Oh, well.
Back to
Bollocks.
the hangout. Back to the hangout. Try and show his pussy. The hills are alive with the sound. Thousand ways.
Can't remember the fucking words.
Neither can I.
Well, never mind.
They don't give a shit.
Neither do I.
They're still rabbiting on the hangout.
Honest Pakistani, where you go?
I think he only wants to talk to Amanda. He won't speak to us.
You probably
Speak to Amanda. I think he's racist, Shan. He's very racist.
in Parky.
Yeah, he's gone, see. He would say hi, Shan, or hi, D-Mac.
You've got some people like that. What's the matter?
Yeah, he's racist.
You're racist to man.
Well, he normally comes in and say, hi, piss drinking Beck. You know, he'd been calling me that for months, so I call him shit eating Becky, but he didn't acknowledge us, so all he had to say was unhide me.
Bollocks, Parky. Probably send me a message and tell him to stop me. Hello, Parky. It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic.
Becky's moaning that he's not being unhid now. Back again. Speak up, you annoying little twat.
What's the matter, Parky? Do you want to speak to the white woman?
Racist. He's racist, Shan.
Parky.
Can you guys? Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I
guys.
can hear you.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hello. Can you hear us? Hello.
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 Armando is my lord.
Can you hear us? Hello.
Armando is my lord. Testing.
Hello.
Ronan is full
Hello.
of shit. daughters of shit. Testing, testing. Hello.
Yeah, just got ignorance. What were you saying anyway, Sean?
I don't know. On about something.
Yeah, they're just yapping away there on the hangout, you know, some kind of drama. Oh, it's Adam again. Oh. Why do they keep talking about that screamer?
I know.
Oh, he's gone again. Definitely doesn't want to talk to us.
Oh, why?
He's back again, taking the piss, pretending not to hear us.
Crap. Adam is going. What? Alfredo. Isso não mesmo ver o
Try saying something, Gupta.
Oh, Armando, my lord, oh my lord.
He's very quiet. He done it today, he kept asking on text to be on hidden, and I jumped back in twice and he jumped out. Still taking a piss.
We should chuck Parky out to the hangouts.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell, Parky's back. All right, make up your mind. Anybody think you've got accent? Right, chance.
Yeah?
Parky's.
Yes, shit eating Packy. Yes, shit eating Packy. Many times you need to answer them.
Yeah.
Try and explain to him, I answered them. Don't think he understands my accent, Chan. Get back to him when he tells us what he wants.
Parky, Parky, Park, Park, Park. Okay, 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 Parky. Ah. Parky, you are acting weird. What with your brain? Can't you just act normal?
Shan, I've got fucking Dave messaging me again now. Still no backup, thanks.
Oh,
Yeah, what a twat he is.
checking off now on the text. Still no wrench, I see. Bye.
Is that what he messaged you?
No, you haven't met. La 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 la. Ooh, you dirty woman. Look at her, getting all kinky with Johnny Depp. I'm jealous.
If that Kyla's pleading Adam's case, why don't you go fucking join him?
Well, why don't Armando just check her out of you?
Yeah. I had to talk to Adam about the only reason she would speak to him privately on a private hangout is to talk him into sniping the stream. Uh,
Ooh. So what's Dave saying to you? Just having to go again, is he?
he's just pleading his case to be added in here.
Well, that stupid song, mate. Hacky.
Yeah, just not the full shilling. But very racist packet.
He wouldn't even speak to us white people.
Yeah, I mean, even on the news stream, he told me fucking shitty trash and piss drinking back, for months before I think, okay, I'll give you a same type of name back. So he's shit eating backy now.
Yeah, you tell him, Beth.
He's still funny.
Pat,
Pity he's racist.
you don't have no racist on you.
Hmm. Roaring.
Oh, they're all arguing now about shit again.
Yeah, should be having a reasonable debate about something. Instead, we're talking about fucking Adam. Drama.
They're going to say,
Oh, they might have stopped. It was like Jose going on about Tommy, you know, for fucking 4 weeks.
He was agitated and that. He done that the wrong. He went that the wrong way, I think.
Yeah, they insulted my people, man.
Next him up, didn't there?
Who's not been insulted? What's a good idea?
I would rather call him Pappy for saying shut up, Mike out.
Dave sent me like a girlfriend online. Okay, night, yeah. Then 5 minutes later, still no backup, thanks. So I keep posting them back something like you know, just random shit. I put my dog's got an eye infection.
Yeah.
Then he typed back, sorry, he was fapping.
Tag me in the conversation.
They breaking up, Shan.
I said, tag me into the conversation.
How did I do it? Hang on.
Dave as well.
Just add somebody then, innit? Yeah. Or create group.
You can't do it, don't worry. I was going to say, I was tell him I got gentle water and that. Tell him.
Tell him. Saying Beckstop added you, I think. Hang on, I'll just check. Yeah. Right, you're in a group. I'll send the message. I'll cancel that one. When I leave that conversation, you'll have to find me again.
Oh, Ronan is kicking off.
Is it?
Scottish and Welsh accent. My head in, to be honest. Not a problem, Sean.
No, you can't see previous, but I've deleted that.
Do you see what Sean just said?
Yeah. I'll answer.
Fucker. He can be really rude on times.
Yeah. Yeah, he just tests you, see how you react. You know, like Murphy.
Murphy's job.
Dave's back on the YouTube tax.
I'll come and chat to him now.
He's ignoring. He's not messaging me now in that little group that I added you in. Never mind.
Right, hang on.
I think when he messages him till he says something sensible. Oh, he'll answer you now. You said you get genital warts. Didn't answer me. Watch this. I'll get a reaction from him. Don't mean this, by the way. I'm just saying it. Get a reaction for him.
Hey?
I'm just saying this to Dave. He never even mentioned anything about my dog when I told him to deny infection. Tons from him.
Do you know what, right? I think our accents sound fucking great together.
Aye. How come if we can't understand us?
Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em all. We sound brilliant.
Yep. Who cares if we can't understand us?
Eh?
Who cares if we can't understand us?
My dog is blind. I suppose your ex-wife. I tell you what, right, I was telling you about Ian Richards one night. Ian Richards, right, he is the most boringest man in Blackwood. He's the most... Did you see me on live? On live yesterday when I was tapping him on the shoulder, asking him to move out the way so I could sit down.
No, I missed that. Never saw that. Is that Mr. Boring?
Yeah, I was on live. Petra's seen it. I was right behind him and I said, Ian, can you move sit down? Right? And he just carried on, blah, 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 chitter-chattering away. And I said, Ian, can you move, please? And he carried on talking. So I tapped him on the shoulder. He didn't even flinch to that, right? So I tapped him a bit harder. Move.
He should have twisted his ear.
I wish I'd have grabbed off the trunk of his ear and pulled it.
Who's... Oh, it's the Mandel down. Well, it's like another dead night. It's past midnight.
What's the time?
12. 9 minutes past.
My dog is blind. He brought up my thoughts. that for Uka?
See, he's on YouTube. Anybody there? Nope, he's gone. YouTube as well.
What? He's survival.
I thought he was looking on YouTube, but I think he's gone. Oh dear. Right. We shut down that three-way because they ain't responding there either, Shan.
Okay. Shut it down.
Yeah. Got too many of these little message things up when we call them. I like just to have, about 4 or 5 up. I've got Amando's, the hamster stream, message thing open to Amando, one to you, one to Rose. And if you add any more, they drop down into the next page,
Yeah. Oh, Johnny Depp show.
Makes you wonder if we've all went to Kayla's.
You can go to Taylor's if you want.
No thanks. I'd probably go to sleep. Yeah, Rose is on the
Rather go down Weatherspoons and spend the next 20 minutes, probably 19 minutes before the pub closes, sat with the Richards, the most boring man in my town.
Rose is on YouTube.
I know, I've just seen her.
And woof woof. Where's Michael Caine film on?
Oh shit! I put four instead of high.
Who?
Look,
Who said hi?
I didn't say hi, I said ho ho. Instead of saying hi.
Oh. And that Michael Caine film's on that
Yeah.
Harry Brown.
Yeah. Might
Harry
watch.
Brown.
I might watch. Oh, hang on.
Tiger House. Ooh, Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow, it's been on. That's the one with Johnny Depp. Have you seen?
Stir of Echoes. That's Kevin Bacon. Have you seen that film?
Sleepy Hollow's on it. I think I've seen that one.
Born on the 4th of July. 32. 32. 32.
Channel 4. More. Channel 5.
I'm driving.
What's Channel 4 plus 1? I need to make up a favourites list.
Punch.
Are they Pancho Pete's, are they?
Poncho Pete, right? Keep watching. As I'm drowning in the sea of love.
Started Channel 4 plus 1. I'm going to watch that.
Sleepy all over before. It's a good film.
Yeah, it's too quiet in here.
Global News
You're getting early.
309. Jen.
Yeah. We're going to go watch it, Shan. See if they're in. See if they're on Poncho Pete's or. Well, maybe on Kayla's. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to go on Poncho Pete.
Yeah. We'll catch you later.
Okay, bye.
Night. Take care.
Hello.
Hello, 7DL. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Yourself?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Where are you from?
I'm in the United States, a state named Texas.
Ah, yes, I know Texas. You know, everyone knows. I've got a question. Um, as an Iranian, I am an Iranian, and as you know, President Trump has banned us kind of from US, and they will not give us visa. They will not let us into United States borders. What do you think about it?
Okay, it okay. Basically, it's a very, very bad thing. Okay,
Yes.
what he did, it's just to stir things up. Is he banned travel from? I think it was 7 countries. None of those countries, not one of them, had well, you recall the 9/11 incident here in America, yes?
Yes, yes.
Not one of those countries supplied or had a person from that country in the 9/11 attack. If he was sincere, he is not sincere. He is not sincere at all.
No, no. The thing that I see as a foreigner to your lands, is that well, you had someone great like George Washington, you had someone great like great presidents like Abraham Lincoln, and then these days, like we see that well, where is America going? Where is the first power of the world? Where is the most powerful country in the world is going? See, that's the thing. President Trump has generalized all these countries, including Iran, that generalized the people that we are terrorists. But are we all terrorists? In Iran, I can guarantee that there's no terrorism. There is absolutely no terrorism. And our people and our government, they're completely different. And what President Trump did to my people is like insane, isn't it? I mean the logic, I mean the mentality here, the
Yes,
mentality here.
no, it's a trick. He
Yeah,
is
of course.
he is misleading things by the word is fomenting. He's making things bigger than they are to basically get him more attention and more power.
Yes.
He is basically a tyrant, a
And well
bad.
then the lives that are affected by this decision and the consequences, is
Yes,
it worth it? Is it worth it that a man, just a man, a simple man, a human being, because of his ego, because of his like the thirst of power and attention, want to ruin the other people's life? Isn't it insane? I pretty think that it's insane. I don't care. I don't care. Like you see, I was in America. My uncle was studying at Harvard Medical School in Boston, and like I had a great time there back then with Americans. Like you are pretty cool people, and today I have nothing to say about what President Trump did. It seems so ridiculous to me.
yes, but see, but what the President Trump represents is the part of our culture that is
Yes.
filled with hate. Okay, that's what got him elected. The people that hate were basically waiting. They were waiting for a champion, a figurehead, someone to represent their wretched perceptions. Okay, they have malicious intentions. and they use it's called rhetoric, the words, the lies, right? So they can justify their actions. He knew how to take advantage of people's fears to win the presidency, and he is open about it. Where before, in previous administrations, the racism, the misogyny, the hatred was all in the shadows. Now it's out in the open. There is a good thing about that, even though right now they see it as a bad thing. The good thing is that people from all over the world are seeing this horrible, horrible thing happen, and they are speaking up. You've noticed all the demonstrations in different parts of the world. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Okay, there is peaceful protest. What will really, really get more people uh, active to speak out against it is when his people, President Trump's people, start firing on the innocent. That is what I'm waiting for. It's building up. It's building up. And the peaceful protesters, they don't want to kill anyone. They just want everybody to be treated fairly. That's an ugly truth to the people that are on President Trump's side. I don't want anyone getting killed. I want everyone to live peaceably. Different religions, I want them to live peaceably and along with each other. But the president is taking advantage of the hatred that's been here in America for so long that he is now in that position to make his point for ultimate power.
Ultimate power.
Oh, yes. We already have the strongest, most expensive military in the world. We already have that. We have that. We've always had that. But he said, "Oh, the military is, it's weakened and everything." It was never weakened. They reduced it because there was so much of it, too much money. Things were being made and bought that weren't really necessary. But those people who are making the guns, the bullets, the
Okay,
airplanes,
okay. I got it. I've got a question. I've
they
got a
were
question.
fine. Yes, please.
Do you love Hitler?
Do I what?
Do you love Hitler, Adolf Hitler?
Do I like him?
Yeah.
Well, on the overall, no, I don't like Trump either. Basically, same kind of person.
Yeah. That's the thing that I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
That I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's exactly what he is. He's a modern day Hitler.
He
Yes.
is.
If you want to put it that way, yes. He's a modern day Stalin. Pol Pot.
Yeah.
He's a modern man of hate. That's all that is. That's all it is. He's a modern man of hate. That's it. He's just another man that's hate. That's it. I voted for him. People argue with me. Well, why did you vote for him if you insult him so much? I'm not insulting him. I'm telling the realities of it all. It's to say, I buy a new car. And with a new car here in America, there's a thing called a warranty, where if anything happens, well, the automaker fixes it. It's a warranty.
Yes. Yes.
So the idea is, I bought the car. I voted for him, so I can hold him accountable. What is my warranty? You say this, the law says that, now live up to it. If I did not vote for him, I would have no right to say anything. But I did vote for him, so I have the right to hold him accountable. I bought the car. I have a guarantee. So this is what I expect. And these people who side with Donald Trump, they want to side with the hate. I want to side with the warranty, the accountability, U.S. law.
Why? Because you feel insecure?
Oh no, I'm very secure. I'm confident. I'm confident. I call it Trump Reich. I make things up. Make Nazi
Yeah.
statement. He is German, by the way. He is German heritage. So it's like it's called to jape, Jape. I mock him. I make fun of it. I make
Yeah, I
fun of
know.
it,
I
and
understand.
I pointed out to people who support him. Right now, he's had a very bad first week, and it's going to be a very bad second week. He's giving out orders about, well, like I said, banning certain people, but it's actually he wants to ban a religion. That's what he wants to do. But certain people, he wants to ban them from coming in. Federal judges are saying no, that's against the law. And I want that to happen. I want people to speak up. The judges are saying no, that's against the law. And that's what I want the world to see. I want the world to see the shame that is this man and his attitude and the people that support him. And I have that right here in America. You'll see it in the text chat. They call me crazy, stupid, like all sorts of names. But they're the cowards. They're the real cowards. I'm not afraid. I call Congress, our elected officials. Yes. 202-224-3121. I call them once a week. They know who I am. They know where I live, but I make no threats. So under law, they cannot touch me. And they know I understand the law. I'm not afraid. Oh, I'm not afraid at all. Like I said, they're the cowards if they want to insult me. Because if they said, hey, you have that right to say it, I disagree. And I would say, why? Well, because Trump is a good man. I would say, why? Well, because he wants to stop, immigration. Why? Well, because they shouldn't be here. I say, why? Well, because they're not supposed to be here. I said, that's right. Then why doesn't Congress pass a law saying we're going to arrest, prosecute, and imprison the people that hire the illegal aliens? If no one hired them, they would all have to go home. But the people that hire those illegal aliens are the people putting money in the pockets of the members in the brothel of fools. That's Congress, our legislature. I call them the brothel of fools. But these people here, and you can see it. When I start saying things, they get mad at me. He's Ronan Kanushi is sick. He's crazy. He's all sorts of bad names, right? Those are the cowards. Though that's where you see it. If they were really men, real men of honor, patriotism, they would say our laws say this, and you are right. But they won't say that because they're scared. Those are the men that are scared.
Don't you think that it will? I'm hearing my echo.
What's that?
I hear my echo. Yeah, no, it's gone. It's gone.
Oh, do you have your? Wait a minute. Maybe it's me. Do you have your YouTube page off of mute?
I'm not on YouTube. I'm just on my iPhone. So
Oh, okay.
it's just the Hangouts.
Okay. Well, that could be it. No, I don't hear you echo. So it's
Yeah,
on.
okay.
It's on your device that is probably echoing.
Okay, got it.
I don't know
Now it's
that.
gone.
Yes, I don't know that much about it,
Yeah,
but
it's gone.
what I little have figured out is that if you're on YouTube, yes, you would have to mute your YouTube page, but I'm not familiar with the device that you're using.
No, I'm not on YouTube page. So
Yes. Okay, so you cannot see the text chat on the YouTube page here.
no, I just see the side chat and on Hangouts.
Oh, and on in the Hangout. No, if you could see the YouTube chat, they're calling me a fool. They're calling me an idiot. They're calling me non-American. But see, those are the cowards. Those are the cowards that do not know our laws or respect our nation of laws. And they have the right to say what they say. But I have the right to call them out for being cowards.
Is it the war that we are living in?
The what, please?
Is like this the thing that we are living in? Okay, I don't want to call it anything, so I call it the thing. The thing that we are living in, our whole cultural world, our whole like this diverse, like I don't know how to even describe it. It's so complicated concept for me, but Look, the thing that I'm trying to imply here is that what's the difference between these days and like maybe 1,000 years ago?
Oh, okay. This is me. It has been no different at any point in history in mankind. We're just talking mankind, but it's more than that. But it's been no different at all. Okay, it's always been the days. It's always been the days.
You see no difference.
It
No
is no
difference.
different in history. If you look at enough history, you will realize. Well, the fancy word I use is congruent reality. It's always been the same thing, always the same thing, always that struggle. Because in evolutionary biology, there are two pressures: the pressure to survive and the pressure to reproduce. That is it. So fundamentally, that's all of it right there. And above and over that is whatever social construct, culture that we have. We have modern culture. It's no different from ancient culture. If you study any history, you will realize it's been the same thing, except for the amount of technology and communication. That's all.
What about knowledge and science?
About the what?
About knowledge and science.
Well, we have more knowledge. We have more knowledge now. We have more communication. We have the internet now. The problem is that they're trying to slow down the communication, like the internet. They're trying. This administration is trying to slow it down so people do not have access, quicker access to communicate with each other. If they can keep people separated, isolated, right? They have more control. They have more power. That's why they're trying to slow down the internet. That's why they're trying to lie about everything. If you keep everyone confused and separated and scared, you have control over them. It's part of propaganda. It's always been there. It'll always be there. But see, nowadays, because we could communicate, see, I don't know where you are exactly. You don't, well, you know basically where I am. But everybody else here is the same thing. But we can communicate and share these ideas. That is what they do not like. That's the difference in modern times. We can communicate clear across the world, anywhere, in multiple languages and other chat rooms. They speak whatever language they speak, yes.
Yes,
But
yes,
they understand what's going on.
Yeah, you made some good points here. I see them.
Well, go ahead, please.
No, I just got my answer, kind of.
Ah,
I just wanted to know how do you think about it?
oh yes. Well, yes. Well, see, I know what I'm talking about. I can prove what I'm talking about. I'm not speaking from anger. I'm not speaking from ignorance. I'm not trying to control what you think or say or do. I'm making a point that you can verify independent of what I just said. There's not too many people will do that. Hardcore Trump supporters will not do that. They won't be that patient to give you the information. They'll just say, well, you just believe me. I'm not saying believe me. I'm saying, please independently verify what I'm saying to you. Please. Please. And many of them, not you, many of them will say, well, I'm going to go look at that. But they won't come back and say, you were right. I changed my mind. They won't say that. Those are the cowards. Those are the people that insult instead of say, well, you have a point. Under law, yes, the president is doing this wrong. They won't say that. And that's how you know the difference. I don't know if you're trying to be friendly with me or trying to figure me out, but see, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. I know what the reality is. I can say it. And you can, like I said, we've just met, so I'm not attacking you really, but there have been other people that have approached me in similar ways, right? Trying to find out where I'm making a mistake or where I'm trying to lie or trick people. No, I'm giving you information so you decide for yourself. And if you already have that mindset that I'm wrong, right, and you're just trying to play games with me, mind games, it doesn't matter.
No. Understood.
I'm not
Understood.
saying you are. I'm not saying you are. Excuse me. Excuse me. 7DL. There are people listening to us. Okay. So
Yeah. Okay.
in America, it's called a sounding board, and I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can take advantage of this. And like I said, these cowards, they're cowards in the chat calling me bad names. Those are the people that lie. Those are the people that are on the side of the hate. That those people that hate, like old Corn Silk. That's what I call a nickname I gave him, Corn Silk, because of his hair. Oh, but see, that's just it. I don't use anger. I jape. And everyone knows it, but they won't admit it because they are scared to stand on their own, which we have a right to do here in America. I have a right to say what I'm sharing with you. I have that right, but they want to take that from me, the cowards that they are. Oh, yeah, I'm calling them out. I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to them. And you know what? They know it. That's the fun part for me. They know it. And they're going to come in and say, well, you're a liar. You're wrong. They say, call me bad names. And then they say, I win. Okay, you win. You're right. I'm happy, but you're right. That's fine. Prove me wrong. They can't. They can't do that. They can't do it at all.
The thing that I figured out is that we're kind of like sheeps for this shepherds who are controlling us, and we're supposed to be loyal to them, and they're not that different.
Oh yes,
they're not that different from us. You see, the thing that I'm implying here is that why can't the world why can't they be just friendly to each other? Why can't they just treat themselves, treat the other people well? Why can't they? Well, what's the problem? And I see the problem. The problem is that our shepherds are different, and we're being stupid, being loyal to the shepherds that are driving us to some kind of madness. And they're gonna keep us. They're gonna keep us this way, so we don't figure out what the truth is. We don't figure out what the reality is, so they can put money in their pockets and they can take advantage of us.
Well, yes, that's exactly the way it's been throughout history. But see, that's a pattern, cultural traditions that have been developed over time. But like I say, these are new times, so to speak. We are more aware, and there's people out there that are speaking up. I'm not the only voice out there. There's plenty of voices out there. I just happen to be another voice. That's it. That's it. I'm not better than people. I'm not trying to lead people. I'm trying to empower individuals.
I see.
Excuse me, you said you were originally from Iran?
Yes.
Okay, so you obviously you do remember your language of origin, yes?
Yeah, of course I speak fluently Persian.
Okay, it's in America we say time out, or this is an aside. This is something else I want to ask you about. I want okay, what do you call the language in Iran? What's it called?
Persian, Farsi.
So if I say okay, Persian. Okay. I have this hobby. It's a lifelong hobby.
Mm-hmm.
What I do, I'm writing while I talk to you, and I'm not very good at doing those things. What I do with people from different countries.
Yeah. You told me earlier about it. Some certain words.
Yeah, in Persian, could you tell me how to say these three words in your native language? Hello, thank you, and goodbye. How do you say hello?
Salam, durud.
Okay. Salam?
Yeah. It's actually Arabic word. The old Persians say like this kind of patriots and nationalists say durud, but salam is the most common.
Salam, dalud, you said?
No, salam. Just write the salam.
Oh, just salam. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you say thank you?
Mamnoon.
Mahmoud?
No. متشكرم. Write this word.
It's hard for me to write that in English.
It's we usually use this French word, merci. Merci.
Oh, merci. Okay.
Yeah,
Merci.
use that word a lot.
Okay. How do you say goodbye in Persian?
خداحافظ.
Hoda Hafiz. Hoda Hafiz.
Yes. Yeah.
Hoda.
Not Hoda. Khoda. Kh.
Huda.
Yeah.
Huda Hafiz.
Yeah. It means that if you kind of be more literal in this matter, it will mean like God bless you, God keep you safe. The meaning of this word, Khudafiz.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, the last person I spoke to was a Romanian gentleman. I don't remember how he said it, but I have it written down here somewhere. And I got that information. It's just a hobby that I've had for decades.
And my parents, their native language is Turkish, Azerbaijanian. So if you want, I can help it with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Help you with it.
Yes. Hold on. I got to get another piece of paper. I take a lot of notes. Okay, you said the language was Turkish?
Azerbaijanian language.
Azerbaijan, okay.
Yeah. It's kind of Turkish. They're not that different. Just the accent is a little bit different. The usage of the words is different, but the structure, the grammar, the words' meaning are the same with Turkish.
Oh, okay. So the mechanics of your grammar is different, but the words are the same. Basically.
No. The mechanics is the same too, but it's just the difference in the accent.
Okay,
just that.
different accents. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you say hello?
You say salam.
Salam?
Yeah.
And thank you?
Teşekkür ederim.
Whoa, teşekkür ederim.
No. Teşekkür ederim.
Could you pronounce it a little slower?
Let me see if I can find some words with like a easier pronunciation.
Yes, because the punctuation is different, and
Yeah.
It's and I
understand.
I want to do it phonetically, like how it sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, I'm not familiar with how they write out letters.
And they're like phrases, not words. Like thank you is something like that. So no other thing. They would be more complicated. Yeah, that's the thing. Teşekkür ederim. Teşekkür ederim.
Teşekkür ederim.
Teşekkür ederim.
Teşekkür ederim.
No. Teşekkür ederim. Ederim.
Teşekkür ederim.
Ederim. It's okay.
Teşekkür ederim. It's going to be a little more difficult for me than I thought. Okay, how do you say good? Well, yes, I'm not familiar. How do you say goodbye or farewell?
It will be sağ ol.
Tahol.
No, sağ ol.
Pap ol.
Sağ ol.
Sap ol.
Sağ ol.
Sabol.
Yeah, that will work.
I'll have to do some research on that and try to get it from the phonetics out. I'll do the Google thing. It works pretty well most of the time, unless it's a
No,
remote.
actually, it's like kind of different. The usage of the words are different in different regions. Like in in Azerbaijan, they usually say "Sogol," but in the Iran's Azerbaijan, like the Azerbaijani provinces, uh, like they usually say like "Göreceğim bilen," something like that, and like different words. And it's completely different in Turkey. The usage of the words, see, it's kind of a culture how to
Ah,
use these words. Yeah.
how many languages do you speak? I'm not saying like you're like a here it's called a polyglot, multiple languages. But how many languages do you understand?
Well, Persian, Azerbaijani and Turkish, Russian, and English.
6 languages.
I don't count now. Persian,
Persian,
Azerbaijani,
Azerbaijani.
English, and Russian. 4 languages.
Oh, okay. I barely understand my own language myself. It's amazing. No, well, here I live in Texas. I was raised in Texas, yes, and so I understand a little bit of Spanish, and I know some French words, some German words. A couple of Russian words. It's like I said, I've always been fascinated by it, but I've never had the time to study it because I was a businessman and I'm just too I was too busy with the family, work, and things like that. But I've always been curious, about those things. Yes.
Yeah, well, understanding the languages, it's totally different. Like if you want to translate like word by word what it does mean in another language, it will seem ridiculous. Seriously, it will seem ridiculous. But you have to like live with the people and understand the concepts, understand what they are implying, and then you
Right.
can get
Right.
you can get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Like here, like in Belarus that I am, like they want to call someone like a female, they will say devushka. It means kind of like this, hey girl or hey lady, madam. It seems like this. But well, in Iran, if you say that like the exact word in Persian to a girl in Iran, it will seem so ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, like you
Right.
cannot go to Iran and call that hey دختر. Hey دختر means hey girl. They don't do it in Iran. It's totally different.
It's totally different. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's like I know a little bit of Spanish, and there's this word that they have in Spanish called menudo. In one part of the Latin culture, it is a food. In another part, the word means small change. It's just that it's the same word, spelled the same,
Yeah.
pronounced the same, but if in two parts of the Latin culture, it just the word means two different things. Or like
Yeah.
we have we not we the culture has this other word named it's salsa, salsa. You enter a room and you yell salsa. Half the room talks about a food condiment, like and the other half of the room starts dancing.
Yeah, I thought that salsa was kind of a dance.
Salsa is a dance, but salsa also means, yeah. Well, it's a very good condiment. It's basically made of tomatoes, onions, a spicy pepper, and
Oh.
maybe garlic, and they kind of cook it up. Yes, and
Mhm.
well, it's like it's called, well, here in America they have a like think a famous brand is pace picante sauce. It's a tomato base, right?
Mhm.
And that's basically salsa, right? In Spanish, it's a salsa. But like I said, you enter a room, you yell salsa, half the room is eating, the other half of the room is dancing. I mean, it's like interesting that way.
Spanish.
Okay, my apologies. Like I said, that was an aside. I just got curious because you spoke different languages. And no, please, let's get back to the political discussion. If you have any more questions, or I'd be more than happy to address them, please.
No, it's like seems pretty clear to me. But it's kind of stupid to think that it's clear
Well,
because
to
it
me,
actually isn't. But
well, to okay,
no, no,
uh,
to me, not to you.
well, yes. I mean, well, to me, it's quite clear that, well, based on just chatting with you this short amount of time, I sense that you're a reasonable person. You're trying to, live a happy life. Be, makes good things of what you do and say. But like I said, here in America, we have that political face, which lies,
Hmm.
and then we have the real face, which has the right to protest. But those people that protest are
Yeah,
trying to
yeah, yeah.
silence.
I see. I see the contradiction here because the most of the most of the people that I saw that they like and they're Americans, like some friends and things. When it comes to like the political issues, it's total contradiction. If you think like that, if you believe in the thing that you're doing, as you call it, politics, well, then what are you? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this as an individual? And it seems pretty great. And I just noticed and I just attentively understand that the thing that people do matters, not what they talk about, not what they think that they're doing, but the thing that they do. That's the thing that matters. The
Right,
actions,
right,
the actions,
right,
not what people say.
right, right. Well, to me, well, I made up this line some time ago. It is not about what you are and think. It is about what you say and do. It's like it's some people they say something, and other people listening, no, that's not true. And then you see their actions, and well, there you have it. You have evidence.
Yeah,
You have
yeah,
evidence.
yeah.
Because there's a lot of people say, well, that person's from another country and they don't know anything. And then, well, okay, but then
Yeah, it's completely evident to me.
yeah, and we have evidence, but it's like, well, like if you could see the chat here, they're all mad. Well, many of them, the men, they're very weak-minded men. They're angry at me, and I'm saying, well, that's the attitude that is the problem in America. Because if they were really patriots and respected our laws, they would just say, well, I disagree. And then I could ask, why? Why do you disagree? Give me a good reason to change my mind. And they won't do that. All they want to do is call me names, say I'm not an American, say I'm unpatriotic. But they're the ones at fault, and they will not admit it, even though they're given the evidence.
The thing that matters to me is like nothing about politics or something like that, because as you see, my parents and my family are um, Azerbaijani language speakers, and like the native languages are Azerbaijani, and they're put in this group of people who are Azerbaijani, and they live in Iran. There are 3 provinces that are like this, and I speak English. I speak Russian a little bit. So, and I have been with these people from different countries, and I'm pretty good friends with them, and I don't see any point to be like some kind of a lunatic and say that this is right, Iran is right. No, America is completely wrong. Americans are evil, or Iranians are evil, or Turkish people are evil. Turkish people are like this. Americans are like this. Iranians are like this. Actually, I don't care about this stuff, because when you just open your eyes, when you just get enough of information to comprehend such matter, you will understand that it's completely empty. These people kind of do this because I think they have nothing to do. They have no goal in their lives. They have found nothing in their lives to rely on. They have no light in their lives, so they do this. And it seems pretty silly and foolish to me. I don't think that's right. The thing that matters truly is what we are doing, and how are we communicating to other people. Are we friendly? Aren't we? Are we nice people? I care about this stuff when it comes to communicating to people. But the thing that I mostly think about is nature, is science. So that's the only thing that matters to me. I don't care if Donald Trump want to kill an Iranian there. I don't care if an Iranian is going to be a terrorist in America. It just seems like so empty to me. Just, I don't see the point. Why? So bad things happen to you, and you want to make other people's life miserable. It's just.
Well, yes, but see, like I said, President Trump is playing on the fears that the cowards hold. That's what it is. He is playing off the fears that the cowards
Yeah,
hold.
I'm talking about the same people, but I do not call them cowards. I don't say that they aren't, but I don't want to just call them that word.
Oh, I don't call them bad words. I mean, that's
because
I mean, that's what it is.
who am I to
yes.
judge? Who am I to think that someone is good, someone is bad? Who am I to do such things?
Oh, no, I judge. I judge. I am rational about my judgments. Yes, that I do that. Yes, I judge. I judge character. I'm good at it. I'm very, very good at it. I'm not afraid to say it. It doesn't matter to me. If it's real, it's real. You can't change reality, but they can deny it. That's true. But I judge.
No, I just don't see any point of doing that. Why would you do that?
Why?
It gives you some kind of pleasure or something.
Oh no, it gives me pleasure to call out the shortcomings in our culture, because that way we can look at it and say, this is wrong. We don't want any part of it. I'm only one person, 7DL. There are people protesting. You saw the protest. I think you saw the protests. My apologies. I should not assume that, but I think you saw the protest on the Saturday after the president-elect took the oath of office and became president. The Saturday after, there was worldwide protest. That is basically calling it out. That is judging character. I'm putting it into words. But those people, that Saturday after he took that oath of office, were protesting. That's calling it out. I'm just putting it into words because we're having conversation. But those people are right now putting it into actions.
Hey, Mr. Roden Kanushi, can I interrupt for a minute?
Oh, please, shotgun. How you doing, shotgun rider?
All right, I'm fine. Listen, you and I have known each other for a while now, and we always seem to get along, right?
Yes.
But lately, I'm listening to your diatribe, and I sense that if somebody doesn't agree with you, you're calling them out as cowards. Who exactly are you referring to?
Oh, the people that deny the facts.
Well, that's very subjective.
No, that's objective. The law.
No, it isn't.
The law says one thing. The law says one thing. That's objective. And if people don't follow the law, I call that out. That's being objective.
But it's a dynamic situation. The law can change.
The law can change, but it cannot be assumed without legislation.
Okay, fine. That's not my point, really. I mean, we agree on that, but I mean, you are getting very obstinate about people who don't agree with you, and I just don't understand that.
Well, I do understand if they call me names subjectively. They attack my persona and do not address the foundation of our laws. I can call that out. I
agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay. Now I think you're understanding my point. It's like
to a certain extent.
It's like General Mattis. Just like General Mattis. General Mattis swore. I saw that ceremony. Old Bulldog got in there. I like it. I'm proud of that. I'm very proud of that. But he swore to uphold what? The Constitution.
I'm not talking about politics tonight right now. I'm talking about how you're portraying your points.
Oh yes, because they portray their points in derogatory terms towards me, and I have the right to defend myself. Oh, you're not watching the chat where Ronan and who is it, Ray of Sunshine, and these other Alpha Wolf. They want my IP address. They call me quote what is it, fool, motherfucker, all these other little things here, and I just call them one word: cowards, because they want to attack me and not address the laws of our land, the laws, shotgun rider, the laws that I raised my hand to defend the Constitution, as you did too. Yep. And if they want to jump and attack me, the person, I have the right to defend myself. If it's me,
yes, you do.
Okay. Now you're getting upset with me because I'm making a point in reality based on our laws.
Do I sound upset?
Well, yes, no. You're trying to hold your tongue. You're trying to hold your tongue because you're aggravated. You're not realizing what you got caught up in. The fact that if I'm calling them out and you're very proud of this nation, remember, it's the nation, not the political party.
You missed my point there, Ronan.
Okay, what's your point? Let's back it up. I'll back it up.
I'm not, Ronan, you're missing my point. I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about how you're portraying yourself lately, and it sounds very angry.
Oh yes, I'm having fun. What is it? Fight fire with fire? Oh yes, I'm using
it. Okay, fine.
It's a tool, shotgun rider. It's a tool. I'm using it as a tool. Yes, you're right. I'm portraying it differently. That's right. I'm taking advantage of the situation and calling them out. And then they're going to say, why are you doing that? Well, because I'm acting like you. How does it feel?
All right. So you're taking the pendulum to the other side. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. War strategies. That's the war strategy. That's it. Basically, that's all it is. That's all I'm doing.
But I just think that you could make your point. You're sounding like LaSurge lately. You could make your point in more subtle areas.
Oh yes. But obviously you're rather busy. But I've talked to these other gentlemen before, and they're not willing to listen. I've been polite, courteous, very creative, friendly, even, right? But they do not want to accept it when I explain it to them in a very rational, calm manner. This is our laws. And then they get mad and then they say, I win. Now it's like they're all coming in because I'm making a point, and then they start up, and that's when I start calling them cowards. I'm having fun. I'm japing them. That's the point.
Okay. Okay, now I understand. I just think that sometimes you get more with honey than you do with vinegar.
Well, yes, I'm pretty sure of that, but they don't like the taste of honey. They want, no, they enjoy the acrimony. They enjoy that.
Okay,
You got it.
that's what I thought.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
wanted to make sure.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I'm playing it off best I can imagine, Shotgun Rider. It's not like, put it this way, they're the ones threatening to kill me. I've never threatened to kill them.
Nobody's threatened to kill anybody. Come on, he's back.
Oh no.
Wait,
Well, some of them want to beat me up, and they're calling me an old German fool, which implies I'm a Nazi.
no.
Backing it up here, hold on, I can find the good ones. Fuck Ronan K. Here we go. I never said that. I never said that to anyone.
No, but then again, that doesn't mean that they're going to beat you up. Get a
No,
thick
that's what
skin.
they say they want to do. Remember, it's not about what you are and think. It is about what you say and do. Ronan Kanushi said that. That's the difference. That's the difference.
I just want to make sure that you're not calling everybody out as cowards.
Well, look. I can see that you like some of those people. I can see that. I understand.
I do.
I can see.
I enjoy the
I can
diversity.
see that. But listen here, Marine. They didn't live the life you lived. They don't understand. They don't understand putting their life on the line for our nation and what it's built on, which is that Constitution. They're just angry because I'm making a point, stating facts, and they are upset about it because they bought that new car and the warranty came with it. And I bought that same car. I voted for Trump, but the warranty came with it, which means I can hold that.
So, Ronan, let me ask you a quick question.
Please.
Do you have remorse voting for Trump?
Do I what?
Buyer's remorse.
Oh, no. I wanted to buy the car so I can call out the company. Do you understand? If I didn't vote for President Trump, right? If I didn't vote for, I have no right to say anything. But I bought the car also, and the warranty says it's held accountable. Our warranty is the Constitution of the United States of America, and I can hold them accountable. I can hold them accountable to that. That's it. That's what I like I said, I swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States of America. Yes, I did. Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
Let me ask you another question then.
Yes.
If you voted for Hillary Clinton, would you still be this angry?
Oh, even more so. Wait a minute. Even when President Obama was in, I was calling Congress once a week. Do you understand that? I was still calling them once a week. I have the number memorized. I was still calling them once a week because of this era, this 4-year window right now, right, happens to be, the Trump era, for example. He's a lightning rod. He's getting more attention to the issue. They weren't listening to me before. They weren't discussing it before. I was making points on the Young Turks. Obama's from Kenya. He's not an American. He wasn't born here. And I said, wait a minute. There are so many intelligence organizations in America. Do you not think they would have investigated the man? Do you not think they would have gone to every single point in his life and found out if he was an American or not? They would have reported it way ahead of all the people coming up with, he's from Kenya. but everybody wants to believe he, well, not everybody, but certain groups of people want to believe he's from Kenya, and they're just assuming something. Wait a minute. We have an intelligence service here, multiple intelligence agencies who do that background investigation. And I'll tell you what, they're geniuses, fine. They know exactly how to figure everything out. They've got it figured out, and they found nothing of the sorts that President Obama was born in Kenya. And they even reported, well, but no, the fluff, the propaganda is, he's Kenya, he's from Kenya, he's from Kenya. And myself, it's like, well, he can't be. And they asked me why, and I said, well, don't you think, our intelligence agencies would have investigated that?
So you don't think the intelligence agencies lie to you?
Okay, now if you're talking a public statement, yes, they have to lie to us. They have to cover those secrets. But if it comes down to a matter of an elected official, they're not going to be lying. They're not going to be lying. They're really impartial about that. But if we're talking international espionage, those things, the national defense, yeah, of course they're going to lie to us. They're supposed to lie. That's part of the war. That's part of committing the act of self-defense. We have to do that, yes. But I don't think they would have lied. Put it this way: with all the people who say that President Obama was born in Kenya, you imagine, I'm pretty sure you can imagine that a percentage of them in the U.S. government did not like the candidate Obama. So they would have looked double hard into the background, and they found nothing at all.
Have you ever looked at Sheriff Arpaio's in-depth research about how the birth certificate might have been, I repeat, might have been photocopied or photoshopped?
Well, it could have been, but like I said, there are so many, top intelligence agencies. One opinion is just one opinion, but if they have consensus on the other side, I'm just going to use the number, 10 other intelligence agencies say, okay, no, he's an American. And one person saying, oh, no, he's not. That one is outnumbered by the many, which means there's a consensus. And that one, it may be making it up. We don't know. But we know, not we, the intelligence agencies all agree, well, no, he's an American.
Well, listen, maybe I just became very jaded after the CIA and came out and said there's weapons of mass destruction, and including plutonium in Iraq under Saddam Hussein. And they got that so dead wrong that I now take everything they say with a grain of salt.
Well, yes, I can agree with that. But that was a precursor to just invading Iraq, where Saudi Arabia was really the problem, right? Because
of course, that's my point. That's my point, Ronan. Right. They fucking lie to you to make it sound like what they're doing is justified.
Right, but see, that was more or less the Bush administration and Dick Cheney trying to.
Well, you think it's going to be any different under anybody else? I mean, take a look at Rwanda and the Clintons.
Right. That's another problem. Yes, and they're not, like I said. I want Hillary Clinton in prison. I want her in prison. Yes, but it's not going to happen because they're all part of the machine, the political machine. Scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. I think you've heard that one.
Yes.
So they're part of the machine. I want Hillary in prison. Yes. Yeah. And
not getting off on too many tangents. All I'm saying to you is that when you espouse the Trump sort of rhetoric, recognize that this is something that's been going on for years.
Oh yes, but now it's so amplified. It is so amplified. It's like I said, you and I are having a conversation, but there's literally millions of people protesting, and the surprise is that there's millions of people from all over the world that are protesting. America is critical for world stability, not just not just because we're peacekeepers, not just that. On the financial aspects of things, and the socioeconomic things, it's like, I mean, America is crucial for world stability. Whether people believe it or not, we are critical in so many areas, in so many fields, that it's important for other countries to pay attention to what we do, and people are paying attention.
I know,
President. Yes.
And I sort of like that right now. I frankly like the fact that shit's getting me stirred up.
Well, yeah, and people are going out there protesting peacefully. They're protesting peacefully, and they're saying, "Well,
Yes,
we don't
they
like
have the right to do so.
Right, and I support that right. However, if you could see the chat over here, the people that you chatted with also, they're calling me names, and I'm saying, wait a minute, I have the right to say this, and you're calling me names. Why don't you address the law? Why don't you do that? But no, they'd rather attack me because I'm pointing out.
Why do you think they are calling you names?
Because they don't want to face the facts. They don't want to accept the laws. They don't want to respect everyone's rights under the law.
In their mind, they are.
Not if they're calling me names and not addressing the law or the situation.
Okay. Two fucking magnets. Positive magnets going after each other.
Well, yeah, and they've got the bigger magnet, and they're repelling me.
Well, I just came, Ronan. I just came on to tell you that sometimes you're a little abrasive in the fact in trying to make your point, and I think that if you were more understanding, some people would embrace your thoughts.
I put it this way: you're being reasonable. You are, but like I mentioned before, I was very polite, very reasonable, and all they did was talk over me and tell me I'm wrong.
Hey man, it's your life. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, brother.
Oh no, I'm not. I know you're not telling me that, but I understand what you're trying to be here. It's like a peacekeeper. You're trying to, okay, Ronan, you're getting a little aggressive there. Watch that, buddy. And I said, well, yes, shotgun rider, I understand that. However, it's getting to this point where I might as well start enjoying it more than I was before. Because before I'd be most reasonable.
So
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm telling you right now. I'm going to go back I'm going to go back to being that mild-mannered person, right? And in spite of it all, I can guarantee you, it's predictable that I'll be that mild-mannered person throughout, and you're going to be obviously witness to this when you have a time available, yes. And I'll still be doing it, and if it comes down to it, I'm gonna the code word is going to be wink, wink. That means I'm telling you, hey, do you see what this person is saying to me? In spite of the fact that I'm being polite, remember they have this right. Well, Armando Vargas has this recorded right now. Right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now.
Ronan,
right now.
Ronan, Ronan, I could appreciate that, but you have to differentiate between people trying to fucking trigger you.
Oh no, but that's fun. But like I said, okay, I'm going to put it on safety. I'm still locked and loaded. I got M1A match rifle, match grade. Okay, I can pick it off at a distance. I know how to shoot. But like I said, I'm still locked and loaded. That 308 is still in there. It's still in there.
All right, brother.
That 5.56 by 51 is still in there, but it's on safety. And I'm going to do that. Okay, I'll do that. I'm going to tell you right now, yes, I will do that. And we'll see what happens. But if I say wink, wink, and you're in the audience, so to speak, you'll know what I'm referring to. And I ask.
Okay.
All right. I ask that you look at what they're saying. You don't have to come in and tell me you were right. I don't want that. Well, I'm going to keep going and going.
All right.
Going until I get to the point where even you have to call them out. And I guarantee you.
All right. Fair enough.
Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay, it's on safety.
Yeah, fair enough.
Click. Okay. Okay, fine.
All right, brother. I just came in to make a point. I'm done.
Okay, got it. Hello, gentlemen. The facts are, the facts remain. You can deny them, but you cannot change them. The facts. Any facts out there, gentlemen? I'd love to address your statements with the facts. Please feel free. That's right, Buddy W. But I gave my word to Shotgun Rider. It's locked and loaded. That's right. And the safety is on. You're home free. I'll be polite, courteous, friendly. But I guarantee I will be cursed in spite of my mild, mild manner. Hey, Rajdan. Yep, you're right. But hey, I gave my word. I gave my word. Shotgun Rider. Hey, he can call me out. He can call me out. So I'm just going to be very polite, very courteous, and I mean, obviously the tempest will rage beyond the horizon, and it'll reach Shotgun Rider, and he'll have to admit it. But that's another story. Hey, Ray of Sunshine, come on in here. Yes, very mild mannered, calm, friendly. Ah, come on in, gentlemen. The weather's fine now. I got the safety on. Wink, wink. Hey, buddy, you'll have to look in the description and send Armando Vargas an email or Gmail, I guess. I'm not authorized to send links. Uh, hey, buddy W, your friend Ray of Sunshine is trying to get you in trouble. Look at him stirring the pot. Come on in, Ray of Sunshine. Let's see what you can do. You can test. You can test my safety. I can't be lying when I'm stating facts. I mean, I know I'm creative. Yes, I'm very creative. But if I'm stating facts under law, I just wonder why you haven't, one, read the Constitution, two, understand law, and three, disparage me instead of addressing the issue at hand. say, you know what? I've realized that it's far easier for me to respond to you all via mic versus trying to, type everything out. It's harder to keep up if I type. But just chatting with you all, you can hear me. That's most interesting. I think I'll take advantage of that right now. Because usually I'm chatting with other people versus trying to well, I don't try to prove you wrong. I actually establish the fact beforehand, and y'all just get mad and call me names, threaten me. Have I threatened any one of you? Not one. Not one of you have I threatened. But that's okay. It makes me look good. Like I said, Buddy W, I don't have the right or authority, should I say. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to go over to the, I'll send Armando Vargas an email. Yes, Alpha Wolf, I'm from Texas. I'm going to send Armando Vargas an email, and because apparently you don't know what a computer is or copy and paste, things like that. Even though I'm a complete neophyte to this computer thingy, you apparently lack the wherewithal to follow instructions, which I did say. The link is in the description box. You can email him yourself. Yes, I did. I did vote for him, Ronan. Look, I'm going to repeat this again. If I buy a new car, a warranty comes with it. It's like saying, the analogy is, I voted for Trump, and I can hold President Trump accountable under law. Okay, warranty equals law. Trump equals salesman. Vote equals the car. I don't know how much easier I can explain it for you, unless you're living in the days of horse and carriage, or do you just hunter-gatherer? I don't know. I'm not from New York. I'm not from New York at all. I don't know. Hey, Dab Daddy, these guys don't know how to copy and paste and send you a link, because they want to get mad at me, so they can't focus on the laws and the facts, quotes, fact, quotes, and questions. I mean, I got word salad like y'all got word salad, but y'all prefer dressing it up with excuses, stories, and lies. I like facts, quotes, and questions on mine. It's an in-house thing. I mean, Paul Newman doesn't have a thing on me in terms of dressing. It's facts, quotes, and questions, man. Far tastier, more fun to eat. Really, really, Ronan. I can back this. Look, you can't see me doing it, but I'm backing this way up, where Ray of Sunshine says he wants to beat me up. Let me see. Let me go all the way back. I'll start up and give you a little bedtime story. Okay, Ronan, you just way back there. You said I was quote full of shit. All right, here we go. Here we go. The facts keep coming. You can back it up too. Let's see. Love you, Mondo. Okay, Ray of Sunshine. Ronan K. All caps. Ronan K equals fucking fool and dumb shit. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Kanushi. Ronan, you say Kanushi equals old fool. Alpha Wolf. Ronan is new fool. And then Ray of Sunshine. Ronan equals fucking idiot. All caps. Ronan K equals not American. Get a rope. See, Ronan Sunshine, Ray of Sunshine is saying lynch me. Is saying lynch me. That's a fact. You can back it up yourself. It's called scrolling up. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Now then, you, Ronan, say yes, Ray. He's quote fucking illegal.
Yeah, I got it, Ronan. I got the link.
Okay. Yes, I understand, buddy. That's why I unmasked you. And I'm talking to the lads in chat who threaten me and deny it. And then Alpha Wolf, we don't need more ignorance. Well, we don't need no education. Boom, boom. And then Ronan, it says exactly, comma wolf. And then Ray of Sunshine says Ronan K equals non-American fool. Then Ronan, New York, says America first. Okay, let me see. Let me get. Then Dab Daddy says Ronan, don't corrupt 7D. LOL. Okay, hold on.
Anyway, I can't stay in real long. I just figured I'd pop in, man. I looked for the link and all that. So anyway, he came in and sent me the link there. But yeah, I know how to copy and paste and all that running. I just sat down, man. Been a hell of a day. So
Well, tell me about it. Tell me about it. We'll change subjects. Tell me about your day.
You don't really want to know, do you?
Of course. I mean, you got another 4 hours here. Fill it up.
Yeah, just family issues, kin people, brothers, sisters. You know, mother died the other day, so just dealing with all that shit.
Time out. I wanted to say my condolences. Everybody was busy chatting with you, but I didn't get my opportunity, should I say, to offer my condolences. Go ahead, please.
I appreciate that, man. It's just part of life, but it was a little more hardcore for my immediate family because of the way it happened. But anyway, that's what I've been dealing with today. Just, oh man, you know how family members are when this happens. Kids, blah blah blah. Just the same song and dance, different day, man. I'm just chilling out for a few minutes.
Yeah, you need to break from the routine because it does get it gets heavy. You know, it does get heavy. I mean, I've had family members pass away, so I'm not. I mean, I don't understand exactly what you perceive, but I understand the feeling. Yes.
Yeah, you know, it's you. So yeah, so you well, and then you know, there's the death, and there's this, and there's the trauma, and then everybody's grieving. You got kids. You have to be the rock to keep it all together, da 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 da. And then you're dealing with your other immediate family, your brothers, your sisters. Nobody's heard from anybody in years. Now all of a sudden they come around like hawks. You know what I'm saying? It's all of that shit.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, that's what that's been what my day's been like. I found something interesting and I had forgotten about it. So, you know, I've had to take care of my mother, mow her yard, da da da. Anything to do with anything, you know, we've been doing that for quite some time now, and no other family members. You don't even want to hear, man. I don't even know how personal I want to get with it. Other than I had two family members less than 1 mile away, which was my mother's children. I guess you could say my two sisters. You never heard a word out of them. You know what I mean? No call. How you doing, Mom? For the longest time now. They even go to the same church together, but they won't talk to her in church. Blah, blah, blah. Don't really know all the reasons why. Didn't ever get into it. Listen to my mother's side of it and say, don't worry about it. You know, they'll have to answer, you know, all that shit. Blah, blah, blah. But anyway, it was interesting. I had a little childhood experience just a little while ago. So I went over there to get the tires pumped up on one of my zero turn mowers, and actually thought I had that fixed here a few weeks ago. Anyway, I happened to look over against the wall, and I had forgotten she had told me to go out there many times and get all this stuff, and I was like, nah, you know, I didn't. In other words, I'm the type of person, I'm not going to write someone off before it happens. I'm not going to do it. I'm not taking items here, there, and everywhere and all that. I'm just not going to do it. And anyway, so I was over there, and lo and behold, man, when I was a kid, me and my father used to go arrowhead hunting all the time. And he has this phenomenal collection of arrowheads that you wouldn't believe. Tomahawks, you name it. And I happened to look over there up against the wall. So my father passed first. My mother just passed. And I don't know. It was just interesting. I looked over up against the wall, and there's a big rack over there, and it has all these boxes sitting on it, and then this glass display cabinet. And all of the, so after he retired, he took all of the arrowheads and, you know how they got a little string that runs around the arrowheads to hold them, in these nice display cabinets and all of this stuff. So he had been working all of that, and I just found that stuff. And so it took me back to my childhood. That's the moral of the story. And so I got to just look at, I hadn't seen it in years and years, and all of the arrowheads that we collected through the years. And so I brought some of it over here, and there's boxes and boxes of arrowheads, tomahawks, you name it. And I just brought some of it over here, but it was interesting to look through that. And then as I was looking through it, I was like, wow, I remember when we found that. I remember that was right after they turned the field after the rain out at my grandmother's. And it just takes you back, man. It's I don't even know what words to use, man. It just kind of takes you back, and you start remembering how sweet life was when you were a kid, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I've been doing today. All of the emotional stuff, I guess you could say, but it's it'll hang around for a little while until the funeral, and then the hawks will set in for all the real estate and all that. I'm staying out of it, but I got a few things that's tied into all of it. So, now comes the legal shit. So we'll see. But anyway, yeah, dealing with all that's wear you out, man. So I'm sitting down with a 0 bar and a cup of coffee. What are you doing, Ray?
Hey guys, not much. Just talking to Armando over there. Want to get that wrench taken away from Alpha Wolf. I think it's Simpson. I'm getting sick of the fucker. He needs to be timed out.
Oh, is that Simpson?
Yeah, pretty sure. He has no reason to have a wrench. The guy's a fucking loser and getting to me,
Yeah, I just popped in here and I kind of saw a little bit of it, but I don't know what's been going on.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I can handle the people saying anything. It's not that. It's just that, for the last few days, I've been thinking that too. Guy like that needs not to have a wrench. If you center on somebody all the time, I mean, I know I pick on Ronan all the time, but if you pick on, somebody all the time, it gets kind of old where you're thinking, well, this guy's got some kind of grudge. But anyway, I don't give a shit. But I just asked Armando.
Yeah, I don't know who. I don't really know. I don't know. Honestly, to be 100% sure, I'm not really sure who Alpha is. I just know he's been in here, and he just asked me if I was a girl, and I said, no, I'm a donkey. So I don't know who Alpha is, man. Usually Alpha's, without really knowing, it's kind of weird. Alpha's one of those characters that I really don't read a lot, as crazy as that sounds. So I really don't know much about Alpha.
Yeah, pretty sure it's the Gimp. The Gimp has a bunch of accounts, because he's just forced to, because he comes in with all the insults and shit. But on his Alpha account, he just mostly centers on people that like a woman that he likes on here, that sticks up for a woman or something that he likes on here. So he attacks those kind of people. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the whole game. It's pretty childish, I mean, if you can't get the woman back, then you go for the guys that stick up for that woman or something, or whatever his trip is. The guy don't bother me. He could stay, doesn't bother me. Fuck it. But I don't think he should have that wrench. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, then I could give him 300.
In other words, you kind of wish you wasn't there so you could pow, pow, pow.
Yeah, give him 300,
But
so,
anyway,
hey.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's it, man. I'm just sitting down and relaxing and trying to, I'll probably have to grab a log from the fire here in about, I'm just still, man, before, you know, whatever happens. Who knows? The sky might fall in a few minutes. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I had a good, I think you left. Are you still there, Ray?
Yeah, I'm here. I just was typing.
Yeah, last night when we were on the chat, you know, then the stream ended, man. I'll tell you what, man, Beck's an interesting guy. We got into a long conversation about the economy in his country, the economy here. I started getting amazed that their economy and the things that are going on over there are almost identical to over here, all the way down to, you know, all China products everywhere. All the companies have gone out of business, da 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 da. And we just talked about all of those things. And I was really getting amazed that, man, you know, I try to step back and look at all that. It's like it's this global agenda to do the same things to every country and just set everything up as this global agenda. And I guess it's the big people in, well, corrupt politicians selling out bills, giving all the filthy rich, what do you want to say, Rothschilds or whatever, and all of those people that are the most powerful people in the world. It just seems like it's not just, and you know, I'll even say when I was in Asia, I just got intrigued after talking to him for a while that the same things are happening over there. They don't even know what to tell their kids, you know, what occupation to get into because everything's gone to shit. And I said, I know what you mean, Beck. I said, you know, my daughter asked me, you know, what do you think, Dad? What do you think this? And so years ago, I told her, I said, hey, the best advice I can give you for the way the country's going and what's happening is get in the medical field and become an RN. And you'll be able to go to any state or any country you want and probably still have a decent job. Other than that, everything else is going to shit. I don't know what to tell you. And it was just interesting because he told his daughter the same damn thing. And so she's in the medical field. So, and as we talked, I realized that China had totally infiltrated their markets too. And, you know, not blaming China, but just kind of blaming, I guess, the individual governments for not, you know, having the fair world trade thing, which is supposed to be an even balance for every country to do trade where it's fair for all the countries. And it was just interesting, man. Subject after subject, I was like blown away that the same exact things, you know. And I'm like, wow. So it's not just America. And I know when I was in Asia, same thing. They are the shoe people of the world, you know. And years ago when I was a little boy, they used to be, you know, sell the United States a lot of sugar and sugar cane and all of that stuff. And, you know, I noticed while I was there, spent a lot of time over there, that China had infiltrated all of their markets to black market, meaning not just at the ports. In other words, selling, you know, infiltrating on top of the table and below the table at the same time, totally turning their industries inside out. Now, I'm not blaming them, so to speak. I'm just saying, has this been allowed to happen? You know, it's the corrupt politicians. It's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. It was just so intriguing to me to talk to Beck to find out that they're all dealing with the same exact issues, even over there. And I'm like, that is crazy shit. So wow. You know, anyway, that was interesting to talk to him about all the economic things going on. And he even, you know, same things, the guys that used to make $35 and $40 an hour doing these technical skilled labor jobs are now, you know, down to nothing, and all the wages have been driven down. Same thing. And I said, hey, Beck, I don't know about your country, but we came out of farming into manufacturing, and that's what built America. And it operated fine here for 40 years. Why can it not operate no more? I'm not going to lie to myself. It's not about the cheap labor. We've been sold out. And they made it impossible for them to operate here, so they had to go to the cheap labor in order to survive. So, you know, because that was the thing in the early 90s. Everybody was going, oh, these companies are leaving for the cheap labor over there. That's what they're doing. That's why they, but really, it was impossible for them to operate here. Because the Fair World Trade Act, everybody's supposed to be able to sell their products from country to country. And then with their currencies, it's supposed to be an equal playing field where everybody can, you know, import and export, long story short. And it just seems like there's been nothing equal for any countries except China's been getting it all. And now, of course, Mexico's getting a lot of it. So I don't really know. It's not only America that's been allowed to be devastated. It's looks like a lot of countries dealing with the same exact issues. I think that's why they're trying to get back to not isolation, but just independent, where they can operate again and try to cut some decent deals for their country. I don't know, man, but it was intriguing. It was really intriguing.
Sounds pretty cool. So, what that was, so yeah, talking to other people like Beck, yeah, it's funny how things are the same or very similar all around the world, you know. It's pretty strange. Just a lot going on.
That just lets you know. Well, it makes you start to believe there's a global agenda, which is what I always believed anyway. When I say global agenda, you know, these real rich and powerful people, they own the politicians, they own the media. If you follow the money, you'll see where it all ties together. And you know, it seems like in the last 20 years or 30 years, they've been really trying to capitalize on owning the media and projecting, you know, the narratives that they want projected, you know, to the people through the media. So not only the corrupt politicians and the lobbyists and the special interest groups and all the sellouts and unfair trade deals for all the countries, it seems. So there does seem to be evidence, as far as I'm concerned, of a global agenda. And you've heard them talking about it all through the years. I remember Bush Sr. mentioned, you know, something about global something, global this, global. So it's been going on a long time. And I really do believe that the rich and powerful are trying to control the world. I don't think it's about money to them anymore. I think it's about control. I think they want control of everything, you know. It's kind of like people believe the Federal Reserve really controls the government anyway and all that stuff. And there's all kinds of ins and outs to all of that stuff. But it's kind of scary to think that your government is really not running any damn thing.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I'm saying? There really is. Some people say the secret government, the dark government, or whatever. It does seem to be like, in other words, they're not worried about us as individuals as America started out, or Beck's country started out, or any of these countries started out, even the Philippines. Same fucking thing over there, man. That all of their industries has been devastated by the Chinese, by China. Same freaking thing. And I never heard any of the other countries in that mix. It was always China devastating the economy with their products and everything. So how has this been allowed to happen was my next question. Well, China can't do it unless it's allowed. So how is it allowed? It was just interesting. Anyway, I won't capitalize that on all night, but you know, late last night after the stream stopped, we kept talking. I think you left there, and me and Beck kept talking. Man, I just
I just got fucking tired, man. I just faded away, and I just remember clicking on.
So tired, I couldn't even hardly hold my eyes open, but my brain wouldn't relax. You know what I mean? And I just kept going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. But it's interesting, man. We're not faced with just these problems here. It looks like all the countries are faced with almost the same identical things. It's crazy. Yeah, it is funny to me. I can't remember, not that I'm never into it, you know, to search out for it. But I never hear any complaints from China. I find that strange. You might hear complaints from them now and complaints, but they were real quiet all these years while all this was going on. Mexico and China, they've been real quiet up till now. And so that, you know, who's behind it, the Rothschilds, all that shit, I don't even know. I just know that however it's happened, it seems to be happening to all the countries, but I haven't heard a lot of complaining in China. So, and when you look around you, you know, go to your local store, fuck, man, go try to find something made in America. You might be there about 6 hours or so trying to find a product made in the USA anymore. You know, it's kind of crazy. There's still a few things. I have a lawnmower that's all USA, all American worker, all parts made here, except for maybe just one or two little tiny things on it. So there are still industries here that try to operate under that, you know, philosophy. Probably hard for them to operate under all the high corporate taxes and all that stuff, though. So what'd you do today, man?
Oh, I just got up later, you know. The later you stay up, the later you get up.
That's right.
I'm getting a bunch of feedback.
I haven't changed anything from my end, Ray.
Yeah. Okay, well, sounds okay right now.
But yeah, I hate that when it goes bow, 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 and you go.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, man. Good description. Yeah, it's real annoying when you're trying to talk and you hear yourself, you know, 3 or 4 second delay after you say something.
Yeah, every syllable comes back and hits your eardrum while you're trying to say the next word.
But you know, I'm really, you know, Ronan's sitting there just all ready to jump in, man. He's just so fucking ready to jump in. He's just so ready. All I can say about Ronan, I'm going to make it short and sweet if the fucker doesn't interrupt me. I think he acts like a non-American. I'm ashamed that he calls himself an American. I honestly believe that he's non-American. I think now that he's possibly a German living in Germany. I think he's got the very evil thoughts about the United States of America, and I don't consider him an American. And that's all I had to say to Ronan. That's it. Mic out.
So, do you detect a German accent in my voice? Is that it?
Don't forget to say mic out when you talk to me, Demon.
Oh, and now you're calling me names? Wink, 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 wink. He just typed it before. He just typed it before I said it. He heard you. He's already on to you. Do you understand that? So I'm asking you a question. Do you detect a German accent in my voice? Mic out.
Thank you for saying mic out. If you talk to me on this live and you don't say mic out from now on, then I don't want to talk to you at all. So thank you very much. I appreciate that you said mic out. And I'm getting feedback now from one of you guys. So I detect a German accent in you. I look at your name and it seems German. Your thoughts on America are very anti-American. And out of all the people that I've heard say derogatory remarks about the United States on all the chats that I've ever been on in my life, I am very disappointed in you that you are a coward and you pretend like you're an American, and I don't think you are. Mic out.
Do you understand that I have the right to hold our government accountable? Mic out.
I think that you have the right, but it's not your government. I believe that you are a non-American. Mic out.
Excuse me. Maybe I should repeat this again. I said, do you think I have the right to hold our OUR government accountable? Mike out.
I don't consider you in that sentence of our because it's your. It's not our and it's not mine. It's your. Mike out.
Well, I disagree. I'm an American. Everybody wants to find my IP address, and I'm sure you computer whizzes can do that, and you can verify that I am indeed here in America. So how can you say that when I understand the U.S. law far better than you do now? I'm not saying you can't understand it. I'm saying you haven't studied it, and if you did respect our laws in America, you would understand that I do have that right versus you insulting me and to the point where I start having fun with you, calling you names, which I won't be doing anymore because I did agree with Shotgun Rider that I would go back to my original self, so to speak. But I was having fun. But if you do not understand our laws and disrespect another person by calling the person names, obviously I have more in foundation as an American than your understanding of our laws. Is that correct, Mike out?
I have never heard someone online chat. I'm just talking online chat. I'm not talking you meet somebody in the store or you go out somewhere and you meet someone somewhere else. I'm not talking that. I'm talking online. I have never heard anyone, except for you, put down America so much. And in my honest opinion, even if you were live here, in my opinion, you are a non-American. Mike out.
Well, I think you misunderstand what I'm saying when I'm stating that the law is our foundation, and I agree with the law as our foundation, and it's my right to hold our government accountable. And in our government now, we have an administration that is leading our nation in the wrong direction based on the laws that have been established. You do not understand that, I realize. And that's where your confusion lies. Could you try to reconcile that contradiction, please? Mike out.
Well, we already know how you are. You're not going to change. Everyone knows how you are and the things you say. And I take a lot of the things you say as non-American. If you are a real American, what you want to do is say positive thoughts about America. You have no positive thoughts to say whatsoever. And as far as Trump is concerned, the day after he was inaugurated on Friday, the day after, Saturday, you're on the chat room saying that Trump hasn't done anything and he hasn't started on the wall, etc., etc. And to me, that shows your ignorance. What you're trying to do is put down America, and you're doing a very good job of it. You are doing a really good job of putting down America and putting down Americans. If you aren't happy here in America, get the fuck out. Mike out.
Excuse me again. You begin with ad hominem attacks. That was not my question. The question is, how do you reconcile the laws of this nation with what the administration is doing that is against the laws? Please, again, at the end of the statement, I'm going to repeat this. You start with ad hominem attacks, which means you attack me, the person. I would like you to, I'd ask you to Address the question, which is, how do you reconcile the laws of this nation with the corrupt behavior of the president-elect? Mike out.
Why would you say that it's a corrupt administration of our new president when you even say stupid things like you voted for Trump? There's no way you voted for Trump. You voted for Hillary. You're a fucking weak, dumbass person. And like I said originally in my opening statement, I honestly believe that you live in another country and you are not American. And I also believe that you don't act American, you don't talk American, and you, Ronan K., in my opinion, are not an American. Mike out.
Again, you start with the ad hominem attacks. I am asking you to address the laws of the land versus the actions plural of President-elect Trump. Can you do that? Yes or no? Mike out.
Ronan, all I can say is that your questions are lengthy questions. You know, your questions aren't short. They're very lengthy, and you cover many topics in your question. What you need to do is think about yourself. The topic that I came in here with was that I feel that you are a non-American. You're a fucking traitor if you are. You're just a worthless pile of crap. I get tired of you putting down America. And I'll say it again. If you don't like America, get the fuck out, man. Get the fuck out. We don't need people like you, negative people. You need to look at the Trump administration in a positive way. What has he done that's positive? He's working on it. He wants to make America a better place. What you want is people in the welfare lines, stupid people, taken care of, which we all do, you need to take care of stupid people. But you need to open up your fucking brain and your ears and your eyes and see what he's done in a positive way instead of negative. You even cut him down before he even comes out with a statement. You've got your thing set in your mind. You're a Hillary supporter. You're a leftist, and there's no way ever that you will ever agree on anything that President Trump does ever. You are not a Trump supporter. You are not an American. And I think you should mind your own fucking business and your own country's affairs and stay out of the affairs of my country and others that consider and are Americans. You're just a fucking loser. And that's just the way I feel. Mike out.
Well, again, thrice, that means 3 times. You are making ad hominem attacks. You did not ask any questions. You are not addressing my questions. That's part of civil discourse, where one person asks a question, the other person addresses the question. You completely put the question aside and attack me. It's called an ad hominem attack. Again, you do not understand the law, much less respect the laws, whereby I have the right to hold our government accountable. And you don't seem to consider that in your approach, which is autocratic, dictatorial, condescending. Do you understand that difference? That you are acting exactly what you accuse me of being. I'm going to repeat the question real simply. You are acting like the very same person you accuse me of being. Now, here's the question. How do you reconcile the laws of the land with the corrupt actions of President Trump? Mike out.
I see no corrupt actions whatsoever of President Trump. I haven't seen any examples of that whatsoever. And referring to one subject out of many would be the immigration policies. The immigration policies of the United States have not been followed in a long, long time. President Trump is following the law, Ronan. All these laws have been on the books for a while. I don't want people coming into our country illegally. I want people to come into our country legally. So just that one area, he's doing an excellent job. I don't want people coming into our country and destroying our country. You don't care. You think anyone on the whole earth should be able to come here tomorrow. I don't. I think we need to have people in this country that have our values. This is what Trump stands for. Trump is standing for Americans, not people like you that hate America. He's talking of people that love our country. Mike out.
Okay, dealing with the immigration issue. Okay, I'm dealing with the immigration issue. President
Buddy, you
Trump.
still here?
I was speaking. I thought this was civil discourse, and you're wink, 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 wink. You're proving the very problem that I keep addressing. Now, to the immigration issue that you pointed out, to include the ad hominem attacks, which is really unacceptable, but being the way you are, I just have to accept it. I don't have to like it, but I do accept it. To the immigration issue, President Trump signed an executive order denying entrance from 7 different countries. Not one of those countries produced one of the 9/11 attackers. Not one of those countries. So it's based on religion, and that is against the law. And today, federal judges have said that is illegal. Federal judges who are sworn to abide and support the law. That's what you are not reconciling, because that's what I'm going to come up with in terms of the question at the end of my statement. You are not reconciling that contradiction. Could you reconcile that contradiction where the federal judges are going by the laws of this land and saying President Trump's executive order is invalid? Can you address that, please? Mike out.
It's hard for me to address anything that I've got feedback again, one of you guys. It's hard for me to address anything that you possibly ever have to say to me, because you address so many subjects while you're insulting me. You're not really asking a question. You're more of insulting me. And the question is just snuck in there in so many little words. What I would like to hear from you is the question, but not a whole book about the subject or about me or the way I am or anything like that. I would just like to have a simple question. As if you were, as an example, if you were with someone and you went to a Burger King restaurant and you were driving and you were in the drive-thru and you looked over at them and said, "Hey, Joe, what do you want?" You know, simple question. And Joe responds with, "I want a #1 Whopper with fries with a chocolate shake." You know, I don't want the fucking whole thing of just on and on and on and insults and insults and insults. If you have a question, Ronan, Ask me a question. Mic out.
You're the one that's going on and on and on with the insults. You seem not to understand that. I explained something to try to be clear to you, and then I ask a simple question. I'll repeat the question again. Okay, here comes the question. Short, clear, succinct. How do you reconcile the laws of the land with the illegal actions of President Trump? Mike out.
I don't see any illegal issues that Trump has done. So it's hard to answer a question that I find absurd. Mike out.
It is not absurd if the federal judges have said that what the executive order is against the law. Do you understand that the federal judges are saying what President Trump signed is against the law? Do you understand what the federal judges are saying? Do you understand that it goes against the law? Do you understand that the federal judges are saying that what Donald Trump did is against the law? I repeated the question 3 times. Can you focus on that, please? Mike out.
Do you understand what law, executive law, was violated? If you do, tell me what law you are referring to. Mike out.
We cannot, America has a law that says we cannot deny entrance based on religion. Do you understand that? Mike out.
It's not that we can't. I got feedback. It's not that we can discriminate against a religion. We can't do that. What we have to do is that the religion, the terrorists creating these violent acts towards free people of the earth, how many are Muslim or believe in Islam or whatever? How many? Okay, so that tells us right there that, well, wait a minute, maybe we need to do something about these people. So the interpretation of the law is that he's racially picking on people due to their religion, and that's not it. We have to stop these individuals, these terrorists, from coming into our country. Ronan, you're not young. You've seen weird shit happen. I don't want terrorists coming in here and hurting me. But being that I'm a real American, I don't want terrorists coming in here and hurting anyone. I don't even want them coming in here and hurting you. People go to the shopping mall. I don't want some fucking goofball with his suicide belt on, blowing up kids and women like a fucking pussy coward. The easiest way to prevent that is to relook the immigration policy. Who's creating these violent acts? Is it the English people that come in here with the suicide belts? I got feedback. I'm not going to talk if somebody doesn't fix their device. I'm not going to say shit, man. I'll leave. So who's creating these violent attacks? Is it the German people coming in here and doing it? No. Is it the Mexicans that are coming in here doing it? No. Well, who's doing it? It's the people from the Middle East countries. We need to fix it. If these laws are unacceptable to people like you, tough shit, man. Move somewhere else. Get the fuck out. Mike out.
Your whole statement is very disjointed, and at one point it's an oxymoron, because you said race and religion. That's 2 different things altogether. you seem quite confused mixing those two ideas up. Okay? That's basically it. Now, I'd like to just shift it a little bit. I'm going to ask a simple question. I would ask for a yes or no answer, and then I have a follow-up. Do you understand what I just said? I'm going to ask you a simple question, answer yes or no, and then I'm going to continue speaking and with my follow-up. Here's the question. Is there such a thing as an American terrorist? Yes or no?
I can't give an answer to yes or no to that because it's such an idiotic question.
Very
Of
well.
course, there is terrorism everywhere. We're not talking of terrorism.
Excuse me.
Just
I wasn't finished. I said I didn't mic out. I
or
didn't mic
something
out.
going to
I
the
did not
store
mic out.
and shooting up
Excuse me,
the
sir.
store.
Excuse
We're
me, sir.
talking of somebody coming
Excuse
over
me,
from
sir.
a foreign country and
Excuse me, sir. I
entering
didn't
our
mic out.
country
I didn't
and
mic
not
out.
having
You're
any
breaking
care
protocol
or
here.
anything
You're
for
the one.
anyone's
You're the one
lives
breaking
in this
protocol. I
country.
did not mic out.
People that
I did
hate our
not mic
country.
out. Excuse me.
People that hate us as
Excuse me.
being Americans.
I did not mic out.
We're
please.
not talking
I
just
did not
people
mic
just
out.
like you
I
and
did
I
not
that
mic
just
out.
all of a
You are
sudden
not
flip out.
allowing me
We're talking
to
about
finish
people that
my
hate us.
statement.
They'll even let their
Not
child
allowing
wear a
me to finish
suicide
my
belt
statement.
into a crowded
That's the
location in a
difference.
mall.
You didn't have a
Women
grasp
and
of the
children
idea
and
initially,
old people,
and you
just innocent
continue
people
with
enjoying their
your
life
ad
and their
attack,
day. Not even
misinterpretation
bad people
of
at
the law,
all. And
and
they're killing people like that, Ronan.
misunderstanding
They're
of the
not
basic
killing people
of
like,
foundation in
guys
our
that are
laws
tough or
in the
guys that
United
are
States.
armed or guys
So
that
I
can
was
take
asking
care of
you a simple
themselves.
question.
They're actually
I wanted
killing
a yes or
young,
no.
little
Now you're
children that
rambling about,
haven't even had a life.
not focusing on the
Women that are just
conversation,
minding their own
which I
business,
asked to do,
doing
and I
shopping
was asked to do. And I'm being more.
That's just the way it is,
And I'm
Ronan.
most
You
easily
just don't get it.
comfortable with
So,
continuing this
obviously a
while you ramble
conversation with
about
you
with
never
the
shut
ad
the fuck
hominem
up.
attacks,
And you always fucking butt in. You
incoherent
never
statements,
shut up.
and
You never
disjointed
mic out.
ideas.
You get
So
fucking old. We all get
could
tired of
you
your
please
shit,
just
man.
answer the question, and I
We're
have a
fucking
follow-up
tired of it.
after
You're
a
not
yes or
American?
no, please.
Fuck
Like I
out,
said, I
man. Go
repeat
back
my
to
question.
fucking Germany,
I did
you
not mic
fucking
out.
weirdo.
Excuse me. I
Mic
did
out.
not mic out. I did not mic out. I asked you a simple question, a yes or no answer from you, and then I have a follow-up.
There is no simple question from you, Ronan. You write a book about the subject.
I'll start this again.
You got a question, you ask. You say to somebody, a question would be
non-invasive, protracted
cigarettes. It's short, and you kind of answer it. Yeah, I smoke cigarettes.
I don't see
you don't
anything
go
wrong
along
with
with a
that.
whole book.
I was very
Sneak
polite.
a little
and
question
will continue to be polite with you.
and then come back and harp on the guy. I mean, Ronan, you got
the
issues,
standards
man.
of civil discourse, whereby
A term called a psychiatrist, Ronan. You go and you ask them and you share with them.
Follow up on your answer, and that's basically it. Now, again, I'll repeat: is there such a thing? Is there such a thing? Yes or no? Is there such a thing as an American terrorist? Yes or no, please.
I will never give you a yes or no answer on anything.
Very well.
Anytime, anywhere.
Since you cannot address that coherently, I'm going to go ahead and just accept your non-answer, right? And I'm saying, yes, there's such a thing as an American terrorist. One of the names is named Dylan Roof. The man is named Dylan Roof, okay? He went and shot up a church.
Yawn.
A church.
Yeah.
And that is American terrorism right there.
Yawn.
The standards in America, right, are that we hold ourselves accountable, and that is not being done. The part that you do not realize or refuse to understand that there is, yes, American terrorism.
The only thing you don't realize is that you're just a dumb shit, Ronan. You don't realize that you're a fucking dumb shit.
Over me, wink, wink.
I do. Others do.
Wink, wink. You there?
You're a fucking dumb shit, man.
No, you
Mike
are
out.
you are reverting back to ad hominem attacks, and I'm trying to carry a civil conversation with you, and
You're
you
just a
apparently
dumb fucker, Ronan.
are
Mike out.
unable to address what I'm asking, and a simple yes or no answer would have sufficed. And I did want to follow up, but you are
No simple answer to your
determined.
questions, Ronan. There is no simple
You are
answer.
determined.
I try to
to
determine
interrupt
your
me.
mental
I'm the one that's going to
problems, but
be
that's
held
not
at
simple
fault
either.
for this.
I just try to help you.
You know, you're going
don't
to
want
be
help.
you and your friends are
You
going
are
to hold me
that
at fault for this
needs
for
to seek
obvious
mental
reasons
help.
that I won't name because I did
Mike
give my
out.
word that I would be civil, and you are just proving my point along with the next person that talks over me. You apparently do not realize that
Ronan,
you
you
are
always
proving
talk over everybody, and
well,
you don't
I have
realize
the
it,
mic,
and you never shut up.
excuse me, you
You
established
know,
the
you're
point.
like a
You
broken
established
record.
the
Did
point.
you ever hear that term, Ronan? You ever heard
established the
anybody
point
refer
that
to you in your life
to
as a
finish
broken
their
record?
statement
I
and
bet
say,
you have.
Mike out.
'Cause
However,
you are.
you broke
You're a
that
broken record.
protocol. You
Mike
broke
out.
that protocol, and you time out. But you're obviously making this so much fun for me. But anyway, you broke that protocol,
Time
and
out,
you're
Ronan.
not
You need
showing.
to seek
You're not
help.
showing the example
Mike
of the
out.
proper way to communicate, in spite of the fact that you claim you are right and you say you will win.
There is no
That's the
communicating with you,
difference.
Ronan. You're beyond
You're
communication.
making
Anything that you
making
say is
ad
correct.
hominem attacks,
Anything that anyone else
and
says
whatever
is a
you're
lie
saying
or nonsense.
really holds no water,
Ronan,
but for
you
the
need to
fact
deal with
that
facts only.
all of the
No
people that
bullshit.
agree with you
The
make
facts, Ronan. Only the
all look
facts.
very,
Mike
very
out.
bad. You being the figurehead spokesman at this time, you fail to realize this, and that is what's so embarrassing. That is incredibly embarrassing for me to try to address a person who claims that they are civil and does not hold themselves to their own standards and protocol. And that's the difference. Do you understand? Well, you don't understand. Well, you do understand, but you do not want to accept it. But I was speaking. I have not said Mike out. To this point, I have not said Mike out. I wanted a simple yes or no. Then I was going to explain it, and I did. Dylan Roof is an American terrorist. We are to hold ourselves accountable under law. And that's the difference you refuse to understand, accept. But you
No,
you
you
refuse
don't
to
know
understand. I
the
have not said
meaning
Mike
or
out.
the
I have
you
not said
don't know the
the
meaning of a
reason I broke
terrorist,
that thing,
Ronan.
this
A
interchange, is
terrorist.
to prove the point and
We're
have you
talking
prove it for me.
terrorist.
That makes it
A
much,
person that
much
goes in and
easier
shoot up
for
a
me.
school,
Wink,
in
wink,
my
wink,
opinion,
wink,
is not
wink,
a
wink.
terrorist.
That makes it
They're a
so much
mentally
easier for
deranged
me.
individual that
And I
needs
did give my
elimination
word.
from
I
the
did
face
give
of
my
the
word.
earth.
I
A
give
terrorist is a
my
person
word
that comes in
that I
actually
would
to
not be
cause terror to the
equating myself
population,
to your
to
caliber.
scare
I
them,
have not. I haven't
to
to this
set
point.
fear in
This
them.
was supposed to be civil
My God.
discourse. You started with Mike out. I agreed to it, and I'm trying to establish something, but you come back with ad hominem attacks, and that is not part of civil discourse. Do you don't understand?
Civil
You won't.
discourse with you doesn't
I did not say
exist.
Mike out. I have not
The
said
only
Mike out.
views that you
I'm
believe
most
are
willing.
your own
Most
views.
willing. I'm
You
most
have
willing
heard this
to
before from
revert
other
back
people in life.
to the point
I
where
have
we
never come up with anything
establish
new.
simple
You
communication
have met many
and
people in
doing a
life that
full,
actually have
your
gone up
full
to your
approach.
face and said, you know
It's
what? You're
awkward.
fucked up, man.
It's awkward, nonsense, and nonsense, and
Mike
basically
out.
incoherent. That's the difference.
Hi,
Now,
Becky.
like I said, I asked you a question, and I wanted a yes or no, but you became
I
quite
got
evasive.
your question hanging between my legs, man. That's
So
your
see,
fucking
now we're
question.
going
Come
back
and
to
get
ad
it, you
hominem
faggot.
attacks. We're going back to you are going, not me. Not I'm not doing ad hominem attacks. You're the one reverting to basal behavior, savagery. You're
Well,
being
don't
most
cry on me,
savage.
Ronan. Your
See,
anti-American thoughts got
that's
to
the
me, man.
difference.
You're
If
not even
people like
American. You're a fucking loser.
obey
You
and
need to
support the
you need
law,
to man up.
and
Either
and
stay in
people
your
like
country,
who
Germany, or
represent
leave
a
America
group
alone. That's
of
what I
people
say.
whose
That's what my original
mindset
statements
is
had to do with that.
disrespectful
You
of
are
the
not
standards
American. Stay away
established
from America.
by our
Mind your own
founding
goddamn
fathers.
business. Excuse
That's
me for
the
the
problem.
goddamn. I take that back.
That's the real problem here. And you're basically displaying that to the world.
Mike out.
And all of the people that agree with you look just as bad as you're showing yourself to be right
Agree
now.
with me. You've insulted Americans so much. We get sick of it, Ronan. It's all you do is put down Americans. How am I supposed to feel? You're not putting down me.
But since
You're putting down me and all Americans. That's not done. Man up. Be an American. Look up the definition of American. Be proud American. If you're American, you be proud, Ronan. If you're not,
between my legs,
get the fuck out, man. Simple math.
And you keep going with this irreverent banter, which is, like I said, it looks bad on you and the group you represent, which means all of the
group
people
I
in
represent,
chat
Ronan, is
agreeing
called
with you.
Americans.
That's the thing that you understand. It is not
AMERICANS, American.
about your side of the
We
aisle
are
or
Americans.
the other
That's
side
the
of the aisle.
group that you're
This is
insulting.
about
You're
the
not
law.
insulting me as an
This is
individual.
about the
You're
law.
insulting the
This is about
country,
the laws
the United
that I
States of
swore
America.
as a military
You are
service member
non-American,
to
Ronan.
uphold. See,
Face
the
it.
thing is, you don't
I
understand
bet you anything.
that we are
You live in Germany.
laws.
You are non-American, Ronan.
We are a nation of
Get
law,
off the
not
Americans.
opinion. That's the
Love
difference
us.
that
Let
you
us
seem
lead the
to
path for
be
you.
unable to grasp.
Just pussy.
Could you just try to do well?
Pussy, Ronan.
But could you
Mike
try
Allen.
to even consider it? Could you try to consider that we are a nation of laws? I have my rights to say things. I have my rights to hold our government
Your
accountable.
rights mean nothing to me because you're not American.
You
You're
or
an
me.
American.
This is about
Your
the
rights
law
are equal to
we
mine
agree
and others.
upon. We
You are
agree
not
upon
an
the
American.
law.
You have no right
What
to
is
say
it so
anything
what's
about
so
America.
difficult about
You
to
need to just
understand
shut
that?
the fuck up.
Where
Talk
you are
about
just
Germany, your country.
going
Mike out.
back to the ad hominem attacks because you really have no foundation in your statement, none whatsoever. You have no foundation because I agreed to the laws of this land.
My
the people
foundation
here,
is that
and you're
Americans
saying it is your
are
opinion,
Americans.
and
We are together as
my
one.
persona
We
is the
come in all
focus
colors.
of your ire.
And if you don't like us,
That's the
leave.
difference that
Get the
I'm
fuck
making to
out.
you
Stay in
right
Germany.
now.
Do what you got to do.
If you
But don't be
refuse-
bashing
If you
Americans.
refuse to hold civil discourse
And don't
as
be
a
fucking
standard,
bashing us.
as a standard by
Bash
whereby
your
we
own
can
country. Don't be
communicate,
bashing
there
us.
is really no
We are Americans. We're proud to be
in
Americans.
terms of
We are proud to
going
live here.
forward
We are
and
proud
finding
that this is our
people
country.
who
We are
are
proud of
reasonable,
our government.
who
We are proud
willing
to
to
be
have
Americans.
a simple
You are not
civil
proud. You are a
conversation
fucking loser,
versus
and you are
your
not
ad
even
hominem
America.
attacks,
Mike
your
out.
derogatory statements, your statements that embarrass America. People listen to this, and you are embarrassing America. You say I'm not American. You're the one proving that you are not.
I
American.
am not
Because we
embarrassing
agreed,
America in any way.
we Americans
Any American that's in
agreed
this
to the
chat or
laws
any
of the
American that
land. That's
hears
what
this chat
you
later in
understand.
life,
But you refuse
will
to do
agree
that.
that
All
I
you
am
need
an American, and I'm a proud
to
American.
satisfy
You are not.
your
You are an
position
unhappy
to attack
Hillary
personally.
supporter that
Ad
just can't
hominem
get over the fact that
counterproductive.
we have a new president,
Very,
a
very
new era is upon us.
and
We
you
are
can
proud.
do
We
this,
are
do this,
Americans.
but
We
I
love our
said
country.
Mike out. I just
And
wanted
you
to ask a
are
simple question. Have you
non-American.
answered? Give me a simple
Mike out.
answer, and then I want to do a follow-up but you became quite evasive and protracted this point whereby I'm enjoying following along with you. because
You're enjoying not
you
to
are not
bashing
making
Americans.
sense
That's what
based
you enjoy
on the
doing.
laws.
You
all you were
insulted
doing
Shotgun.
was expressing
You
a
insulted
negative
Buddy.
opinion
You
of
insulted me.
America.
You insulted all Americans in the chat.
That is what
And
it
that
is
is a
right
very
there.
bad
And
quality.
nobody's going to
have.
interject.
You
No
have
one's
to
going
get
to
over
interject and
the
interrupt
American
you
bashing.
and tell you are
Stay in
wrong
your own
because
country,
you're
Ronan.
wrong.
You're
They
not
go
welcome
along
here.
with the lie.
Raise your
with the
German
right
flag. Be happy. Be
establishment,
proud of your
which
German
is
heritage
not
and
the
your German
law.
country.
The law
Don't tell
is
us Americans how to conduct our affairs.
not
Like
your
your mother
opinion.
told you when you were a little baby sucking on her tit. Mind your own business.
You are there.
Remember that, Ronan.
looking at
Mind your own business. Mike out.
You And your group is a very, very bad canvas to hold. A very bad canvas to hold. You must not realize that we are a nation of laws and I have rights like you have rights. But you attacking me personally basically puts everything you say.
You'll learn that in our country, I'm not too familiar with other countries, but Ronan, you'll learn that in our country, people attack each other all the time with
You are being
words.
barbaric.
This is part of being an American. You can discuss things with people. You can say what you
No
want.
one is going to
You can
interrupt
even
you. Do you know
say
why?
anything
No one is
about
going to
anything.
interrupt you
This is America. This is what we stand for. We
willfully
don't like people like
you
you
are being now.
shutting down our country.
They say
Americans don't like
you're
that,
the
Ronan.
spokesman, and it is humiliating.
We
for
don't like you
Americans
picking
to
on
listen to you
America.
ramble
End
about
of story.
with
Mike out.
ad hominem attacks and not understand that we are a nation of laws. Mike out.
The laws will be figured out, Ronan. It's not like President Trump is just going to enact something overnight. What he's doing is going through the laws to enact laws, Ronan. That's the part you don't get. Sometimes a president will sign some executive order or whatnot, and yes, it is against the law. But this is what we have our system for. Our courts will work that out to find the real meaning of it, the courts and the lawyers. All Trump is trying to do for our country is make it great again. I don't know how old you were. I don't know if you've ever seen our country great. Being that you're German and you live in a foreign country, that's your deal. I've been here my whole life. There's people on the panel here that were born and raised here also. We are proud to be Americans. And all I'm saying is stop bashing America, dude. It's not cool. Mike out.
So while I'm waiting on a cup of coffee, Crystal's gonna fix me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike out.
Technically, you're out of
Yeah,
time.
coffee sounds good, buddy. I think I'll make me a
You're
coffee
interrupting
too. Did you have anything to say to Ronan?
Discourse.
Or have I overstepped my bounds, buddy?
Track.
Or am I talking right? Or
That you refuse to do so. And you
go ahead, buddy. Let's hear your thoughts on it, though. I don't want to make it seem like I'm
just taking
the
it
bad guy. I'm just sticking up for my country and my fellow Americans. That's the way I'm looking at it. This guy's German. He's not even American.
Going
Ronan Canucci, a.k.a. Hitler's son.
Exactly.
This guy's got issues.
Corruption does.
I'm going to make a coffee, too. I'll be right back.
Corruption.
I'm going to listen, though.
You're doing the exact corruption that President Trump is doing. You just admitted that President Trump is breaking the law. And you don't even realize that you just admitted that President Trump is breaking the law. That's the difference. You refuse to even consider. Mike out.
Yeah, I'm making. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, buddy.
No, I'm getting a coffee too here, but man, yeah, Ronan already knows, wow, man. Yeah, all the laws and stuff, they'll work all that out, but I have to agree with, a lot of the things I heard you say, Ray. And I understand Ronan's concerns of stuff, and I'm not going to say I understand, but I try to respect Ronan's views, but I just feel like, so there's been a lot of subjects covered in that conversation. I don't know where to start other than, with the immigration and the terrorist and all that stuff. And he was asking you about, American terrorists and stuff. I imagine you could label anybody who goes off the handle and goes and kills a bunch of people. You could consider that a terrorist act. But in general, I think most of these things that have been going on, since 9/11 and all that stuff, it does seem to be from the Middle East. I'm not going to say that's all of it. And I think they've acknowledged that it's not all of it, but it's a large percentage from the Middle East. And I don't even know, all of the countries, but it does seem to be mostly centered on Middle Eastern countries. I'm kind of funny in these categories. I'm a man of law and order too, but there's reasons why they have a thing called declaration of war, because it throws your civilian laws and ethics and morals out the window, and it's time to throw down. And when I think about the declaration of war and the terrorists coming over here and attacking us on our own soil, you can have a war, but when you, and I don't know all the things behind, they said they had weapons of mass destruction over there. They ended up not finding them. I don't know all the secret operations going on, or why, or, all of the organizations do what they do all the time. I'm hoping that I know war is big business. I know about the war industrial complex. And I know there's different views on all of those subjects. I'm just going to say this about the terrorist and keeping it on the immigration. I kind of don't give a shit anymore after, you're living your life in your own country. You're not part of the war. The war's going on. Sometimes it's all classified. You don't know all the things going on, nor are they going to tell you. But you get things bled out to the public through the media. But for me, it's kind of like the economy and the way I feel we've been sold out. I kind of get just tired of the excuses and the laws and the reasons. I just want it fixed. And so for me, as an individual, I kind of don't give a shit about the laws right now. Lock my fucking borders down and find out what the fuck's going on, and throw the fucking laws out the window. Declare war if you have to. He hasn't declared war yet, but he has that right as a president to declare war right here, right now. If he does, you can forget your laws. They're thrown out the window once a declaration of war has come into play. So I don't want to ride on the laws so much right now when we're trying to stop people from getting killed here on American soil. Regardless of what the reasons are, we have to stop the nuts. I don't want, and Ray, I will say this. You said one thing that I said, in other words, all of Ronan and me's disagreements about all these issues along the way, blah, 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 blah. I still don't want Ronan killed by a terrorist from the Middle East or from any part of any country.
Yeah.
I think we should all be protected in this country. So for me personally, my outlook on just that one subject, not the other ones, but I kind of don't give a shit anymore. I don't care about their little individual Visa cards, and I don't really give a shit whether people think it's wrong or not. I think it's wrong that they're allowed to come through however they're getting through to come and kill people here on American soil.
I agree.
And so I really don't give a shit about the laws.
I agree.
And I don't give a shit if the fucking Saudi Arabians, the Pakistanis, I don't give a fuck.
I totally agree.
I don't give a fuck what they say. I don't care what the media helps them say. I don't give a shit. I'm glad to have somebody in there with a big set of balls that says enough is enough.
Totally agree.
Stop the killings first. And then you can flesh that law and order bullshit out later once people stop getting killed.
Yep.
And once we know where the sleeper cells are that are already here, taking orders and carrying out acts. They're not all just flying in here. A lot of them are happening. I don't even think they know, to be quite honest with you, how many sleeper cells. In my opinion, there's a lot.
Yeah.
Just from the things I've personally experienced and kind of feel like I know factual, I really don't care. I just want the killings to stop here on American soil. If you want to go fight a war somewhere, let's go fight. But you're not going to come here and just kill everybody here that had nothing to do with the disagreements between the countries that the American people don't even have knowledge of. We're not part of that. We're innocent bystanders. They're killing innocent people. Do innocent people get killed in casualties of war? The answer is yes, they do, and it's a shame. It's a shame. But don't come here trying to kill us when it's all classified why, you know, what the fuck's really going on, okay? You come here and try to kill me, my family, and people I know, fuck the law. The laws, in other words, where's the laws in place to protect us? They're there, but they're not being enforced by the piece of shit that's been in office. He hasn't enforced the existing laws that are already on the books. All these laws are already there. Trump's just enforcing the son of a bitches for once. They're already there.
Right.
The wall, the fence, the immigration policies, they've been there forever.
Okay, I'd like to make one point.
Okay, Mike.
Well, before you speak, Ronan, I just want to say
one point. I'm quoting the law.
Yeah, but your point takes half hour.
Of all the things that you both have discussed erroneously, that means wrong. I'm going to make one point here. I've already posted it in the chat. In the U.S. Constitution, War Powers, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of the U.S. Constitution grants Congress, not the president, the power to declare war. Continues. The president, meanwhile, derives the power to direct the military after a congressional declaration of war from Article 2, Section 2, which names the president commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Do you need to read that for yourselves? Please, that's how the law is established and what we follow. You say you don't care about the law?
Mike out, you fucking dipshit.
I'm not finished. And you call me un-American. This is what I swore an oath to defend when I became military. And Shotgun Rider did the same, along with any other guy out there and woman out there that swore an oath to our nation. That right there, gentlemen. Now, I'll go ahead and find the rest of the information in the Constitution.
Mike out, man. Go Google some shit.
I'm not finished. In the Constitution that goes counter to what you say, quote, fuck the law. Mike out.
Okay, Ronan, I just wanted to rehash a point you made. You're saying that a guy that goes in and shoots up a school and kills a bunch of kids, now that's not like terrorism. That's just a deranged person. In this country, we call them criminals. We were talking about Islamic terrorism, Ronan. You need to Google that and then read up on that subject. Terrorism. And we're not talking criminal. We're talking terrorism. These are people that come and terrorize. They kill and maim innocent human beings. Children, women, they don't care. It's not men with guns facing men with guns. It's idiots that are just carried away and do chicken shit things to take casualties. They don't care what the casualties are. It's terrorism. They're trying to terrorize us. It's a criminal that goes in and kills 3 or 4 people. In this country, we call them a criminal. Mike out.
Very well. I'll go ahead and read this first, and then I'll go ahead and post it, okay? The Constitution applies to terrorists. It also applies to stay-at-home moms, illegal immigrants, the ones you're picking out, truck drivers, anti-government radicals, and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Remember, it starts with stay-at-home moms, truck drivers. That's what the Constitution addresses. Homeland terrorist, Dylan Roof. That was an act of terrorism, domestic terrorism. The Constitution states that, gentlemen. That's what you're saying. Who cares about that? I pick and choose what I want. I'm saying, no, I disagree. The law says it applies to stay-at-home moms and truck drivers. That's where you miss it altogether, gentlemen. Mike out.
Yeah, I think what you don't understand, Ronan, is that I don't think that you really care about other people. I think that you only care about yourself. Now, me, I'm care about other people. I walk down the street, I see a child being pushed in a stroller by a woman. I see an old guy gimping around with a cane. I think, yes, I need to, while I can, if necessary, I need to help these people to protect them. Um, you don't care about other people. You could see the kid in the stroller, you walk by, you don't give a shit if that kid all of a sudden dies in front of your face. You don't fucking care. All you care about is yourself. Mike out.
Did you not hear me explain what the law says? You are saying that you don't care what the law says. But myself and others agree to support the laws, plural, of the United States of America. And that's what I'm saying. You're assuming erroneously, which means you're wrong, that it's a pick and choose situation. It is not pick and choose. The law is the law from the first letter to the last period. That is what it is. Okay? The body is what's important. You don't pick out the hair, the ear, the hand, the elbow just because you feel like it. It doesn't work that way in a civilized society under laws. That's where you miss the whole idea of it all. And that's what I've been trying to explain. I've said it before. I'll say it in the future. It's the same thing. We are a nation of laws, and you refuse to accept that. That is where you are in error. You and anyone else that says, I don't care. And that's where I said, is there domestic terrorism? And the answer is yes. But you refuse to look at it that way.
Okay, Mike out.
But the law,
right? You
that's
said
what it says.
You said the same
If
fucking
you,
thing
excuse
in
me,
20 sentences,
I
man.
didn't, no, you're telling me what
God.
to do. I listen to you.
Okay, well, listen to this one. You
And
ready?
you're
Mike out.
interrupting me again. And that is rude. And
Right, I know it's rude. Mike out.
I'm being courteous to you. I'm stating the facts of law.
You have no facts. You're fucking dumb
I am
shit.
quoting the Constitution. If you have issue with the Constitution, like anyone else is told, please
You
go
got
through
issues, man. You need to seek help. Okay, I'm just saying, here's a good one, Ronan. Put yourself in this predicament.
I'm not going to go
I've got
against.
a question for you, Ronan.
I was not finished.
Well, you're finished as far as I'm concerned.
I am not going to go.
You should mic out, man.
Fine.
I mean, you got your point. Your point was.
So you're saying I'm right and you are just wrong. That's what you are just saying.
You're never right, in my opinion. You're just full of hate and stupidity.
Before I mic out, I'm going to make this point. I'm going to make this point.
If I can ask you a question, I would appreciate it.
I am
heard
right.
all your gibberish.
You're saying
you're going over and over and over like a broken record.
You are saying.
We get it, Ronan. You made your point. Time to mic out, man.
Facts do not change unless the legislature changes it and the president signs it into law. You are saying.
You've already told us this 50 times, Ronan. You're like a fucking broken record, man. Mic out.
You are saying that I am right, quoting the Constitution, and that you are wrong because you do not want to obey the laws. Mic out.
You don't want to obey the laws on the panel here. You can't shut the fuck up and mic out. You keep going on and on and on. I've got a question for you, Ronan. You ready? Ronan, you ready for my
Go
question?
ahead. Go ahead. It's
Okay.
understood that I'm
Now-
listening. It's understood that
Okay.
I'm listening.
Okay, well, shut up and let me ask my question. Okay, so here's a I hear massive feedback. And I'm not going to talk if I get the feedback. Let's see if it's still okay. It's okay now. So here's a hypothetical, Ronan. Okay, so I know you don't drive a car, but just assume you did. Okay, you hop in your car to go down to the local mall to buy yourself some new panties or whatever, right? Okay, so you go into the mall and you're just walking around and you see the children being pushed by mom and kids skipping along with mom eating an ice cream cone, and you see the old couple hugging and holding hands, and you see the young guys with their young babes, and you see the young babes alone by themselves in groups or whatever, and you see guys hanging out, checking out the women, just having a good time, and everybody's kind of hopping around. The pizza place has a line. People are getting pizza and ice cream cones. Nice weather outside. Everything's really sweet and fun. And all of a sudden, you hear some gunshots. And you look over and you see these three people with rags on their head or whatever away. Okay, now, what would you do? Would you try to stop them, or would you run away like a little pussy and hide? Me, I would try to attack those people and even risk my life to save others, even though I don't know them. What would you do in a situation like that, just for curiosity, Ronan? Mike out.
I would respond to the situation. Mike out.
See, to be a real man, you have to look out for others. You have to have love for others, other people that have the same interests. I've been places where people cowl down. They don't even give you eye contact. Totally antisocial. You may be that way. When I go out, I scan the room. I look around. I give eye contact. That's just what I do. It's part of me. And if I see something's wrong, I'm going to step in. And I'm not saying I'm badass. I'm just saying this is me. This is the way I am. I don't care if I know you or I don't. If something's wrong, I will step in. And in that mall situation, yes, I would. I would actually, I'm not going to run towards the gunman with my arms stretched wide open, hey, yelling and screaming like a madman, because you're dead. They're going to shoot you. But I would definitely be thinking, heads up, how can I stop this? How can I help? I wouldn't run away. Anything. You'd run out of that mall like a little fucking pussy, man. You'd run to your car and you'd get in that car. Fuck it. You'd go home, turn on your TV. Who gives a shit? Well, I wouldn't. I'd still be there at the mall trying to protect people like you, Ronan. I wouldn't want anybody killing you even. I don't care. That's just me. So I look at you as being a pussy. I look at myself as being a man. There's a lot of difference. And getting down to the bottom line again. Quit bashing America, man. Love it or leave it. Mike out.
I said I would respond to the situation. Mike out.
I don't think you would. Mike out.
Your words, not mine. Mike out.
Well, let's hope that It never happens. I don't go looking for this. I don't go to the mall and think, oh boy, I hope something weird happens. I go to the mall and I'm happy like everybody else. And I just watch what's happening. And that's what we all have to do as Americans, whether it's illegal or not. If you're at the mall and you park next to somebody and they've got the towel on their head or they look like they're Middle Eastern, stereotype, then we as Americans, you need to kind of pay attention to them people. You need to keep an eye on them. This is law or not, legal or not. You need to keep an eye on them. You see the trunk open and you see the 30-round magazines or something, or you see something back there. You need to do something about it. You don't just look the other way and go, well, none of my business. You have to respond. You have to react. And all Americans need to learn this and do this, because that's what it is. You need to stick together. What's up, man? Hey, what's up? Yeah, fuck
I'm
yeah,
just
man.
reading the
Sing
news.
the song. Sing
I'm
us
just
a
reading
happy
news.
song.
I think Trump did the best thing, which nobody had the guts to do it. Ronald, I'm sorry you're not gonna like it, but he did have some balls. No.
Yep, he did.
Can you guys hear me? Or did I just broke up?
You broke up a little bit, but I can hear you. Can you hear him, buddy?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, Ray. I was watching the news channels from other countries, and they've been bashing that. Oh, look at double standards of the United States government and the Trump administration, and there have been protests and everything. So can you hear me?
I'm back, Ray. Were you asking for me? I'm sorry.
Okay. Hello. Oh, can you guys hear me? Or
Yeah, I can hear you, Packy. Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Jackie, I can hear you also.
Okay. Did you heard me saying something about the news, or should I start again?
Oh, start over then.
Do you want me to start again?
Your choice. We got nothing but time.
Do you want me to start again?
If you
Hello?
want.
No, but that's
You
not
hear
fair.
us, Packy? We can hear you.
That's not fair that I have to start again. I have a speech. I have a speech impediment, and you guys are making me to do the whole speech again.
Your call, buddy.
Nah.
I had to answer a phone call real quick. I'm sorry, Packy, but up till now, I just hung up the phone. I don't know what's been said or anything.
Okay. It's important. It's related to the current issue. The current issues. So I'm gonna. So I heard the news that there was a protest on LAX, and there was some 15 people who were not allowed to enter. Who were not allowed to go outside the airport.
Yeah, they were
So
detained
I was
at
reading.
the airport, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, what?
I saw a little bit about it. I thought it was 11.
11 what?
I thought it was
15.
11 people last time I heard that were being detained, but it
There
could.
were 15. There were 15 people. They were not allowed to enter United States. They were not allowed to go.
Before they got on the plane, or is this the ones after they got on the plane and got here?
No, they landed over here, but the custom and immigration were not clearing them up. They were held. And the media was giving them coverage, and it was an international news.
Yeah, and
So
it
what
should
happened?
be covered by the media, in my opinion. But go ahead.
So what happened that the I tuned the Pakistani channels and they were bashing. They look at they were giving breaking news that look at double standards of the Trump administration, and they're just held because they're Muslims and everything.
Oh
So
yeah,
it
because they're
reminded
not
me.
getting their way any longer. Somebody's got balls enough to put their foot down.
So let me finish. It reminded me something. Uh, Almost a year ago, Pakistani government did what that they just issued an executive order, and they said that the Afghanis who were living there, they have like 3 months to leave the country, like 3 months, and they've been living there since the Russian invasion, and they were like 2.3 million Afghanis, and they were selling their properties, and they had no place to go. And
Oh shit! Okay, I got you.
and see and and the same thing Saudi did with the Yemenis. And everybody go to the chat screen, and I'm gonna post something. This is one senator. This is one senator. He said this.
Pull up the chat screen so I can.
Everybody go to the chat screen.
Are you talking about Hangout chat?
Hangout chat.
Yeah, pull up the Hangout chat now.
I just want to say that everybody has to take care of themselves first.
Yeah.
So first priority, put their own land.
Yeah.
Can you see, buddy?
I feel you, man. In other words, what you're trying to say is they can do anything they want to, but how dare America do anything?
Honestly, and buddy, do you know this 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 uh, this oh my god, this vetting process? Do you know this vetting process? The one they scrutinize an applicant before giving him immigration. In some countries, they don't even have sufficient resources to even identify them. Either they are clear, or they are with militant groups.
So I feel you, Packy. I know exactly what you're saying. You're saying how corrupt that the Pakistani government is to take their properties and give them 3 months to come over there and claim their properties, or they're going to take it.
Exactly.
But yet they want to sit here and say, isn't that the way of the world, Packy? We always look out and tell everybody what they're doing wrong. But if you look a little closer, you'll see they're more fucked up than you are.
Exactly.
They're more fucked up than we are. We're just trying not to get that fucked up. What they've allowed to have and all those things. That's just like, in my opinion, man, Europe and Merkel and all that shit, allowing all that.
Do you know
themselves? How stupid is that?
Did you read it on the chat screen?
I'm going to view it right now. Hold on just a second.
This is a senator. He said that when Zarb-e-Azab started, we did not even let people of Fatah to enter Punjab and Sindh. Punjab and Sindh are two different states.
I see that. Yeah.
Say Punjab and Sindh were two different states. And we asked that Europe must accept Syrian refugees.
Hey, Packy, I can make you a blanket statement about the way I feel all the countries right now. I feel like all of the other countries have been taking advantage of America for a long, long time. Mexico, China, all these other places. Let's everybody flee to America and have a great life. They pay for everything there. And blah, 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 blah. Now, I already know about the casualties of war, okay? The refugees, no place, they got bombed. I understand. But it is a privilege to come to America It is not an obligation of America to give them a place to come to. It is a privilege. And you have to earn that privilege. You got to earn it. You have to be, you have to be trusted. You have to be vetted. You don't just look. I agree with Sion because I've made that statement before. I wish there were no borders in the world. I wish everybody loved everybody and everybody could just fly to any country they wanted to with brotherly love, with open arms and a flower in their fucking hair and a fucking joint in their hand and say, hey, man, let's smoke a joint and smoke the fucking peace pipe. I love you, brother. I love your culture, blah, blah, blah. But I'm sorry, there's too much evil in the world and too many corrupt politicians and too much evil. Satan's all out there doing all of his works, going through people, going through everything that you can name. It's time for somebody to stand up and say, fuck your laws, fuck how you feel about it. I don't give a fuck. We're going to stop it before it happens to us. We see it happening everywhere. Enough is enough. Get a handle on it. You know, there's an old saying, Packy, that I was raised with. You got to make yourself strong before you can help other people. I'll take that in my own life. If I don't have a job and I'm not taking care of me and my family and I'm not taking care of home base, I can't help anybody else because I can't, because I'm too weak. I can't give them no money. I can't give them a place to stay because we're getting ready to get kicked out. Blah, 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 blah. It's the same way with the country. If you don't fix the problems here, you can't help anybody else. And I'm sick and tired of America helping everybody else instead of fixing what's wrong here anyway. So I feel you, Packy. It's not just Pakistan, it's Mexico, it's China, it's all the other countries. But yet they've been faced with corruption also. I'm not gonna
buddy, the problem but you know, buddy, the problem is that they did not ban Pakistan yet. That's really I would say that's really stupid thing to do. They should have banned Pakistan first.
Yeah. Hey, here's the thing about that, Packy. They have a lot more information than I have, you know, as far as classified information and stuff they're viewing on how to make these decisions. I don't know what their classified information is, so I can't really elaborate on the individual matters like that. I just know this: if I'm unsure of a lot of different things, until I'm sure that I'm sure that I'm sure, I'm going to stop it all. I'm going to put a stop to all of it. I don't know why, you know, they didn't do Pakistan. I don't know. I heard it was 7 countries. Okay. And it's what is it, for 4 months or whatever, temporary ban or whatever. I'm just catching clips of it because everything that's been going on in my life for a couple of weeks. But anyway, I don't have, you know, the time to sit down and really investigate it all right now. And, but I'm just going to say, I want these things. And oh yeah, one more thing I want to add to this. Everybody says, talking about the protesters and all that stuff. Just remember this. I don't care about the protesters, and I'll tell you why. That's just corruption showing itself now. The corruption's already been there for years and years, and now it's all coming out of the woodwork. They can protest all they want to. I don't give a shit. And I don't even care if they agree with it. The other way did not work. I want to try this way. And if you have to declare war to do it, to throw the laws out the window, fucking do it. Declare war, because that's what it is anyway. ISIS is trying to kill everybody, man. Okay? Declare war and fuck your laws that you're following and fuck everything else. Protect these fucking people here. They didn't do anything. Fuck these nutbags with fucking belts and blowing up everybody. I don't give a fuck where they're from. Just secure my borders till we figure it out.
Exactly.
Okay? I don't give a fuck. Hey, Packy, look, I don't care. Everybody that knows me in my personal life knows I am not prejudiced and I am not biased. I'm always willing to listen and learn. But it comes to a certain point after you've been dealing with things a long time. It's pretty clear why Trump is in office. People are fed up and disgusted and tired of it.
Yep.
Okay? Now, enough is enough. Fuck the laws, fuck the feelings, and fuck you trying to use religious bullshit on trying to secure my fucking country and protect Americans, which I consider Pakistanis. And I consider everybody that's here legally and done the right thing, the same rules everybody else has to follow that was born here. That's all I'm asking. You are a fucking American, and you should be protected. I don't give a fuck if you're Pakistani or if you're from Mexico or if you're from Cuba. I don't give a fuck. If you're here, you need to be protected.
Buddy, that's true. We should have.
And Patty, as far as you not being a U.S. citizen yet, that's not even what I'm talking about. You believe in the values. You believe in the values here. You don't want people killed.
I agree with you, buddy. I totally agree with you. But the problem is that people have other priorities.
They have other agendas. They have other agendas.
Other loyalties. They are more loyal to other.
If they're not loyal to, here's what I'm telling you, Packy. If you're loyal, when you come to this country, Packy, you take an oath. You take an oath before you become a citizen. You take an oath. And you swear under oath. You want to talk about laws? I'll give you a fucking constitutional law. When you come to this fucking country legally, not illegally, when you come to this country legally, you take an oath to protect this fucking country and the people in it. So fuck them. Fuck their bullshit. I don't want to hear it anymore. Protect my borders and get a handle on this situation. And I don't care how much heat. And they talk about trade wars and you're going to cause a war. You're going to cause a war. What fucking planet are they on, Packy? We're already in war. We've been in war. We've been, our economy has been fucked. The immigration has been out of control. Give me a fucking break. Fix the shit. Fix it and quit it. Fuck the political correct shit. Fuck the liberals. Fuck their goddamn shit, because that's why it's like it is now, because that's the rules America has had to been following and why it's out of control now. I don't give a shit about their feelings. I don't care if they call me a racist. I don't care if they call me a bigot. I don't give a fuck what they call me. I'm going to go to my grave knowing I did the right thing for my country and for my family and for all the people here. I really don't give a fuck what they call me.
And fuck Ronald Kadushi with his political correctness. I'm sorry, Ronald. I had to say that.
Oh, like I'd been stating before, and I did post the information in the YouTube chat. Congress can declare war. The president's job is to direct it. So if someone says they don't care, they're basically saying they don't respect the laws. It's their right to do so in America. I support their right to do so in America. But I disagree with that side that says protesters don't have the right to call out the government for corrupt actions. Mike out.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they have a right to protest and give their opinion. What I'm saying is that all those protesters and what they're protesting against, that's why this country's in the shape it is now, because they've been getting their way. You didn't see them protesting when everything was following the policies under Obama, did you? Fuck no. They were in their fucking little houses off their little fucking welfare checks, fucking keeping their mouth shut because they were getting their way. Now they're protesting because somebody's putting a stop to all the fucked up shit going on in this country, so they can protest all they want. They can say what they want. They can name call. They can use their corrupt media on the Saudi Arabian prince, and they can use King Kong for all I give a fuck. But the bottom line is they do have a right to protest and point out the things that they think are corrupt. No problem. However, you didn't hear them protesting You don't. Where were those protesters when all the shit was going on? I didn't hear a fucking word. I didn't hear a fucking word. Where were they then? They weren't there. They were there, but they were quiet. You know why? Because they want to continue on in their fucked up shit, which has been allowed to happen in this country. They're getting their way. The same way as the Mexican government, getting their way all these years. Now they're going to come out, Vicente Fox, all this stuff. We're not going to pay for the fucking wall. You can kiss my ass. Guess what? You can kiss my fucking ass. You're not bringing no fucking goddamn products back across my fucking border until you get your fucking country in order and get your illegals and stop your illegals from flooding up here. So fuck you. That's that deal. And I don't give a fuck what tariffs. You want to talk about a trade war? The trade wars have been going on since the early 90s, in my opinion. So the trade wars have already been here. That's another media spin fucking bullshit. I don't even want to hear the stories anymore. They have a right to protest, and they have a right to say what they think their government's doing wrong. Unfortunately, when it was all going the other way and allowed all this stuff to happen, the protesters were quiet. You didn't hear a pimping, squeaking word out of them. Nothing. And now that that the corruption is getting its ass kicked, now they all come out of the woodwork and they want to fucking stomp every state in America. Fine, protest your ass off. But in my opinion, I'm going with what the policies that are being implemented now. Those laws, as we talk about a lot in here, laws, they're already on the books. Problem is they hadn't been enforced. These sanctuary cities and all these other issues and matters that's been going on, you know why you never heard anything before? Because they were getting their way. They were getting their corrupt way. Nothing. You talk about laws. Where were the fucking laws and the federal laws for the sanctuary cities all of these years? They were quiet. The laws were already on the books, but the Obama administration would not enforce it. They let them handle their own states and allowed all this shit to get the way it is now. Now that they're not getting their way any longer, you'll see them come out of the woodwork. They're going to raise pure hell. I love it. That's my lemon car right there. But I never bought into it.
Well, first of all, President Obama, during his first 4 years,
I know he took a lot of the immigrants out. I know about it.
Well, yes, I wasn't finished. I let you finish, and if this is going to be that again,
I apologize,
Mike. That I have no right to express my views. You go counter what you just said about they have the right to speak. That's what you are doing. You are contradicting yourself. I was not finished. You know, you said, yes, President Obama deported a record number of illegals. Even the administration before his administration, which was Republican, did not deport that many people. Now you're saying, yes, let's have a trade war. There's a big problem with that. Mexico is our third largest trading partner. Were we to cut that off, many of the corporations in America would grind to a halt because of the parts produced in Mexico for American products that American businesses who fill the pockets of the legislators, right, have. Those problems will really drive up our prices. President Trump is going beyond the definition of his office and telling another country what to do. Our laws do not allow us to go into another country and control it. That is a war crime. We have not declared war against Mexico. It has to be official via Congress. That's what you fail to understand. It is your emotions driving your opinion. not reason. My approach is based on reason, the laws, and established charters, Geneva Convention to be specific. That's the problem that you fail to understand. Everything was working, actually working better. Now that President Trump is in, he is confusing matters by declaring an unofficial war against Mexico, which is not his right to do, like I had pointed out, that it is stated in the Constitution, our laws. That has been my whole approach all along. And if you want to say, quote, fuck the laws, well, then it runs counter to the opinion you have that says everyone has the freedom of expression under the laws. Now, the march on Saturday was mostly women, and what is misunderstood by many is that the administration is trying to stifle, suppress reproductive rights for women. And my being interrupted basically proves that it your side of it, Buddy W. You're just another voice. I'm not saying you're the cause of it all.
Right.
Proves that you are disrespecting the laws of this nation.
Can I respond?
That's where I have the right to disagree under the law. Mike out.
Okay. I also said the protesters have the right. Another thing I heard you say was it's not right for Trump to go over there and infiltrate himself or this country and tell them how to run the country. But guess what, Ronan? You're leaving one important factor out. You know what that is? ISIS is coming over here, changing our laws and trying to declare Sharia law. Okay. You're leaving a lot out. You're leaving a lot out. You talk about laws and rights. I've already said it's to a point now where you have to declare war. Trade war with Mexico, declared trade war. It's already been there for years. So therefore, I don't care about the laws. When I say I don't care about the laws anymore, I'm not saying I don't believe in following law and order. I'm saying to you, it's out of hand the way it's been handled. The laws have not been enforced. If you talk about the laws, Ronan, then that you're contradicting yourself, in my opinion, because the laws have already been there, but they have not been enforced by the administrations that have previously been in before Trump. He's not creating new laws. He's enforcing the ones that are already on the books. And yeah, he's going to make some executive orders. President Obama was the executive order king. Okay. He did more executive orders than, what did they say? 3 or 4 presidents. Okay. So I don't want to hear about the executive orders. And I also said, as opposed to your law theory, I said declare war. When you declare war, the laws no longer apply. We have been in a war for a long time, but nobody will declare it. Nobody will declare war. I say, when I say fuck the laws, I'm not saying I'm not a law and order abiding person. I'm saying I need the laws that have been existing enforced as they were written in the Constitution for this country to follow. You've got corrupt people in our government. You have presidents that will not enforce the laws for whatever their reasons are, which tells me they are un-American. They are not willing to step up and enforce the laws that you always talk about. They haven't been doing it, and therefore things are out of control. So I say, screw the laws. Not that I don't believe in law. I say, screw the laws. It's time to declare war. They have declared war on us and all the other countries. The terrorists, the Middle Eastern countries have declared war on us. They're just doing it in a different way. And we're sitting over here like little pacifists with pacifiers in our mouth going, oh, we can't waterboard people. It's too cruel. We can't do that. But they're cutting off heads and drowning people in cages. But we can't do that, or else we're the bad people. When you declare war, that shit's out the fucking window. It's time to fight. It's time to fight. Mike out.
Well, first of all, you included what is termed non sequiturs to the point that I was addressing. We were talking about Mexico, and like the non sequitur is ISIS. Now, the whole idea of us not acting like the people that waterboard is because we are a nation of laws. We hold ourselves accountable and above and over that.
Not if you declare war.
Okay, so again, I'm going to be interrupted, and you're going to go on with your quote opinion. What I'm saying is not based on opinion; it's based on law.
I know.
And you're interrupting me again. How about this? I'll go ahead and I'll finish up real quick, and I'll mic out, and you can go on.
Real quick, yeah, I'm sure you dipshit.
Like I said, you only prove that my point, based on laws, is basically put aside for your to declare your fears via opinions. My God.
Okay, that's fair enough. But anyway, I pretty much.
Excuse me, it's not fair enough.
Hey, you might.
Here's where you could have taken responsibility and said, "Yes, I'm being
out, Ronan. Shut the fuck up. You mic'd out.
When Ray of Sunshine is making
you
look,
mic'd out. You mic'd out, Ronan.
And that's the difference. And this is where I'm
Ronan, you mic'd out, then you interrupted my friend Buddy. That's
hold
not good.
yourself accountable, but you won't. So playing that attitude really makes you look worse than the claims that you make.
Ronan, you interrupted Buddy W
like
from talking.
That
is very rude.
State outright that you are being hypocritical. Just man up, as they say, and declare that, and everyone
and
can
don't
understand
ever
that,
say
because
mic out and hop back in. Mic out.
Others are listening to what you're
out.
saying, and anyone that agrees with that will have to acknowledge that you are being hypocritical based on your fears and your ignorance. Mic out.
Okay, that's fair enough. When I say fair enough, I mean, you've got your views. I've expressed mine. Let's just move on. I support what's going on now. You don't. That's clear. The protesters can protest. Mexico can do what they want to do. America's going to do what they're going to do, and we're going to see who comes out, okay?
Yeah.
I don't like what's been going on, okay? And that's the bottom line. My opinion is put a stop to it. So until we figure out a better way to do it. And that's just the way I see it. But anyway, that's fair enough. Everybody's got their opinion. I've been called hypocrites, bigot, racist, but see, everybody knows me in my real life knows that's a crock of shit. So I really don't care about the name calling. I'm not, you know, going to call you all those names because I believe you have a right to your viewpoint. It's just that I totally disagree with all of it. So that's fair enough to me. That's what democracy is for. That's what the protesters are doing. Let them protest until they die. Okay. Let them protest until the end of their days. But that doesn't mean I still agree with the protesters. I agree with the methods that are being used now. I don't, the rule of law and all this stuff. I think all the laws are being followed. I really, and whatever laws are not being followed, I'm sure they'll work all that stuff out, whatever.
Yep.
I'm just so happy that somebody is actually protecting my children in their.
Me too.
That's what I'm happy about. I do not want my children or anyone that I care about's children having to grow up with what I've experienced for the last 30 years in this piece of shit, corrupt fucking place we call a government. It's all corrupt.
Totally.
They're all paying each other off. If you want to deny that shit, that corruption exists, deny it. I don't care. Call me a bigot, call me a racist, call me a piece of shit, call me whatever, call me, say I'm hypocritical. I'm being condescending. You can say whatever you want. That's fine. That's the platform of America. Express yourself. But I'm telling you, I don't see anything that way. I say we've been following all that shit and it has not worked. None of it has worked. And I just want it changed. I want the laws that exist now enforced to the maximum capability. And if they can't be done within the law, then declare war and make it happen. And don't ever stop fighting for what we think is right. I don't think you should stop fighting for what you think is right either. But you can't expect me to stop fighting for what I think is correct either. Whether it's by the law, whether I'm hypocritical, racist, and all those things, doesn't matter. I don't care. I want the laws enforced that exist now that have not been enforced, and whatever else they have to work out, let them work it out. But, and that's why we're arguing about all this stuff now, because it's out of control and we all have our own opinions. I see it blue, you see it red. That's fine. But, that side over there has not worked in my opinion. I want it done this way over here now. And let's just see if it changes and if things get, I will tell you this, I don't think anybody respects us anymore. That's pretty clear from Mexico and everybody else. They don't respect us. They're taking advantage of us. That's why everybody's been quiet. They're not going to protest because they've been getting their way. But now somebody's going to put a stop to that shit, and you're going to see them all come out of the woodwork now. Even the corrupt politicians, the people that's been paid off to sell your country out in your life. That's the people that have always been quiet because they were lining their pockets while you don't have a future any longer. So. Call me what you want, man. I love Trump. I love everything he's doing, Mike out.
Well, you're the one calling names, not me. And two key words in everything you say and have said is opinion and think. I'm using facts and law. And everybody's going to side with you because of fear and ignorance. I understand that. And that's not cursing you like you do me, like Ray of Sunshine does me, like the people in the chat stream.
Wow, I'm not cursing you, Ronan.
You are interrupting me. I did not interrupt you.
Yeah, but I know. But
I did not interrupt you.
Aren't true.
I'm showing civil discourse and being polite by listening to everything you said.
I will give you that. Been listening.
And now you proceed to prove my point. That's exactly what it is. You keep proving my point, and you will deny it, along with everyone that sides with you.
Yes, I will.
And that is the problem. That is the main problem, that people are siding with you based on fears and ignorance.
They're siding with Trump,
and thoughts. I am basing my statement on facts and laws. Mike out.
Okay. That's okay, Ronan. The only thing I disagree with, I haven't said anything directly to you. In the past we have. Okay, I won't deny that, but I'm not cursing you. I'm cursing to express my opinions, but I'm not cursing at you. I just want that clear. I'm not cursing you. And you said I'm operating off fact and law. If that's true, Ronan, then why didn't I hear you squealing up until this election year? I didn't know you, so I don't know if you were or not. I'm just saying, why were you not doing anything about all the problems until now? The facts and the laws have already been there, but they haven't been enforced. So I didn't hear all these people squealing that the laws that are on the books are not being enforced. I didn't hear them squealing about that. These laws have already been there, but they haven't been enforced, Ronan. So if you want to talk laws, in my opinion, the laws are already there, but they're not being enforced. So what are we going to do about that? If you're following the laws, then why is our border not secure, Ronan? The laws have been on the books for years and years to secure our border. You talk law, you talk fact. That's a fact that they've been telling us for years, that our border is secure. That's a lie. It hasn't been. That's why all the illegals are here. We've been lied to, Ronan. The laws have not been enforced. I'm sorry to inform you, sir, but we've been lied to, and the laws have not been enforced. I'm sorry. You talk fact and law, but the problem is, you know, in my opinion, if that's true that you follow fact and law, what is your excuse why these laws have not been enforced? You know if you know the laws like you say you do, then you fucking know that law is saying that we have a secure border, and we've been lied to. It's never been secure. Never, ever. But the laws that are on the books says, and they've been telling us for years and years, no, don't worry, our borders are secured. And now we have all this illegals over here, millions and millions and millions of illegals, and you want to talk to me about law? You follow law? Come on, Ronan, man, you can at least admit that. If you follow the law, you know those laws are there for a secure border, correct? Mike out.
I think you misunderstand my approach.
He's not misunderstanding anything. Mike out.
I said I'm being interrupted, rudely so. And if this is going to be that kind of conversation, I thank you for proving my point ahead of time. Now continue. I said,
you suck ass, man.
Thank you again for proving my point. Thank you. I said I use the law and facts. I never said anything about the law being applied or protected. I said these are the laws and these are the facts. And I'm going to be interrupted rudely and talked over by everyone. And I know this ahead of time. It is predictable. And I think you should look up the word snide again. SNIDE. So however you phrase things, that snide remark is in there. And I know that. You might not realize it because your fears are talking, along with the fears of many that side with you. Again, to be clear, I am approaching this based on laws and facts, not my opinion.
Your facts suck ass, man.
Facts do not change. That's why they sound like a broken record. That's the difference. I don't come in with non sequiturs. I focus on the point at hand. I elaborate.
All you do is talk nonsense.
I get interrupted. So if it makes you feel good to be that type
nonsense
characters, plural, then please go ahead. But I'm
no
not going
facts.
to change. I will not change
nonsense.
My approach or modus operandi, the way I do things. That's what that clause means. So if that comes down to it and your pride is in the way, you've proven my point. Thank you, Mike out.
Okay. Okay, that's fair enough. I've expressed myself to the nth degree. What I consider to be fact is that the laws, and you said, you know, you're just talking about the laws. You're not talking about enforcing the laws or if they have been enforced, but you're just talking the laws. But now you want to enforce the laws now that you disagree with Trump. It seems that you want to enforce, you know, you want to talk about laws and stuff. I don't even know if that part, you know, is exactly the way I see it, but that's fair enough. I mean, okay. But I'm just saying, you know, if you're going to talk laws, then you should have been talking them, you know, back in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, We've been told ever since then we have a secure border. We don't. So whoever has not been enforcing those laws, we the people are supposed to be running this country. We elect them to take care and to uphold the law. They have not been upholding the law that we elected them to do. It's clear everybody's faced with the same issues in this country now. So therefore, if we had a secure border, we wouldn't have illegals here. Okay, and the people that need to help the farmers and the grape pickers and all that stuff, they'd have work visas. Okay, so just sticking to that in general. If we had a secure border, those things would not exist here. We've been bullshitted, Ronan. We've had the smoke blowed up our ass. It's pretty fucking clear. I like to just cut through the shit and call a duck. Okay? I don't give a fuck how the duck got white or how the duck got brown. I just want to know, is the duck healthy and is the duck what he's supposed to be? If he's not, I want to know why and I want to put a stop to it. I don't give a what you know what's supposed to be. I want to know what it actually is. And if it's not what it's supposed to be, I want it fixed. So, you know, all this stuff is just, you know, it's on forever and a day. You know, you got the right different viewpoints and stuff. That's fine. I understand. I have mine too. But you call them hypocritical and I'm being condescending. And you say I'm operating out of fear. And I strongly disagree with the fear thing with where I've been in my life. There's not a whole lot of fear in me anymore, Ronan. So I personally am not operating off fear. I'm operating off reality. The only fear is for the people that come try to harm my family. They're the ones that need to be in fear because I'm going to protect my family from what's trying to harm me and my family or my countryman, which I've taken an oath to support and defend. So the real fear is the bomb blowing up son of a bitches with the belts on in the airports. They're the ones living in fear. Am I incorrect on that? We're defending the country. There's no fear here. If there was fear, why are we wanting to put a stop to anything? Why are we stepping up to the plate? Why are we saying enough is enough? That's not fear. That's just common sense. I don't understand we're operating off fear. The rest of the country could be. They're scared. I know a lot of people I've talked to are scared to death with what's going on in their country. I don't believe in operating off fear either. I believe in operating off common sense. And as you say, the rule of law problem is it hadn't been followed. And now I want law and order. And I don't want America to live in fear. It's not right. It's not what's supposed to be here with the laws that are in place. The laws that you talk about, Ronan, we're supposed to be being supported to so America can be a free country and not live in fear. Unfortunately, that's not what's going on. So if y'all want my opinion, somebody's been operating in fear up to this point, but there's no fear no more. We've had enough. Now we're ready to fight and defend. So that's not fear. Mike out.
Working backwards from what you just said, yes, you are fearful to the point, and you made it. Well, I'm being interrupted, buddy, and that really doesn't support your position because you're responsible for the people around you.
Are you not responsible for that too, Ronan?
Well, yes, but is there anyone here who is interrupting you that agrees with me? No, You'll
have to ask them.
I allowed you to finish.
Yeah, but I can't answer for them, Ronan. You're asking
and I wanted a yes or no answer. But going back to the point.
Weirdo.
No, I'm not responsible for what they do. No, I'm not.
Well, that doesn't show leadership. But
why don't you put it back?
You're going back.
Why aren't you responsible?
Working back.
Come on, Ronan.
Working.
You gotta have an equal playing field here.
Well,
Are
yes.
you-
Then could you ask Ray of Sunshine to burp away from the mic? He's very,
Uh,
he's showing that your side is poorly managed and ill-disciplined
wow,
to
that's
listen during
Yawn.
civil discourse. Now back to the point. I'm
guess
working
You don't
back-
have no points, dumb shit.
Well, working back from your point, buddy, you said you're not in fear. However, you get mad. You say you don't care about the law. You say Mexico trade war, and then you throw in ISIS. That's fear. That's irrational. You're not focusing on the topic at hand, the question posed, the posit, if you will. That's where you show that, yes, you are in fear. Working before that, the president right now, right, is breaking the law. I didn't say, right, the government should throw him in jail. I do say under law, the government should investigate, and the government is investigating. Investigations take a very long time. They have to be accurate in what they do under law. It's law enforcement. It's not law enforcement violence. And what you are promoting is violence. That's based. Am I going to be allowed to finish? Apparently not. Okay, so I'm just going to continue. I'm going to be interrupted again. I can guarantee you that, which shows me, obviously, that you are fearful. A confident person would hear the other person out, much like I'm doing with you.
there's no
And to be interrupted by someone who supposedly respects you and is on your side shows that you are just as weak as the person interrupting me.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm being interrupted again.
Wow, that was rude, Ronan.
I'm
not
being
personally not
interrupted
listening
again.
to his name calling.
And I have not
So
finished.
there
I
is
have-
Fuck, that was
I heard
rude.
you out.
Right.
You are only
I've
proving
had
my
my
point
cow. I'm
now.
gonna fix some coffee, Ray.
Now
You want one, man?
You're interrupting
I'll
me
take one.
again. You are interrupting me again.
You're
You're
rude,
proving-
Ronan.
You're
You just
proving my
insult
point.
Buddy and then you
I
pretend
would
like you
I
didn't.
would
That's,
like to finish. I
you're
would really
rude.
like to finish.
You
And
are
by
one rude
continuing like
person,
this,
Ronan.
in spite of being
You
interrupted,
should be ashamed
is
of yourself.
basically fortifying, supporting
Apologize to Buddy
the
W.
point that I'm making.
Apologize to
And
Buddy
if
and then
everyone
make your point.
has equal rights, then why am I being told what
Apologize to Buddy and then
I
make your
have the
point.
right
You owe Buddy
to
an
express
apology.
my views?
Now you don't
See,
need to
people are
apologize to me,
listening
but you
to
need
this.
to apologize to Buddy. He's a
People are
good guy.
listening to this. I don't tell anyone, to basically die like you all are implying. I'm trying
We
to
ain't
get my
implying
point
none of
across
that horse
in a
shit.
very civil manner.
Just,
I gave
just
my word
apologize to Buddy and then make
that I
your
would
point.
hold this tone, and I will. But that person whom I will speak with at length later, his name is Shotgun Rider, is going to have to admit outright that I'm right about what I'm saying.
Don't
Now,
be
back
talking
to the
bad
point.
shit about Shotgun,
Now
man.
back
He's
to
fucking
the
cool.
point
Shut up,
that I
man.
was trying to make.
You need to apologize.
Under
You're
law.
rude.
Under law, I have
You're
the
a rude
right.
person.
I have the right to call
You have
it
the
out.
right to be rude, yes,
Under
but you
law.
are very rude.
And so, what are you going to prove when you continue?
I'm going to prove that you're
is
rude.
that
You don't even
you are
apologize.
Fearful, ignorant, and arrogant to the point where you say, I don't care about the law, declare war. That's the right under the Constitution via the Congress of the United States. That's what we agreed to as a civilized nation. Okay, we are not going to lower ourselves to the point of waterboarding because it's against the law. It's against the Geneva Convention. We agreed to this. Yes, President 43 Bush, he broke that law. He was not held to account. He got away with it. He's part of the machine That's where I had issue. I call Congress. Used to write letters. Now I just email or call. Easy enough. I've been doing it. But now it's gotten to the point where the president is overstepping his bounds. And I'm just saying that is against the law. I didn't say enforce the law. That's up to our Justice Department to do so.
So what's your point? Just talking fucking gibberish?
Were you asking me a question, Ray of Sunshine?
Fuck, I ain't asking you shit. I'm just saying apologize.
I was talking with Buddy, and you're being quite rude to interrupt, because all you do is insult and not address the point or questions made. And I would most be open and welcoming to you addressing the points versus your ad hominem attacks against me. You were saying, Ray of Sunshine.
I was saying you need to apologize to Buddy.
You don't even know what I need to apologize to him for whatever you're making up. You don't even remember what you just said. Could you explain it to me in a lucid, patient manner, please? Mike out.
All I remember what I said is that you're very rude to people, and you need to apologize to Buddy. There's no reason why you should insult him and then just go and mic out and just, you need to apologize to people. Have you ever, I hear feedback now. It's probably you, Ronan, you fucker. So you need to apologize to people. Have you ever apologized to anyone before, Ronan? Mic out.
Well, no, the problem is your connection, because you're getting free internet. So it
has nothing to do with my connection, you fucking goofball.
You want to blame everyone
you're
else.
You're fucking with me, man.
So
you do it on purpose. You probably got other pages open. Sometimes you leave when your TV is going.
Rude.
You got fucking issues,
rude.
Man. Don't be blaming it on my connections. It's you. You're a fucking idiot. Mike out.
And I was going to address your question, but I'd already said that your connection goes bad because it's free internet. You refuse to pay for a secure connection or consistent, my apologies, connection. Yes. And all you say is you need to apologize.
I have a fine connection. I have no connection issues whatsoever. I'm close to the router. I have no problem. And in fact, I'm just amazed that you continually bring that up. When you have your other apps on, you do it on purpose. You turn on other apps.
That you are inept, basically inept.
You interfere with other people's connections. And it's not just me. You do it on purpose, and you enjoy doing it, and you laugh about it inside. And you just need to grow up, Ronan. You need to make it so other people can communicate. You don't want to have feedback and
really
all kinds of stuff.
For a lot of people.
Their volume. You don't want to do anything like that. Just man up instead of being a fucking pussy, Ronan.
Not really.
You're a fucking pussy. Mike out.
To addressing the actual point at hand. Your connection is bad because it's free. That's your problem. And you want
my connection is excellent. I have no issues with my connection.
And you are not allowing me to continue.
I have no problems whatsoever. Only when you have other apps open.
To be honest,
you need to do is listen to me instead of talking. You need to listen.
One-sided about this.
You know that you have other apps open. You have other pages open on purpose. You probably have the YouTube app open right now with the volume turned on. You know that interferes with people's connections. Yet you don't care. You need to just man up and become a man instead of a woman. Well, no, I take the woman thing back. Instead of being a pussy.
Coming across with ad hominem attacks. Your ad hominem attacks really negate any point that you were trying to make in civil discourse. And that's really not the way conversations go. If you want to show that to the world, it's recorded. So others can listen to this. The others will listen to you be rude, attack with ad hominem statements, and not remember the point that I need to address.
The point was, I asked you if you've ever apologized to anyone.
No, that was not the point
You
that,
couldn't even
that you
answer me
started
a
with.
yes or no
That was
question.
not the
A
point.
simple yes or no question. You
That was
couldn't
not
even
the point you
answer.
started with.
And
Could
that
you
just
get back to the
amazes me
point
that
that
you
you
won't
started
even
with?
answer a simple question.
Could you get back to
Have
the
you
point
ever
that you started
apologized
with,
to
please?
anyone?
Could you get back to that point, or could you remember the point that you were trying to make? Is that possible? If not, it's obvious to everyone that's listening. Mike out.
The point I was trying to make with you, see, now I'm getting feedback again, and it's from you. Now all of a sudden it stops. Very interesting. The point is that when you insult people, Ronan, have you ever apologized? Have you ever thought, wow, why did I say that? You know, have you ever apologized to anyone? You were very rude to Buddy, and he deserves an apology from you. I don't need an apology from you. And if you keep fucking giving me feedback with your extra app open, your volume up on your YouTube, man, I'm fucking leaving this chat. If you want me to leave, you keep fucking with me, man, with the fucking volume on your YouTube account, and I'll leave. Mike out.
All right. So anyway, man, wow, that was a great debate. But anyway, have you still having a? Wow, I'm even doing it now. I'm echoing.
It's Ronan. He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah, everything was the same over here, so it's not me. But anyway, that's fine.
Yeah, if he wants to be childish, let him, I guess.
Well, no, it's all good. Well, what happened to Packy? He dropped out of here, and I don't know why he. Anyway, I heard him say something about he got dropped out of here or something. But anyway, that's cool. Yeah, man. These conversations will just go on in the politicking world. Let's just sit back and see what happens. Hopefully, we'll show courage and strength and get a handle on these things. But it's just out of control.
Well, I think also what's happening too is that I don't know, for some reason, and I don't mean this. Well, I just wanted to bring up Packy. He's really being very insultive of some of our friends here, and I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, I get along with everyone. I'm wondering why Packy's being so mean. You know, have you noticed? He's typing some weird shit.
I have not been reading. Let's see. Hey, man, is that Petra, by the way? Is that the real Petra?
I don't think so. I think it's Dave Simpson.
Okay. Yeah, because I didn't think it was. But anyway, no, I hadn't been reading it. I don't. I was looking down at my cup of coffee for a few minutes thinking.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get another coffee. It sounds pretty good.
Man,
I feel like staying up.
Coffee too, man. You got that. The beans are not even crushed yet. Yeah, that's the best coffee you can get, man. Fresh too.
Yeah, it sounds good. Ron, you know, he Googles stuff. We know that, and he gets his ammunition. I even heard him today too. I knew he was doing this anyway, but talking with him, I think it was Rupert, and Ronan said, "Oh, just a moment. Let me write that down on my pad and paper." So what? I don't do that. I'm not saying it's wrong, but that's the type of person Ronan is. He has this piece of paper and pencil, whatever, there, and he makes notes of how to insult and what to say to people. But anyway, hey, D-Back, what's up, man? You've got bad connection, D-back. Say something, D-back. Buddy, how's D-back coming in with you?
Let's see. I haven't heard anything yet. He hasn't said anything, has he?
Well, if you've been, you're normally on the Hangout all the time, Ray. You're normally quite up on the Hangout. If you'd been reading the Hangout, you'd realise why I've just kicked little fucking cunt Packy out.
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, we can all come in here and start calling. I can come in and start calling you a fucking paedophile. You know, you chase little fucking kids and stuff. If that's acceptable to you, we can all start that shit. But when they post, oh, let me finish for fuck's sake. Let me fucking finish. If he posts that on the fucking Hangout about me, whenever he starts talking about that, I will kick his little racist Muslim arse out of the fucking room every time he fucking does it.
Well, that's the right attitude to have, and it's okay with me.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is when I'm in here, Crystal sometimes pulls up the Hangout chat. I just watched the YouTube chat and the Hangout window, so I don't know what was going on in there.
Well, he started calling me a Scottish paedophile and I chase little girls. If he wants to start going down that road, then I'll just kick his little fucking shitty Muslim cunty fucking arse out of the room. He's one sick little bastard.
Yeah, I did not see any of that. I apologize
Well,
for that.
if you scroll up the Hangout, there's a scroll bar on the right hand side, yeah, on the Hangout. If you scroll up, you'll see it.
Yeah, it says chat.
Do you know how to scroll with a scroll bar?
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Let me see it on here. Let me see it.
He's one sick little fucking cunt. He was winding up Shan before that. And as soon as I joined and said good morning, he started with a paedophilia shit. That's what goes through Muslims' minds all the time. I've fucking heard it from every fucking one of them. Sick little bastard.
Yeah, there's no reason to cut down somebody else's country. That's what I was saying. I had an issue, D-back,
Does it cut
earlier.
down the country, for fuck's sake? Listen to what I'm saying. He started calling me a fucking paedophile and I chase little girls. We can all start these games, you know. I can start saying you fucking shaft 9-year-old boys, you paedophile cunt. Is this the kind of fucking chat we want? You know, we can all play that fucking game. Fucking hell, concentrate on what's been fucking said. Nobody's said anything about a fucking country.
Yeah.
Hold up, D-back. It could be one of the impersonators. There's two of them. Okay? Hold on. It's just...
Well, I kicked the impersonator.
Well, put it this way. If that impersonator is doing those insults, kick him.
I'll kick anybody that comes out with that shit. Don't matter who it is.
Yeah, I will say I was in here one, probably been a week ago now, and there was a fake Packy in here. And he had the dog picture and everything just like that. And when I was watching him, it just didn't sound like the Packy now. I don't know if it's him or not, but there was a clone. I do remember that.
Well, I mean, does anybody right-click in his picture and look at his subs?
I don't know. It could be him. I don't know. It maybe look. I just read it. I just read what you were talking about over at Crystal's computer, and yeah, it looks like there was a little shindig going on in there.
Yeah, I mean, fucking hell. First thing in the morning, you come in, you say good morning, you get that fucking shit, fucking chat, you know.
Right.
No, I mean, don't mind the wind up, don't mind Ray's weird fucking gay pictures, but not that fucking shite.
Yeah.
I mean, it descends into fucking chaos. Before that, we're all talking like Adam, you know.
I'm just happy that I see everybody's actually human and not a machine. I thought there for a while I was the only one with anger issues. And so I'm happy everybody's got, you know, a strong point of view, man. I'm happy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're going to try and go back and fucking click on his subscription.
Okay, so you being involved with that, D-Beck, I guess you missed out. Were you hearing what was going on in here? We had a nice little shindig going on in here too.
Oh no, I missed that. That would have been funny. Fucking hell.
Hey, D-Beck, I tell you what really is really annoying was what we had an issue, and we still do with Ronan. You know, people cutting down your country that aren't from your country is one thing, but people cutting down their country that live in your country, as in Ronan cutting down the United States, man, that's really hard to take.
Well, I haven't heard anybody cut down your country. I've heard them cutting down your politicians and your system, but not your country. I know it's hard to grasp that, but there's a difference from, you know, cutting down governments and actual people.
Exactly. Wow, D-Beck, you just, wow, listen to that, Ray.
I know.
I totally support what D-Beck just said. That's who I'm mad at. I'm mad at our politicians. It's nothing to do with it's nothing to do with the people of the countries at all. Our politicians are the corrupt ones. They've sold us out. Trade wars, immigration, you name it. All of this law and order stuff, it's all been in place for them to enforce. It's all corrupt. We are mad at the same things, D-Beck, just so you know.
Yeah, we are over here, you know, but...
I was just telling somebody earlier, D-Beck, that I really enjoyed the conversation you and I had last night, and it was intriguing to me to hear the exact same complaints where you live. I mean, they were almost identical. So we've all been sold out, all of us. It's not just America. It looks like everybody's country, for whatever all the reasons are. It's probably too complex for me to understand in so many different ways. And then the information that you never received that you need to know to, you know, verify stuff. But it's pretty clear, man, if your companies are leaving and the economy's out of control, half of your country's out of work and the wages have been driven down, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out something's wrong, you know. But anyway, I was just telling them earlier that it was so intriguing to hear the exact same issues in your country. It just, it blew my mind for a little while. I was like, wow, man, same damn thing over there. Exact same issue, everything.
Every Western country, every European country.
Corrupt politicians and the government. I totally support that with everything that I am. That's exactly, you know, I get heated sometimes and I may not say things right, but see, I so agree with messages I've heard this election year. I'm not mad at China per se. Now, I was raised in civilian life to not take advantage of people's weaknesses. That's the way I was raised. In other words, just because you can talk $1 out of his pocket, are you going to talk that $1 out of his pocket and cheat the man? You know what I'm saying? In other words, I was raised not to do that. And there's something in the Bible too that talks about he could have gone in the camp and killed all the people while they were sleeping. You know, in other words, but I feel like everything's been operated off the other philosophy. They just don't care about us, D-Beck. They have sold us out. It's corrupt as hell. I'm mad at my government and my politicians for allowing this stuff to happen. Mexico has taken advantage of it. China has taken advantage of it. And I think after listening to the talking points and the problems that you feel is in your country, I was amazed. It's the same exact issues here. I mean, wow. So D-Beck, the people that used to make, like in the steel industries and the corporations that I've been involved with through the years, they used to make $35, $40 an hour. The wages have been driven down to like, you're lucky to get 25, 26 for what used to pay 35 and 40. And the companies are no longer here. Half of America's out of work. But that's on the trade and the economy war stuff. And then you have, you know, the immigration problem coming in and just turning everything upside. I think there's people on this planet that that's exactly what they want to happen, so they can control the whole global planet. I don't know. I don't know whether to carry that to that degree or not, you know. But I just know that I want my sovereign nation back, and I want equal trade deals between the countries where they're, you know, nobody's getting cheated. Fair trade for everybody else's country and America is what I want. I don't want a one-sided, you know, I'm not so screwed up that I just want everything for America. I want to be able to, what I remember growing up, I want to be able to go to your country and see your country flourishing and enjoy your culture and enjoy what's supposed to be happening. You know, everybody's working, they got a great living, everybody's got agendas and careers to follow, but hell, they've taken it all away. So, man, anyway, enough said. It was intriguing to hear that the same problems exist there. I was just blown away with that.
Well, I'd like to see every country flourish and get us to repair the damage we've already fucking done.
Yep.
Before it's too late.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, Beck. I'll just admit it. I had basically given up on this country. And I'm sorry, man. It's just, it didn't look like there was anything that was going to turn it around until, I hate to say it, but actually I don't hate to say it, but Trump brought the truth back to the people of what's really going on, whether people like it or not. It's the truth. And no politician ever wanted to even talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
They never even wanted to mention it. They didn't want you to. They didn't want it.
Yeah, he raised the bar. He's corrupt as the rest of them. He's going to make billions of dollars. He's going to make billions for his friends. But he did point out, you know, he more or less said that he was going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to come in and fuck you all up the arse, but I'll be no different from the rest of them. You know.
I will say that with his interest all around the world, that his businesses, if he gets it straightened out, yeah, I realized that in the very beginning. His businesses will do better if the economy does better. He's probably there, you know, I mean, his interest and his investments on the planet, whatever country it is, they will either go bad or they'll go good. He will, you know, make money or not make as much money or however that goes. Personally, Beck, I really don't care. I'm sorry. I just don't care. Just, you know, in other words, I'm more worried about the majority of the country as a whole. You know, as long as he's making money because he's improved the economy, I personally don't see a problem with that. If he's laundering money in a corrupt way, I have a bad problem with that. But if he fixes the economy because he wants his companies to make more money too, I don't have a problem with that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he'll help himself. He'll probably help a few companies. He'll obviously help a lot of Chinese, Malaysian, and Filipino companies because he's got a lot of interest there. But, you know, he'll be truthful at your end, but he won't be truthful at deals he's making with the Chinese.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the Chinese rents his apartments in Trump Tower, and he's part of the biggest bank on the planet. So he has a lot of interest. I know a little bit about that stuff, but the way I see it is, Beck, if you're going to bring the real problems out, in other words, that's not as corrupt as the politicians that's been selling us out and cares about no one. You know what? In other words, give me the lesser. If that is true, and he is evil or he is corrupt, which I personally don't believe that his whole life speaks of corruption. I think he's a billionaire buffoon, and I think he's all about business. But I don't see him like dealing underhanded like the mafia and the corrupt politicians have done.
Oh, no. No, he's been honest with that. He's said he's dodged tax, etc.
Yeah,
But he said he's done no different than anybody else has done.
right. The laws that we've been handed, he's operated off the laws. He's just figured out the loopholes.
Yeah.
You know,
What he's basically said is, I'm going to come in and mug you, but it's legal for me to do it.
yeah, well, I'll tell you the way, okay, that's fair enough. But I have to say, if that's true, and I'm sure he's going to also, his companies all over the world, I'm sure they're going to do better too when he fixes a lot of the stuff going on. And you know what, Beck? That even makes me want him more. You know why? He's got every reason in the world to fix it. You know what I'm saying? Even his personal investments, God bless it. Let his companies make more money. If he fixes the major problems and fixes the parts of America that's broken, hey, man, that's good for everybody. And I have to admit that the trade agreements we have with the other countries is not fair. It's not fair, man. And that's why we can't compete anymore. We've been sold out. So if he fixes those things to where not only his companies, but all other companies and corporations start doing well again and can function here in America with, a more fair playing ground, God bless that for all countries, And I think,
yeah, but problem with a fair playing ground, we've got to work for $8 a day. That's the fair.
Yeah, I understand.
That's the fair playing ground.
Yeah. And along with that, it has to be, they have to deal with the currency, differences in each country too. I understand, without, in other words, I don't have a lot of information about it, but I just know there's fair world trade acts that are supposed to be enforced where everybody can import and export on a level playing field as much as possible due to their economies and their currencies and all of those things. And it's, hey, Beck, look at it this way. You remember when those guys were working in those factories making good money and selling a bunch of product?
Yeah.
Okay, why can't they do it anymore?
What, from our side?
It doesn't matter. Any country, any culture. Why can't they do it anymore? Why have the wages been driven down and all of a sudden they can't? And everybody's going abroad to China, Mexico, and everywhere else. There's a big reason for that.
Automation. Automation on our side, and that's getting more profound.
Yeah.
I mean, the prediction in Europe, something like the 48 million unemployed.
Yeah, and then you have the growth thing that also has to be worked into that, and so I understand that. But
the growth frightening. I can't understand, always aiming at 10 or 12% growth because it's like a runaway train. Oh hell!
Yeah, I've had a bad problem with that area too, trying to figure. Yeah, exactly. I understand that. Yeah.
I mean, the recycling thing and all this kind of environment, that's not going to slow it down any. When you've got an economy that's huge.
Right. Well, I hope it gets better for all countries. If for whatever Trump's doing that starts to work, let's just stick to the economy. If it starts making things better, I hope people in your country follow too. In other words, if the corrupt politicians are selling you guys out, I hope they drain the swamp in your country too. And I hope they get that, I hope there's always going to be corruption on earth. I know that. I'm just saying the main people that's making all the deals for your country, I hope they get those people out. Beck just dropped out, didn't he, Ray? Let's see. Wow, he must have lost connection.
No, Packy removed him on purpose. It's pretty chicken shit.
Yeah, I think they had a pre-existing argument, and so it sounds like they got their own war going on. I'll stay out of that one and stay in ours.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I agree. I've got to. Yeah, I'm staying out of it too. But it's hard not to stick up for people that you know are right. I'm trying to learn that. I kind of fucked up on the Kayla thing before on that issue. So I try to.
I understand.
I try to learn.
You know what I'd like to see, Ray? No matter who's right or wrong, God, just somebody fix it so we're all walking around with a smile for a change.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting on about Ronan. He needs to learn how to apologize, and he needs to realize that, he's not always right. Other people are right sometimes, and he is wrong sometimes, and he needs to realize that. But especially, more importantly, he needs to learn how to apologize for his poor behavior towards others.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. I'm going to make another coffee.
Some people, oh, you didn't get one yet?
No, I had one, but it tasted so good, I think I'll have another.
Wow, I'm going to try to, Crystal will get mad if I ask her for another one. So, Crystal, can I have one?
Yeah, I'm going to make another one. The last one I made was just so delicious. I looked in my mug and, last swig, and I thought, shoot, man, I think I'll have another.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll make me one more here. I'll give you $5. I give you $5. I give you $5. You make me one more. But
I really think that Ronan needs to apologize. He needs to man up and apologize. For his. He really insulted you earlier, and I didn't like that. I thought that was very rude of him, and he needs to develop that quality. Maybe he always Googles stuff. Maybe he should Google something like manners, and read what it says about manners, and then look up insults, and also he could probably Google apologies. That would be a good one for him to Google and find out, just the basics of how to apologize to someone. But you can't. They got things like, I heard this saying, we've all heard it, is you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and certain quotes like that apply to Ronan. And in fact, even at this moment, I'm sure he's online Googling something and sketching it down so he can jump back in and insult more or whatnot. But hey, I'll be right back. I want to make coffee.
All right, man.
All right. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here.
Okay, man.
Ronin, 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 keep them doggies ronin, rawhide.
Man, that I used to watch those westerns all the time. Keep them in it. Rawhide, rawhide.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood, man, that was fucking cool, huh? That was a good series.
Do you remember the one with Steve McQueen? Have gun will travel.
Oh yeah, man, shoot. Yeah, even something like The Rifleman, you know.
Man, oh man, you have no idea. Just so you know, those westerns are watched every day in this house.
Yeah, man, there's some good shit on there too. Um, yeah, they don't make TV like they did, you know.
Nah, I've been so disgusted that I just keep it on the old westerns and stuff now. Hey Ray, talking about those westerns, when you watch the westerns, you start to realize, man, that back when laws were being developed and everything, these guys just had a few simple rules. Number one, you don't shoot anybody in the back. Okay. But when you got a disagreement, if you call the guy out, you can go out in the street and count your paces and fire away.
I know. That's a good. It's good to look at that and think that's the way it used to be, you know. And I like the part too in the olden Western days too. Like if somebody in town, raped your little girl or something, you just simply just get a few guys together and get a rope and take care of business, right?
Yeah, I mean, you see them doing the hangings in the small towns and stuff. So it's just interesting to see the actual footage of what I guess you could say the Westerns are basically the way America started out, so to speak.
Yeah.
And hey, have you noticed this too, Ray? When you watch The Rifleman, Bonanza, all of them, every one of these Hollywood stars started out in the Westerns. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
I have seen all those guys that ended up with movies, all the way down to Clint Eastwood. He wasn't with main roles in those Westerns. He usually, in the early years, he was just another participant, like Gunsmoke, you had the main sheriff guy. And then, but yet in the skits, you'd see people like Clint Eastwood and all these other actors. That's where they got started.
I know.
Yeah, they all got started in the Westerns. What blows my mind when I think about that, as opposed to what's gone on with the election year and all the Hollywood people coming out, and all that stuff, I was like, wow, wait a minute now. Well, and I'm not even speaking directly about these people, maybe a lot of those people that were in those Westerns. But it's interesting to me the way Hollywood has revolved into this, what I almost consider anti-American way. You know what I'm saying? In other words, the Hollywood actors that were in these old Westerns and stuff, it seems like they were about, America, law and order, and, the Western way. And then you see all of the Westerns, which now basically has revolved into Hollywood. Wow, their views are like, not all of them. Okay, there's a lot of them I'm not even speaking of. Did you see where Madonna come out and said something about blowing up the White House?
I know. There's, freedom of speech gets carried away. I mean, I don't have an issue. I think everybody should be able to speak their mind, but those anti-American thoughts like that, like Ronan's that way. He's very anti-American, and I just can't understand that. I mean, it's okay to disagree, but to say statements like that, burning down the White House, I mean, that's kind of like, that's just not, I don't like that at all. I don't like it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not aligned with it either, Ray. The blue collar worker in me wants to view it as though they're so disconnected from what's really going on in America. With your blue collar worker that has to work check to check for their families. I'd like to take them off their pedestal and take them away from their money for just 1 month would be good, and actually let them experience what the regular everyday American has to experience, even if it's for the purpose of making a movie. Okay, just live the life, and then tell me if you have the same views that you're spewing this election year. I don't think
Yeah.
the same view. They were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Not all of them, not all of them. But America is what made them wealthy. Why would you dare, go? I don't know.
Exactly.
These people that have come out, Ray, and man, I really liked some of these actors, through the years. I didn't know their views politically, and nor did I really have a political agenda. I almost thought both parties were corrupt in DC, and just kind of ran with the gusto and dealing with all the things that were happening through the years. But those people that have those views, man, I would really like them just to be thrown in a factory for about a month and have to ride home and deal with the real things that exist here. I don't know, man. And then you got friends that have, immigrants here that are illegal, and they hate to see them go, and they like them. And, I'm not talking about the criminals. I'm talking about there's so many people here, Ray, they're fine, man. They're great people. I know these things, but it's out of control. We have to do something. But anyway, so getting back to the Westerns in Hollywood, it's amazing when I think about the way everything's revolved. And people's viewpoint.
I know. I was thinking about the Western too. Is that what always cracks me up about the Westerns? I enjoy watching them. But the big thing that's always been in my mind. I've drank a few shots of whiskey, and you name it, I've had them before in my life. But what trips me out on the Westerns, the guy that goes into the bar and they get that shit, man, and they just slam it, and I'm looking at their face, and it's like they're drinking water, and I'm sure they are. But man, in real life, and then they grab the bottle and they douse another one and slam another one. There's not too many people that are into that kind of shit, really.
Right. I'll change the subject for a minute. I just happened to look down to the YouTube chat. Maybe I better not say anything till I read a little bit more. Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, I'm just going to finish up my coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, man. Yeah, Ray's making his coffee. Ronan, you still there too, I guess? Or
Oh, yes, I've been here. Yes.
all right, man. That's cool. I'm not trying to not be sociable or whatever, but I just been sitting here, man. I'm not in a good state of mind, man, right now, so I can't really keep things on my mind as far as talking to everybody and everything. I was just trying to get up on what I hadn't been watching the chat. Wow, is Packy? Wow, okay, Packy's back in the hangout.
Yeah, one of the things I liked about the watching the old Westerns is the relationships that the Hollywood set up, that the actors have with their children, like Lucas McCain,
Lucas McCain, rifleman.
Yeah, man, the way he, here's his son, and if you watch it, it's just so real. His son loves him. He loves his father. They treat each other with respect, and if more movies were like that, I think society would be better off.
Yeah, and you know what? Man, I'm gonna tell you something. You know, enough of my stories out, so I really don't care. My son watches those westerns like a religion every day. He's not in that aeronautical engineering. Whenever he's at home, he's watching those westerns, and that's the stuff that he admires. And he always has said to me his whole life, man, he's always said, I should have been in those times. You know, he felt like he's
me too.
Born into those times because he agrees with, you know, those, I get, you know, the love between the father and son and all of those things. Yeah, man, exactly. I mean, he cherishes that stuff. He watches that stuff religiously. He loves that stuff.
Yeah, it's really interesting because now I'm not knocking it, you know, and I don't think it's an age thing. What it's got to be now is that, you know, you watch a movie now and you can actually, you know, in the old Western days, they shoot somebody and they fall over and, you know, you don't see the blood splatter on them or you don't see their head blown away. But Hollywood now, you know, I mean, you see stuff, it's just like it desensitizes people. And,
you know, that's an interesting point too, Ray. Wow, you just hit me with something that was, you're right. In these Westerns, man, they'll just show it like a real distant thing. Like if two gunmen are having it out, you know, in front of the saloon, you'll see them drop, but you won't see the bullet go in. You won't see the damage to the body. You won't see people's heads and arm and ligaments blown apart. None of those grotesque things.
Yeah, even with the shotgun blast, you know, I mean, I forget what movie that was, but the guy, I think it was what was that? Yeah, you'd probably remember, but the sheriff had a sawed-off 12-gauge shotgun in his office, and then he had the 12-gauge. Instead of having the shot, he took it out and he lined up 10-cent pieces in there, you know, dimes. And if you shot a 12-gauge at somebody with dimes in it at close range, I mean, you're talking just chop them in half, you know.
Yeah, hey, Packy, great to have you in here, man. I just want to say something, and I want everybody to hear it at one time because I don't want to keep going through these issues. I just want everybody at one time to know where I stand. Cap Dan, I just want to say, and I hope you got speakers and can hear this. I think you're a two-faced piece of shit too, and I just wanted to say that. Okay, I've watched you over there at Kayla's site. I know what you do. I know what you say. I don't like you, man. I don't like who you are. And that's just what I want to say to you. You can talk to Crystal all you want. That's not even why I don't like you, man. I think you're a piece of shit. But anyway, go. Hey, nice to see you, Packy, man.
Ronan.
Yes, honest Pakistani.
Ronan, have you noticed that Ray and Buddy are developing some sort of a bond?
You have what, please?
Ray of Sunshine and Buddy W. They are developing some sort of a bond with each other.
Some kind of a bond?
Uh-huh.
Oh no!
Yeah, we do.
People always bond against me, so it's nothing new. The combinations will change.
Hey, Ronan, I'm sorry. I want to say something to Ronan, actually. Ronan, don't you find it interesting that Cap Dan shows up and then Troy Ward shows up, all these people that are over there, you know, with their shit and everything? I find this interesting as hell that Cap Dan shows up over here with his little slick little statements and stuff. And that is not, before all these issues came about, you know, the arguing between all the people over there and all that stuff. He was never doing those things. And now Cap Dan shows up over here. Troy Ward's coming in, You have all the lurkers. I just find this interesting. You know, it's like, let's go over there. We're going to fuck the stream up. I'll be the slick talker. I'll try to get in. I'll try to get in good. you know, why can't these people stay over there and have their own talking points, their own debates? It just blows my mind. But it's just interesting to me that Cap Dan shows up, and I already watched him over there at Kayla's site the other night, so he's full of shit. And then Troy Ward comes in, and all of these interesting newbies come in. I just find that interesting. And they actually,
yeah, I think that see, I've liked Cap Dan, I always have, but I don't anyone else's opinion like yours, buddy, or anything is completely cool, man. It doesn't change my relationship. Any relationship with any of my friends have with anybody else, I don't have an issue with that. It's up to them. Right. I don't have any issue. But the only reason I say I like Cap Dan, I guess, is because, see, I've never got into it with him. We've always, you know, we've never gotten in an argument or anything, so I'm okay with him. But I hear what you're saying, and I don't have an issue. If you have an issue with him, I don't have an issue at all.
Well, no, you know,
okay.
Yeah, things change in life, and I used to talk to Cap Dan all the time in Newsmax, and actually talked to him for quite some time. I think months, as a matter of fact. And then this happened and that happened, and I kind of stayed out all of that stuff, even though, you know, some things I see or what I believe, it might not even be true. You don't know on the net. You know, I kind of keep a distance, but when the hardcore stuff comes in, I'm like, okay, wow, you're not the same guy I used to talk to. So, wow, you go.
Yeah.
In other words, if people that have disagreements and arguments, I don't care, man. I mean, I understand I have my own, you know what I mean? But if you're going to side with those people over there to come over here and fuck this stream up, I've just got a fucking problem with that. And I don't like it. I don't think it's fair. Let's see, fair ground streaming. In other words, go over there and stream, talk all the shit you want to over there. But if you're going to conspire.
Yeah, but I think it's weird, though, that Dan won't come on the panel with us. He'll go on Kayla's panel, but he won't come on the panel with us. I find that weird.
Who are you talking about, Cap Dan?
No, Cap Dan is a Trumpster. Do you know that? Cap Dan is a...
I know he supports Trump, but he's also a cocksucker. So he can support Trump in those ways, but if he's going to be a two-faced,
nah, buddy. Cap Dan is cool as fuck.
That's cool. As long as he doesn't conspire, I really, and look, man, let me make one thing perfectly clear. I'm just giving my viewpoints. I don't own, I don't run, I don't control anything about this stream. But I just don't like people coming over here and tearing it down. It's kind of like this. You can do what you want in your house, but why are you going to come over here and try to burn my house down all the time? You know what I mean? Whether I own the house or the bank owns the house, I just don't like it. But anyway,
I agree. I don't have anything to do with this site either. It's not mine or anything, but we got to look at it as like it's, you know, Armando set this up, so it's pretty much, you know, all Absolutely. Of our sites in a way. He's a cool guy, man. That's the way you set it up.
I like to make statements.
But he's the boss.
Yeah, I like to make statements so everybody knows why and how I feel about something, and that way, you know, hopefully with me just saying it and not beating around the bush and trying to play them like they think they're playing us. I don't really like playing that game very much. In other words, I'm not going to go over there to Kayla's site and go, hey guys, what you doing? Hey, Captain. Hey, Kayla, I really love you, when I can't stand the bitch or nothing about it.
Yeah, I just find it, like I said, I find it really strange that the Captain will go over there on Kayla's panel, but he won't come on here. That kind of blows me away.
Yeah, Buddy.
I'd like to talk to him.
Yeah, Buddy has gay tendencies for me. Yeah, I think what you're saying is it's probably not gay tendencies, Cap Dan. It's probably called, let me think of the best word. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's called hatred for your ways. I think it's more along those lines. I don't like who you are. Just so we can get that straight. If I want to suck your dick, I'll tell you.
Yeah, like I say, I really honestly mean it. Do with any of my friends here, talking bad or good with anyone. I don't have an issue. It's completely okay with me. I don't judge.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ray, but check this out, man.
No, it's cool. I'm just saying.
With
I'm just
all
saying that
this
you know. I don't care if you get on somebody's case. I still like you just as much. Don't bother me. That's what I was.
Yeah, and let me make myself clear. You know how me and look, man. I think it's pretty clear. You argue or debate with Ronan. I argue and debate with Ronan. But guess what, man? Guess what?
I'm so,
Ronan does not go over there and come down and try to shut this stream down. That is the one damn thing I will defend Ronan on. I've never seen him do that. I've never witnessed him trying to do that. I will defend Ronan on that one subject. I don't see him doing that.
but buddy,
he can go talk to anybody on this planet he wants, but he's not over here trying to shut this fucking stream down.
Buddy.
Yeah.
But we have to admit the fact that we don't let Ronan Kenoshi finish his statement. So that's something we are doing with him from a very long time.
I will say that sometimes I don't. I actually most of the time I do, Packy, but here, yeah.
No, I'm not referring this to you. I'm referring to this scum Ray. He won't let him finish. I'm sorry, Ray, but that's the truth.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. So take it for what it's worth.
So Ronan, would you? I asked you a question that apparently it looks like Buddy and Ray are developing some sort of bond. So
okay, I want to try this. Well, they have their views. I guess it's pointless for me to continue. Mike out.
oh, was that your statement?
Say again, Packy. I'm sorry.
Was that your statement?
Well, no, I'm being interrupted.
Well,
It's on purpose.
No, that was a burp. That was a natural burp.
In other words, I've proven my point. Obviously, I'm being interrupted, and I listen to them. But when I make a point based on facts and law, like now, I get interrupted. And
I think I have to disagree with you. I think you're being too insensitive. So,
no, I think you're the fake, honest Pakistani. But let that be what it is. Because it seems obvious to me. Others may allow that and enjoy that, but it doesn't sound like the real honest Pakistani.
No, I have the real one. You can verify. You can verify. I have the real one.
No, like I said, it doesn't sound right. You're getting the stutter a little better. You are getting the stutter a little better, though. You've gone back over those videos and you're picking up a few of those techniques. And I gotta admit, you're good. You're good. To be outright honest about it, yes, you're very, very good. But
what
it comes down
Ronan,
to
get to the point.
To explain things now, and I'm being interrupted, and it's a subtle thing like a burp, and it's on purpose. I mean, if I had to burp or
what's the problem with Ronan?
like I said, you're not allowing me to finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like I said, your character is suspect to me.
I'm sorry, Ronan.
That's fine. It only proves my point. But remember, you are right. I'm happy, but you are right. Mike out.
Oh! I remember that you can be right, but you cannot be happy. But you are happy, but you are not right. I remember that, Ronan. But it's me, Ronan. Recognize me. I'm one of yours. So
Packy,
yes,
do you find Ronan attractive?
I find Ronan as inspiring.
Have you ever got on the panel and talked to Ronan and then got like kind of like a Woody going or anything?
Nah, nah,
No,
nah, never.
me neither. Me
Ronan
neither.
is like a fatherly figure. So
Well, he's like
we
your father?
like a fatherly figure. We don't have uh, we are not attracted to our fathers in that specific terms. So
Do you
no,
agree with Ronan on everything that you've ever heard him say?
yes, to some point, yes,
Not everything?
almost everything, because Ronan is always is always about facts, unless it's related to Trump, because Ronan has a biased opinion on Trump. That's some kind of a hatred,
Yes,
but toward Trump, I
agree.
don't know why. He calls him Trump Reich, Reich. So I can understand that.
You you do that well, Packy. Do it again, please.
Reich, Reich.
Wow, nice, very nice. You should incorporate that into a song. Can you
Okay.
think of a Trump song?
Oh,
Yeah, you're.
okay, let me work on this, and I'll get back with the song.
Oh boy. Yeah.
But I think, but I think, but I think, Ray, you're pushing Rollin to the limit. So, so you should at least allow him to finish.
Okay, but for him to finish, he never finishes though, Packy. It's never ending. You know, he could Google it. It's called infinity. Is infinite. It never ends. But I will mic out. Let's let Ronan say his piece. Ray will mic out right now and let
Okay,
Ronan. Okay, I'll do that for Ronan, and I'll do it for you, Packy, because you like him.
Would you
Okay,
like to
mic out. Mic out.
What the hell? Nobody's going to talk? Uh-oh, Packy
No,
got it.
I was waiting for the question to be repeated and then try to continue, but I see no point now. Mike out.
I see no point in listening to Ronan babble on about nonsense with no facts either. Mike out.
So Packy got disconnected just now. He dropped out, I guess. I thought he was getting ready to say something or whatever.
No, it's a feud going on. He was removed from the hangout by somebody. Not any of us.
Hey, how do you see that? Hold on a minute. How do you know that? So
it's in the Google chat, Hangout chat. See it?
okay, Honest Pakistan join group, Honest Pakistani left group.
Go to your Hangouts and click on below the camera. Yeah.
Okay, Hold on, hold on.
I'll show you.
We'll see what happens. A lot of times on mine, since I'm running wireless, if I do that, I may start lagging in some other areas because of my bandwidth.
See, like I said before, I don't mind if you know, I have a lot of friends in here, I feel, and I don't mind if they get on each other. I can still like both of them, but I don't interfere. I stay out. But Packy has been very mean today. I don't know if he got up on the wrong side of the bed, or if he didn't have his coffee this morning, or if he didn't get laid this morning. Something pissed Packy off, you know, I can tell. But Packy's a good boy, right?
Yeah, man. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Yeah, it tells you in blue there on the. Okay, yeah, I don't never pull that up while I'm on the panel. If I'm not on the panel, sometimes I'll pull up the Hangout chat and the YouTube chat and just concentrate on those. But so yeah, I see that now. I see that it tells you who did what. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, yeah, it says like, it'll tell you who added or who deleted from or removed from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends. You know, sometimes I'll be in all of them and have other pages open too. I'm pretty bad at that. You know, I multitask on the chatting, but it's kind of nice when I don't, when I can just kind of kick back. Like I'm reading the YouTube chat. I got that right next to me, but you know, sometimes I don't, you know, go in there chat and it gets to you, the multitasking. Sometimes I type something up and it's in the wrong section, you know, or something. I don't know. It depends. I don't care. But right now I'm just kind of kicking back, just reading it and just being here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it looks like they got their own feud going on, I guess. So,
but you know, Cap Dan, I know, you know, everybody over there can hear, and you know, like I said, I like Cap Dan. But I don't go to Kayla's all the time, but I went there one day just to kind of just, you know, lurk, and Cap Dan was on the panel, and I just wonder why he doesn't come on our panel. I mean, I don't want him to come on to pick on him. I just want him to come on and say hi, you know.
Well, I tell you what, that's an interesting subject. Keep asking yourself why on things that you don't understand, and you might come up with your answer.
Yeah.
You know, and that's kind of what I've done with him. Look, man, this is the internet world. I understand all that. And
yeah,
maybe I put too much emphasis on things sometimes. Kind of seen him do quite a bit of stuff, so I'm kind of confused.
Good point. I feel the same way.
I'm confused about Cap Dan, I guess, is the better statement to make. I'm confused with.
Yeah, I got no idea, but like I say, and I'm always truthful too. I don't side with people,
yeah, right.
And I'm always truthful. I've never, Cap Dan has never ever insulted me or you know, never. He never has. So, you know, how can I not like the guy, you know?
Right.
Yeah. I've had little feuds with people that I've made up, and now I really feel close with them, you know. Like Irish, you know, he's a cool guy, man. I remember when I first met him, I'd be picking on him and shit, and he'd be picking on me, and I made friends with him, and it's cool, man. I'll get along, you know, and so, you know, I like to be friends with everyone too. I don't mind any of my friends talking up to other friends though, telling them fuck you or whatever. I don't have an issue. I still like both of them, even if they argue, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because it's just the internet, shit, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm just here to enjoy myself. You too, huh, buddy?
Yeah, man. Absolutely, absolutely. Matter of fact,
fuck yeah, man.
This is where I came when I needed a break. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if it wasn't fun, I wouldn't be here. I'd be long gone.
Yeah, man. This is a way for me to download, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, it's pretty relaxing. It's way better than TV for me.
Yeah, man. Me too. Well, the stuff that's on TV nowadays, absolutely.
Yeah, fucking garbage on TV anyway.
I don't care to watch the fucking Kardashians.
No, that's funny too. You know, they show these women like that with just plastered on makeup, man. Just, and I'm thinking, fuck, man. You know, because you know how it is. You have your girlfriend or your wife, you know, and you see her, you know, after the shower or whatever, you see her with no makeup, you know, and you see the loveliness in these women. But makeup kind of enhances them, makes them, you know, feel more attractive towards male or whatever. It's a cool deal. But I see some of them plastic women like the Kardashians and stuff, and to me, I'm just, they don't. It's not my kind of a woman. And in fact, even what's her name, Trump's wife, Melania, right?
Yeah, Melania.
I don't. Yeah, just me. It's just me. I don't find her attractive, but I do find Ivanka attractive.
Well, there you go. There you go. And you know, yeah. So that's yeah, that's interesting. So
yeah,
the well, you know how the Kardashians got their start, Ray? Do you know where all that started?
kind of, but I didn't. I've never. I don't pay attention to the gossip sites, and I don't read Star Magazine or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, I don't either.
National Enquirer. I don't, and I don't really care about that kind of a deal. I don't want to waste my time studying them. So I know very little about them.
Do you know who their father was?
It was, I saw that before. I forget.
He was
just like
he
I
was
say,
one
I
of
don't
the
even
lawyers defending O.J. Simpson.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I remember. So, yeah, you know, it seems to me like when somebody's born with a silver spoon in their mouth, they don't realize, you know, they don't realize a lot of things. They live in like a fantasy world.
It's a world that me, the blue collar worker American, cannot relate to. I've been close to it. I've been close to it. Very, matter of fact, very, very close. And I could not relate to a lot of the stuff and the viewpoints. I even their fault, Ray. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And I'm not saying I'm always right. I'm just saying, okay, so let me say it this way. The two worlds are disconnected from one another. I don't know their world or and I don't understand their views. And I know for a fact they don't know my world or my views either. And with that said, I'll be as optimistic as to say I don't know who's wrong or right, but I feel like the other way is not been working, and I'd like to see, you know, another way. But I don't think they know what the regular, everyday American worker and person has to really do. To if you're Paris Hilton, come on, man, you know who her parents are, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these people never have to work a day in their life for $1, Ray. Let's be honest. Okay. So, you know, there's no way for them to really know that world, what it's like to work from paycheck to paycheck. I understand. But if you're disconnected from what's really going on, for you to have these liberal views is just almost vomiting for me.
Yeah, I agree on that. Plus, you got everybody's got their women also. I look at women like the Kardashians as my term for them is plastic. You know, they're not real; they're plastic. Everything's a fake front.
Right. I call
and man, most of them will walk right by some regular guy and they won't even eye contact. They won't nothing, man. You could drop your wallet in front of one of them chicks and she'll fucking walk over it while she's continuing on, you know. Not all of them probably, but most of them have that attitude, and that's not my kind of woman. They never turn me on. I don't like that type of woman.
Yeah.
Maybe I would if I so.
Yeah, well, I mean, so you could say if you were born with what we, you know, your everyday American calls silver spoon in your mouth, Well,
Yeah.
if you were born that way, Ray, you may completely see and be able to relate to those people. Who knows?
I would.
But-
I would. If I was born that way, that's who you hang out with because you're brought up that way. You know what I mean? Like I even trip out. Like you know how you go out to eat with people and fucking chomping at the bit, man. Like they're fucking feeding off the trough, you know. And then some people, you know, are really clean and dainty about it, and they chew and they keep their mouth shut and they while they're eating and stuff. So it's all. But that can be learned in a poor family also. But the rich, especially, like what's Trump's little boy's name? I forget.
Barron.
I trip out on him too. When they go on stage, I always check out Barron because, you know, here's a little 10-year-old kid, and you know, he's pretty much set for life without a doubt. And I bet you anything that his parents have drilled into him so much: how to walk, how to dress, how to bathe, how to eat, you know, the whole bit. And that's a good deal. But poor people do that too. But I bet you in a rich family, they really get on you about that. You know, I bet you Barron, if you watch that guy eat dinner, he'd probably be polite and pretty, he probably has manners, you know, just guessing.
Yeah. And along with that, or I heard the other sons say stuff like, Donald, let them see early in life what it was like to have to work for your money. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying that a lot of that existed. I think he let them taste it. And I think he let them respect the dollar that they worked for. And I don't think you don't see that in a lot of filthy rich people's families. I will say, though, from where Donald Trump came from, you know, and his life with his father and all that stuff, I do think that he has tried to instill some of the blue collar worker into that family, or that he's part of it. And therefore he wanted them to kind of see, you know, hey, if you weren't rich and you weren't born into this, here's what it really is. I think he has now, not Barron because he's only 10 years old. I don't think he's been part of that yet, but the other sons say that, you know, that while they were in school or whatever and growing up, you know, they'd be out there working with the electricians and the, you know, the bricklayers and the, you know, the construction workers. So they know it. At least they are in touch with it, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. And also, you know, like in my case, well, I'm a licensed contractor, so I've been self-employed for a long time. But being that I was in that, or am in that field, I've done everything from the shittiest possible job to the easiest job, you know. I know what it's, even the basics like using a shovel or using a pick or a jackhammer. I've done it. I've been there drilling holes through concrete walls. I mean, all kinds of miserable ass fucking jobs, hanging drywall and stuff, you know, just sickening fucking boring ass jobs.
Nobody's interested in your portfolio of jobs. You won't let Ronald finish.
That's
You won't
true,
let Ronald finish. That man has led a corporation. He was in the military. He can sing. He can dance. He had multiple partners, but you won't let him finish. And you're telling us about.
Well, Packy,
nobody's interested in
finish it either, Packy. Hey, listen, I just start singing more songs. I really
Ray,
miss your songs, and I'm getting fucking pissed off.
Ray, that's bullshit. Bullshit, I would say.
I am. I miss your songs, and you don't even sing no more. You don't even sing to Armando, man. You gotta. I can't hear you now.
Again and again.
Hey, Pat.
You need to start. You need to start singing love songs to Armando again if you want to get my love back, dude.
Hey, Packy, check your connection with your mic. You're in the distance or a bad connection.
Actually, my phone broke up, so
Wow, there it is.
That's
Now
better.
you're loud and clear, loud and clear.
phone broke up. But the problem is that they is not understanding that
Now you're fading away. What'd you do wrong?
I cannot sing any more love songs for Armando Vargas. Now he's elevated.
Bullshit, man, Packy. That's bullshit, man.
You won't let me finish.
You
Now,
gotta
now
sing
you
a
won't
song
let
to
me finish.
Armando. That's
Now you won't let me finish.
you need to sing a song, a love song to Armando. It's been so long, Packy, and it's
No,
bullshit, man. It's mean.
no, that cannot happen because Armando is not the romantic Armando. I used to told that Armando is now my lord. So I used to prepare for him. So no more love song for Armando. No.
Hey, check your connection on your phone, Packy.
Packy's probably got his phone in one hand and his dick in some goat's ass right now. I bet you. That'll wake him up. Pack, we need you. At least tell us a story.
Uh-oh.
Packy's muted, huh? I bet you. I think I don't have the control panel here. I bet you Ronan does. Ronan might have muted him.
No. I was just reading that what that pedophile Beck was writing. Actually, I have a simple thing that don't joke if you cannot handle the jokes. So D-Bag, this is for you. Don't joke if you cannot handle the jokes.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because
But
D-Bag has been calling me. D-Bag has been calling me all sorts of derogatory names like Gupta and 7-Eleven and
you've been picking on him too, Packy. Come on,
no,
man.
no, that's true. But I don't understand what's the relationship between D-Bag and young girls that whenever you mention this word, he's gonna go cuckoo. So I don't understand. I think I think the rumor is true that he had some kind of a dirty past. That if you remind him that, then he goes crazy and he's gonna go after you. So, Divak, why don't you join us on the panel and tell us? You should have the guts to at least tell me, tell us.
Who?
Sorry.
What? Bring G back on the panel and have a discussion with you sounds appropriate to me.
Well,
you removed him though.
Because
D-Back, hop on here and talk
he
to
removed
Packy.
me. He removed me. He started this. It wasn't me.
Okay, well, you guys need to have a debate. You guys get on the panel, and I will mic out, and
okay.
You guys just talk to each other.
D-Bag, I'm giving you an open challenge. That come on the panel, and I'm gonna face you on this panel, uh, where we have witnesses like the Honorable Ronan Kanushi and the Wicked Mind Buddy W.
So I'm gonna on the panel, D-Back.
I'm gonna challenge you. I have in the name of my Lord Armando, I'm gonna trash you off this panel. You won't have an argument with me anymore. So D-Bag, I'm challenging you to bring your old fat ass on this panel and debate me.
Okay. Mando said in the chat just now that this stream's going to be ending and he's going to start another one or whatever. So,
You gonna start another one now, Armando?
I
He
guess.
just left. He just left.
But anyway, so yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm going to mic out and listen.
Me too.
Yeah, this ought to be good, man. I'm gonna go take me an aspirin. I'm gonna stay up for a while on this one.
It's gonna be great. But is D-Beck gonna come in though?
No, he's not gonna come in because he's too busy drinking his piss. So
He's too busy breaking his what?
drinking his piss, P-I-S-S piss.
Well, D-Beck says he's coming on, but if you haven't sniped him, Packy, you guys, even if it gets heated conversation, I don't want either one of you one or eject the other one. It's just not fair.
Ray, you can have my word. I give you my
Okay.
word that.
How about D-Beck? D-Beck's got to give his word.
I swear on the lives of my future grandchildren that I won't be the one to snipe this piss drinking back.
Wow, that's nice. Okay. All right, D-Beck, anytime you're ready to come in there, like I say, we're all going to mic out. You tell Packy the way you feel about him and have at it, man.
Yeah, tear me up like a piece of shattered, like a piece of cloth.
Packy, you could get him mad by warming him up right now, you know? Tell him something.
I have this. I heard this rumor back on the Newsmax. There was this guy. His name was D.E.R. Durr. He kind of dig into D-Bag's dirty past, and he found out that D-Bag had a thing for some young girl, and she rejected. Sorry.
New stream starting, so
we're gonna continue this over there. No problem.
Let's all come back on the panel, but don't eject D-Beck. Let D-Beck enter, and then we'll continue over there at the new one, right?
Yeah, I'll see you over there.
Okay, later, guys. I'm leaving.
All right.